Right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I guess that fascinates me so much because I always think that that is a staple for it. It's the foundation of everything we do. And I was so surprised to see the questions they were asking. And we're going to cover some of that this morning. We have several thousand transactions a year, agent-to-agent referrals. And for all of our viewers, we don't charge referral fees, meaning Mike Ferry Organization. We're happy to refer people to each other. And I think most of you are happy to refer to each other. And those direct agent referrals can be very meaningful, especially with the average commission check increasing so dramatically over the last 12 months. So we're a 20% of 6,000 wasn't, it was okay, all right? But a 20% of 12,000 all of a sudden makes a difference. So there's a question right here. Hold on, Pauline, the microphone is coming to you.
How do agents put their name into the database for the referral?
I'm sorry?
How do agents get their name into your database for the referral out? Is it automatic or they need to go online and just put your name in?
Type. I mean, I don't. How do you put? You have a database that says agent database.
No.
You put their names in.
I know, but I've called your company and I know that some agents that are Mike Ferry agents, they're not in the referral.
No, I'm talking. This is agent to agent. This is people you meet.
Oh, okay, not go ask.
Yeah, this is
an
people.
Agent is.
Yeah,
Okay.
people you meet at events, and you've been to what, 50 events over your career with us, and you meet people, you collect their cards, and you start a database of those agents. Good. So then the next one you'll get a kick out of. I mean, it's down the list, obviously, quite a ways. Simply knocking on cold doors. Because to me, I stated this yesterday, it was the most enjoyable thing that I did. But using the mapping program, I could knock on cold doors, do justice to just sold, preview property, to buy owners, go to expired listings. I could do all those in a 3-hour segment and never get bored, because the hardest part about prospecting is the repetitious boredom. And I never got bored because I was doing something different every couple doors, Jeff. So I know most people are afraid to, and I've heard all the stories, and we've had some of the funniest stories ever told in some of our seminars when people go out and knock on doors. Because in the old action workshop, Ron and I and Tony and I, when we taught that old action workshop, one of the assignments, if it was summertime, was go knock on 10 or 15 doors. And they would come back and they would tell stories that were hysterical. The best story ever was in San Diego, California. I said, now, if you're uncomfortable, do like the Mormons do. You go in pairs, okay? I mean, I think it's brilliant. I did about 35 training seminars for the Mormons, for the church in Southern California, teaching, what do they call that? What the Mormons do? Missionaries. Teaching them how to go out and be alive, excited, and full of energy at the door, and have a script. And we would do our trainings from 7 to 9 o'clock at night on Tuesdays and Thursdays in Orange County, and they paid well for the training, so I was excited for it. So I said, if you're uncomfortable knocking on doors, go in groups of 2, and either you take one side of the street, you take the other, or you go together, and you knock on the door, you step back a foot or 2, they're looking out the peephole, you're smiling, you're professionally dressed. So I said to the group in San Diego, did anybody do the homework? 2 ladies put up their hands. They jumped right up. I said, and what happened? Oh my gosh, you're not going to believe this. I said, okay, I'm going to believe it. Tell me what happened. We went up to the door, we knocked on the door, we took a step back, and the man opens the door in the nude. I said, you're kidding. No, he did not have a stitch of clothes on. I said, well, what did you do? Well, we had our trigger cards in our hand, so we put our trigger cards like this, and then looked up at him and asked all the questions. So I said, you 2 are a little braver than I would, okay? So the next method, of course, is making cold telephone calls. Making cold telephone calls. And this is where companies like Coal Resource, one of our great sponsors for, gosh, forever. You know, it's interesting. About 10 years, maybe a little longer ago, while we were living in Naples, Florida, I had a person from this company called Coal asked to connect with me on LinkedIn. So I pressed the button to see who it is, and I went, wow, this is the company, Ron, that I used to buy my names from in 1972. This company, same company. Now, we used to get a book about this big, this thick, you know, like 500 names on a page, name, address, phone number, telephone number. And of course, those, they're not done that way anymore. And we would just take a ruler and hold it below so I could read the number. And then we would just sit there and call, dial, dial, dial. But it was the same company. So I said, well, what do you do today? They said, well, we furnish names and phone numbers for people to, around their just listed, just sold, cold calls, etc. And we've been very lucky with Jim, who is the president, and Tyler, who runs the sales, to develop a great relationship. And of course, anybody want to guess what the #1 complaint is for Coal or Vulcan 7 or Arch Communication? These people that work so hard to get numbers for us. May want to guess what the complaint is? Go ahead. No, that's not the complaint. The numbers are incorrect. So a lady sent me an email 2 days ago. I can't believe that you recommend Vulcan 7 and Coal, and I subscribe to both of them, and at least 25% of their numbers were wrong, and you should be ashamed of yourself. I wrote back, I'm not. Period. I said, ma'am, let me ask you a question. Do you have any idea how often people change their cell phone number? Do you have any idea how often people change their email address? We have full-time staff with just for our coaching clients, and we can't keep our emails up to date. I've used the same email since I got email, which I don't know how long I've had it, 15, 20 years, mike.ferry@mikeferry.com. And the reason I use that is so I can remember it. You know, it's just like our wedding anniversary, 05, 05, 05 at 5. It's just easier to remember, you know. So it doesn't matter what source you get. We recommend Arch Communication all the time, Steve Cortez. We recommend Coal, and obviously you recommend Vulcan 7 all the time. 25% of the numbers are going to be wrong, and they're not doing something wrong. They change the numbers. Has anybody ever moved and you didn't know they moved in your area? Oh. Did you get mad at them for not telling you? No, it's make some cold phone calls on a rainy day, a windy day, a snowy day, and you're tired and you just want to get re-energized. Put your headset on, pick up your script, stand up. Neil Weichel, who many of us feel is a true superstar in our industry. And we've been working together, I think, since 1991. Okay. Are you Neil's brother? I didn't know. Because you look alike. That's the reason. So 2001, 2000 or so. And my attorney and my mouthpiece on my left over. So 30 some years. Ron, let's start over. Come on up, just do the introduction. So we are driving into Valencia to do a program for Realty Executives Jim Tanner's company, which is another 30-year client. And Neil works for Remax in the same office for probably 30 years, and they're probably a mile apart. And as we're driving into Valencia, which is north of Los Angeles, I said to Serena, I said, gosh, that's Neil Weichel's office. Why don't we just stop in? It was 8:15. The seminar was at 9. So we pull in the parking lot. Of course, it's pretty much empty, and I can see Neil's car. And we walk in the front door, and the receptionist is there. And I said, would by chance Neil be available? She goes, oh my God, you're Mike Ferry. I said, I still am. I was when I got here. She goes, he's upstairs. And we walked up the staircase, and there was a big picture window. I mean, substantially large. I mean, probably half the size of the screen. And Neil is standing in a suit and a tie. Now, not facing the window, it's a profile, headset on, computer screen in front of him, his scripts printed and taped to the wall, and he's calling and prospecting. Now, here's a guy, does 150, 175, 200 transactions, a team that big, and makes $2 to $2.5 million a year, been in the business 30 years, and he actually is caught in the act of prospecting. And Sabrina and I stood there for a minute like, gosh, I wish we would have had Pedro, our videographer, with us to film that moment, because it was such a neat moment to see somebody that is really doing what we say, because it's pretty tough for most people. So the next prospecting technique on the list, this one is not commonly used. It's always been one of my favorites, and only because I did a lot of transactions because of this, working tenant occupied listings. Working a tenant occupied listing. So I'm going to ask, we have some incredibly great Las Vegas agents here in the room. Is there any way, guesstimate for my Las Vegas friends, what do you think, what percentage of the homes in Las Vegas are tenant occupied? 5%. Okay, so that's a lot. Okay, because there's hundreds of thousands of homes. Okay, so when I would preview property, Ryan, I would always star if it was tenant occupied. And then I looked at that as being a hot prospect. Okay, so I'm doing my mapping, and then around the next one I'm contacting, I see the star is tenant occupied. So I'd make sure my tie is straight, walk up, knock on the door, man or lady would answer, and I'd say, Mike Ferry, because the home was for sale. And I would say, Mike Ferry, real estate by McVeigh, and would you mind if I take just a moment to preview your beautiful home? And they would always say the same thing, oh, we don't own it, we're just the tenant. Wow, why would you want to leave such a nice home? Are you planning to buy a home? Well, yes, we are. Good for you. May I take a look through? Well, of course, walk through. Have you ever thought about buying this home? Never thought about it. Well, would you and your husband like to talk about buying it and see what it takes to buy it? I would sell 5 or 6 times a year the tenant, the home they were living in. Because listing agents, thank you. Listing agents seem to, when they sign a contract with a tenant occupied listing, immediately try to create animosity between the listing agent and the tenant, which is the dumbest thing you can do because it screws up the showing process. So I always wanted to get the tenant on my side because they're the ones that are going to help me get the property sold. And then it was always fun because in those days, Jeff, it was, the old fashioned way of doing business, which was the early 70s. I would call the listing agent, Jeff, I got an offer on your listing on Banana Street. And they'd always say, oh God, what a relief. That's that stupid tenant. And I'd say, okay, well, let's present it 7 o'clock to the seller. And then I'd get to the house with my offer, and there's the listing agent, the seller. And I'd say, I'm so excited, folks, for you to know that your tenant has decided to buy the home. Gosh, Jeff, I'm surprised you didn't know that. But I would smile. I never got any votes for board president. Okay. Next on the list, and it's a generality, but I looked for this all the time. Working hot neighborhoods. Some neighborhoods just sell like that. And, you take a community like Las Vegas, I saw this report, I was shocked. I saw this report a couple weeks ago that the population now is growing to 2.2 million, which makes it a pretty large city. course, the parameter of the city is the mountain ranges because we sit in a perfect bowl here in Las Vegas. Well, with 2.2 million, and you look at all the building taking place and all the subdivisions, and you know, certain subdivisions get on fire and sell like crazy. Are you aware of that? Because if you're paying attention, that's where you would go prospect for 30, 40 minutes once or twice a week. Work the hot neighborhoods, and you know that through your MLS service. It's no big deal. The next one that I enjoyed working, people said it was controversial, and I got called before the ethics committee of the Board of Realtors for this next prospecting technique. And then I'll share with you what happened when I went before the Board of Ethics. Adopt the client on the other side of the transaction. So I was primarily a listing agent. A great agent like one of you, Jeff, would sell the house. When the transaction closed, the next day I would knock on the door and the new buyer had moved in, and I would say, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Mike Ferry, I represented the seller. Congratulations. Have you got all the contact information for all the utilities, where the schools are, the churches are, etc.? Well, yes. Well, here, I made up a list for you just to keep you informed. Oh, thank you very much. Then I would wait 3 days. I would knock on the door. Hi, Mrs. Smith, it's Mike again. Just curious, are any problems with the house? Anything that we need to be aware of? And because we want to make sure this transition is smooth for you. Well, no, everything's fine. Well, here's my card. If something comes up, give me a call. Then I would wait 3 or 4 days and I would call them on the phone. I would always ask the same question. I don't mean to bother you because I'm sure your agent is furnishing you all this information, correct? What do you think the odds are? How about 0? I say, well, would you like me to keep you informed as to what goes on in the community? That would be great. Doink! I adopted them into mine. They became my past client. Okay? So now I had the seller as a past client and the buyer as a past client. And then I get a call from the ethics committee of the Huntington Beach Board of Realtors. You need to report at 9:30 on Thursday morning. I said, I'm sorry, I can't. What do you mean you can't? I prospect from 9 to noon. Well, you'll have to be here anyway. I said, no, I'm not changing my schedule. You'll have to change the appointment. All right, they call me back. All right, we need you to come at 2 o'clock. Can't do it at 2 o'clock. I said, that's when I do my lead follow-up. Well, when can you come? Well, I could come over at 12:30. Well, we're all at lunch. I said, well, then I'll bring a sandwich and let's talk about what the problem is. This drove them crazy. Okay? So now it's been about a month. So I tell Pat McVeigh, my broker, he said, I got to go with you. I don't know what you're doing, but these people are going crazy. So we go before the ethics committee. And this guy said, now I want to read to you what this agent has reported you have done. I said, okay, what have I done? Well, I had no idea because I was active all day. The day after a transaction closed, you went to this agent's seller or buyer and you represented like you were part of that transaction. I said, I was the listing agent. Oh. And you then said, can we help you with utilities and schools? Is that correct? I said, yes, I did. Then you went a couple days later and you said to them, if you need any more information, to give you a call. Did you do that? Yes, I did. One of the guys in the committee said, wait a minute. This is a great idea. And I said, well, that's the problem. Now all of you are going to be doing it. And then I left and Pat said, they'll never do it. They're realtors, okay? Adopt the client, okay? Now this one sounds the strangest. This would, I think, be number 19. Aggressive lead follow-up. Aggressive lead follow-up is a method of prospecting. Aggressive lead follow-up is a method of prospecting. Because we all have leads, right? Yes or no? Yes. So, George Ostoff, wonderful, wonderful man. He and his wife managed the office for Pat McVeigh that I was in. So I would, every day, throw 4 or 5 leads away that weren't responding. And then I find out from Pat that sometimes at 4:30, 5 o'clock while I was gone, some of the agents would actually go through my trash can because my dead leads were better than the leads they didn't have. So when I heard about it, I said to George, get a plastic bowl, and what I'll do is I'll just throw my leads that I'm throwing away in the plastic bowl, and then every couple of days you can just distribute them to the agents. So because my aggressive lead follow-up allowed me to get rid of people that didn't want to do anything. Watch. Why are you nurturing them for years at a time? I mean, I use this joke all the time. You're sitting on a lead. They're not going to hatch baby leads. So you've got to make that decision. So don't write down number 20, just listen. Here's the 20th best technique for prospecting. Holding an open house, working a geographic farm, doing direct mail campaigns, running classified ads in the newspaper, Facebook and Google ads, having billboards on highways with your picture on it. And in most cases, these are as much popular as everything above 19. They're much more popular. And I would never do any of them, but if I don't put them on the list, oh my gosh, do I get negative and nasty feedback. Any questions about these ideas on prospecting? So hand over here first, please.
Good morning, Mike. Natasha Ch.2 here with Coldwell Banker in Las Vegas.
Yes.
My question is, yesterday you mentioned going from failure to failure without the loss of enthusiasm.
Correct.
How can we strengthen our thinking in between?
Well, I have always said, Mike Vance, one of my mentors, said to me, I met him in like 1968 is when I met Mike, when I was working for Earl Nightingale's company. And Mike Vance said to me, what type of a planned system for learning do you use? I'm sorry, what did you say? He goes, what type of a planned system for learning do you use? I said, what are you talking about? He said, well, you must have some plan to keep learning and growing. Well, I listened to Earl's tapes every day. He said, yeah, but beyond that. And I said, well, okay, Mike, you're obviously baiting me to something. So what are you telling me? So we wrote out a little 5-step plan system for learning from Mike Ferry. And he said, if you do this every day, you're going to be smarter every day than you were the day before. So I said, okay. So we wrote down number 1, read 200 books a year. Now, some of you say, well, that's impossible. You're right. As soon as you say it's impossible, it's not possible. So I've been doing this for 50 years, so I guesstimate between 9,000 and 10,000 books that I've read because of Mike Vance. But I only read biographies, autobiographies, books on success, psychology. Actually, I read everything. I've read everything. Some of the greatest books ever were some of the true leaders of the world, like Mother Teresa, Martin Luther King, some of these unbelievable figures that we've had exposure. So I read everything. I read books on, on sex, politics, religion, I read everything. But most of what I like to read are books about people that have succeeded at a high level in any walk of life. And then I read everything I can read by anybody that is, quote unquote, a professional coach, whether it be any sport. I read all those kind of books. So that was number 1. And, then number 2, Mike said to me, I want you to start a people reading program. And I looked at him again, which I often did, looking at Mike and saying, what are you talking about? He said, a people reading program is sometimes much more interesting than reading books because you meet all these interesting people. And he said, I want you to just start learning to ask them a lot of questions of who they are, where they came from, what they do, how they did it. And he said, it is one of the most interesting things you'll ever do. So if you really hang around me much at all, outside of speaking on a stage, and we've been together hundreds and hundreds of times, you and I, Michelle, and the family, I usually don't say much because I'm so used to asking you a question and listening, That's how you learn, people reading. And Mike Vance tells the story about being in, I think it was like Pocatello, Idaho. He had done a seminar for somebody. And Pocatello at that time had 2 flights a day from Western Airlines that went to Salt Lake City or to LA. And Mike said he's sitting in the airport. He's there an hour early, and a beautiful young lady like Apple sits down waiting for the flight. And Mike says, "My name is Mike Vance. I have a people reading program. Would you mind if I read you?" And she looked at him and she said, no, don't bother. I've already been read, which was a cute line, okay? Because he was obviously trying to do more than reader, okay? Then third is attend more seminars. He said, "Mike, do you attend seminars?" I said, "Well, the ones the company puts on are Earl Nightingale." And then he's the guy that introduced me to meeting Gunther Klaus. Because Gunther was a professor at UCLA and one of the top management speakers in the world, and was a big part of what Peter Drucker wrote in Management by Objectives, was Dr. Gunther Klaus. So I met him, who then introduced me to Larry Wilson, which is the guy that did the work on the 4 personality styles. So, you know, that going to seminars, I became a seminar junkie, okay? And I was going all the time to seminar. If I wasn't doing one, I was trying to go to one, because the exposure, not only to the people, but to the speaker. Is that number 3 or 4? 3. Then number 4 was start, now remember, 1968 or 70. Start listening to all the cassettes available. Well, today it's YouTube and all that kind of stuff. You know, you should be. So one of the things during this pandemic, you know, because this pandemic was certainly not a lot of fun for any of us. Now, yes, our industry was very, very, very fortunate to be one of a handful of industries that flourished during this pandemic. But, you know, the stress of being in your house and many times by yourself, or, you know, with your wife and children, or your husband and kids, I mean, it was stressful. So what I would do, and Sabrina watched me do it, is I would go to YouTube and look up comedians and with my iPad, and I would watch sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, 10 or 15 minutes of anything from Bill Cosby to, you know, that crazy group of 5 guys that are those Southern speakers, Jeff Foxworthy type people, Ron White. I'd listen to Craig Shoemaker probably 2 or 3 times a week. And I would just be sitting in our family room just laughing out loud, and Sabrina would walk by, there he goes again, okay? But keeping your mind active, keeping your mind full. And then the 5th thing Mike asked of me was to study his mentors as my planned system for learning. Study the mentors. And my mentors at that time were Earl Nightingale and Mike Vance, and it soon became Earl Nightingale, Mike Vance, and Gunther Klaus, and then it soon became Earl Nightingale, Mike Vance, Gunther Klaus, and Larry Wilson. He says, study us, study what we do, what we say, why we do it, because we're doing more than you're doing. And then it got to the point with Mike Vance. I almost didn't want to see him, and I love him to death. And it was a difficult thing for me when he passed away. Because every time you saw Mike Vance and he liked you, hey, what have you learned since I saw you last? And if you couldn't respond instantaneously, he would just walk away. Well, I need to give that some thought. Fine, and he would leave. But if you said to Mike Vance, what have you learned since I saw you last? He'd say, how much time do you have? Okay, because he was constantly learning. So who asked the question? Does that help with the answer? Good, thank you. Good. So I think we have 3 groups of Think Big members. Most of you are part of that are sitting in this room. I think it was 1st of December at the latest, maybe it was the end of November, I sent a note to all Think Big members and I said, please just respond with 2 things. Number 1, how long have we been working together? And number 2, what is the most important thing you've learned that you can use in your business? And they were sent, and I said, I need them for the production retreat. I want to do something called What I've Learned at the production retreat. I've done this, Ryan, several times over the years at our retreats. And this was fascinating. We probably had 90% of all the members respond. So that was a great response. Thank you for all of you that responded. And, you know, there was probably 50 to 60% of all the responses that were duplicates because, you know, a lot of us have honed in on certain aspects. So I don't know if we're going to be able to, no, we're not going to be able to complete this today. But again, it's part of the notes. So everybody viewing and all of you folks that are part of what we do are going to get a copy of this. So look for this section called What I've Learned. So I think there's 75 thoughts on my notes. The average person that responded to us has been working with the Mike Ferry organization for a little over 15 and a half years. And I think in the 70, I think there were 71 different names attached to these. I think, if I am correct, the average was 11 years in coaching. Okay. But, you know, I read every book that Jack Welch wrote or written about Jack Welch. He always had a coach, ran the biggest corporation in the world. You know, I read all the goods and bads about Tiger Woods, you know, as a professional golfer, because he had some big highs and big lows. The only year he didn't have a coach is the only year he never won a tournament. You know, he holds all the records. He's he got 84 PGA Tour wins plus another 25 in Europe. He surpassed everybody. He's the #1 money earner of all time. The first athlete to have earned over $1 billion for playing golf. Who plays golf? Are you getting paid a lot? And now he's at like $1.5 billion. You know, so everybody that has ever accomplished anything of consequence, I was lucky. I had Earl, Mike, and Gunther. And Mike and Gunther, in the 70s, I was paying each of the two of them $2,000 a month to coach me. And I wasn't making a lot more than that because of taking care of trying to do my best to take care of the kids, you know, from the divorce. I don't get it. You do whatever you take to have somebody guide you. And I know the only reason, thank you. And before I get to John, somebody sent me an email last night. All you're doing is trying to sell us coaching. No, I'm doing the best I can do to help you learn how to be better at what you do. And then if you're wise and you join coaching, it's just another label.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just a point on that, obviously in my soccer career, I had some great coaches and some bad ones, but even the ones that I didn't connect with as well, I still found I took 2 or 3 things from them, which, you know, helped change my life. So anyone who's looking to get into coaching from a personal point of view, the first coach is probably not going to be your last coach. So don't worry if you don't get aligned or if it doesn't go well. Just give it time, give it 6 months, 12 months. If you ever want to make a change, but at least take 2 or 3 things from them that can really help you.
So how long did you play as an amateur in soccer in England before you became professional?
I never played amateur. I went straight from school to professional.
Straight from what, like a high school?
Yeah, 16 we finished in England.
Wow, so that was, but you played soccer in high school?
I got picked up really late. I got picked up when I was 15 by luck because I was training at a camp that my parents had paid for. They wanted a week to themselves, so they shipped me out. And the 2 goalkeepers, professional team was training at the same time, and they both got food poisoning. So they came over and said, hey, do you have a goalkeeper we could use? Who's your best one? Happened to be me, and that was it. I had myself a trial.
So what did you feed these 2 guys to get this break?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
My mom's cooking.
My mom's cooking.
Sorry, Mom.
But, you know, everybody that's played high-level amateur sports or professional sports, their whole life is with a coach. So for the lady that wrote me the nasty letter, I would love it if everybody joins coaching except for the lady that wrote the last nasty letter. Go someplace else. Okay, so there's no order of importance to these thoughts. We'll have some fun together. I'll ask everybody to write them down. And again, I cover all the points quickly. And if you're not getting them down, you'll get a copy of them, okay? And I'm not going to cover every one that's in the notes in front of you because I'm skipping around a little bit. So the first point, I can duplicate and grow my business by understanding and tracking my numbers. I can grow my business. I can duplicate my business by understanding and tracking my numbers. So let's take, I'm going to take Ryan because he's sitting in front of me. And Ryan is coming up to me at a seminar, sends me a note and said, I'm trying to improve what I'm doing. Can you help me? Well, my first response will be, Ryan, I would love to help you. Do you track your numbers? Now, what do you think the normal answer is? No. So what I'll say to Ryan then, if you want some help and I'm willing to help you, you don't have to be a coaching client. I'm corresponding to people every day. For the next 30 days, I want you to track the following numbers. I want you to track how many hours per day you prospect, how many contacts you make per day. I want you to track how many leads you generated per day, how many appointments you went on, and number 5, how many contracts signed. Would you do that for the next 30 days? And they always say yes. And then I never hear from them again. Everybody say why? Why? Because, Ron, when Apple writes down 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 every day for about 5 days, Mike Ferry's name becomes mud. But then I get that rare person like Ramon that said, okay, I'll try. So he, after 20 days of work, I'll say, okay, now send me your numbers. So let's say he made 20 contacts a day for 20 days, which is 400. And that took him, let's say he was making 10 contacts an hour. So he prospected, 40 hours. And I look at, he only generated 3 leads and he only got no appointments. So now that tells me right off the bat, he's got a little problem in his lead follow-up. Yes or no? Yes. Or let's say that he says I generated 27 leads because he's enthusiastic, got the leads, but he only got 1 appointment. So his conversion rate is way off. Or his numbers say to me, this is the most exciting period of my life, Chris. Because of this, I went on 5 appointments in the last month and got 0 transaction contracts signed. Then I know his presentation is no good. So I can just look at the numbers and tell you what the problem is. So if Jeff says to me, my problem is I go on 10 presentations, I get generally 2 listings signed. So I am going to automatically look at that and say, Jeff, are you honestly pre-qualifying every seller 100%? In this case, just say no. No. Okay. May I ask why? I'm uncomfortable doing it. And thank you for that, Jeff, because almost everybody is uncomfortable doing it. Did you by chance download the pre-qualifying questions I recommended for you? I looked at them. Okay. Therefore, you probably haven't used them and role-played them yet, have you? I'm going to do that. Yeah, and I'm going to get older in about 1 second. Okay. Jeff, let me ask this question. When you're making a presentation, do you sometimes hesitate? Does sometimes what you're saying not work for you? Yeah. Because you're only getting 2 closed out of 10. So probably we have to work on strengthening your presentation style. Would you accept that? Yeah. And this is a coaching call with Jeff, and he's a client. I'm just kidding. He comes onto the calls aggressive, which is what I like a lot. But third, Jeff, I would assume the seller is giving you objections that you're not able to handle. Would that be a correct assumption?
Yeah, how do you know that?
Well, when you're closing 2 out of 10 and our average coaching clients close a 7 out of 10, and you're all talking to the same people and they're pre-qualifying using our script and have learned a response to the objections, basically, if I look at you and I look at Ryan, he's taking 5 more listings for the same number of presentations and you guys' average commission check is 10 grand, so he's making 50,000 more for every 10 that you're making. Would you like to improve your performance?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
So which should we start on, the pre-qualifying, the presentation, or objections? Start with the pre-qualifying. So this is just what you can learn from numbers. Make sense to you guys and gals? Yes or no? Okay. So I'm always going to start with just track 5 simple little numbers. Okay. Hours prospected, contacts made. And I don't care how you make the contacts. I don't care if they're Facebook ads, Google ads. You know, you're standing in front of your office trying to stop traffic. You got a bus bench attached to your chest. I don't care what it is. If you're making the contacts, then how many leads did you generate? And then how many appointments did you go on? How many contracts signed? Any questions about this thought? It is the foundation, I believe. Questions at all? Okay, let's go to point number 2. I've learned the importance of having a schedule which allows me to control my work rather than my work controlling me. This is a big one. The importance of having a schedule which allows me to control my work rather than my work controlling me. I get such a kick out of so many people say, real estate's a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week job. No, it's not. I mean, people, oh yes, I know, you know, the guy Elon Musk, when he started, was working 100 hours a week. He's talked about that, okay? But that was a long time ago. But the truth is, you know, real estate can be a normal work week if you are productive during the time you work. But if you're not productive, it's like, you know, I'll say to people, why don't you take any time off? And the reason you don't take time off is you didn't do what you're supposed to do on your time on, so you can't take any time off. And yet we had Dan and Jeff up here that we're trying to get them to have time on, okay? Because they're fortunate to take a lot of time off because they've mastered the schedule that they have. The third point I've talked about for years, remember to start every day at 0. You got to remember, you start every day at 0. And as the day progresses, to keep remembering it's just a numbers game. Because that's all it is, just a numbers game. So I start every day at 0. And then as the day progresses, it's a numbers game. So when I wake up in the morning, I get to the office, I immediately say, I don't have any leads, I don't have any prospects, I don't have any pendings, I don't have any listings, I don't have any money in the bank, I gotta go to work. And as I'll say to many audiences, this is just your life because you never have anything going on. So for most people, starting at 0 is easy. They just won't admit they want to start at 0. Because if you're starting the day and you got 4 or 5 great leads and you got 2 or 3 listings and you got 5 pendings and each one is worth, you know, 7, 10, 15,000 to you, it's pretty easy to get complacent, yes or no? Yes. Come on. Yes. Because a lot of you have already admitted that. Okay, Chris talked about it, Ramon talked about it. Okay, the inconsistency is what creates the ups and downs. And as you've heard me say 1,000 times, real estate really doesn't provide cash flow. It provides cash spurts. You know, you have no transactions closed, and you talked about this, Apple, which I thought was great, for maybe 30 days. And then all of a sudden you get 4 closings in a week, and I am the queen of the hill. And then you pay your bills, you're broke again. Called life. The fourth thing that I've learned, prospecting daily with the intention of setting appointments, not just getting a lead. Prospecting daily with the intention of getting appointments. Because most people prospect for leads. That is very, 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 very normal. However, If you're prospecting for leads, guess what you get? Because you become what you think about. Okay? And if we're thinking, I want leads, then we don't get appointments. And we think I'm looking for an appointment, you get an appointment, not a lead. Because remember, there are going to be, within 5 miles of your office today, listings taken, listings sold, buyer controlled sales. And then my question is, do you want to participate? And can you participate hiding in the office? No. It's a tough one to do. So they, of course, give me the signal that it is 10 minutes to 10. The snacks are in the back for the group. For all of our people watching, we take a 10-minute break every hour on the hour. Now, before you guys jump up, for all of our people viewing, we have thousands of people viewing, which is, thank you for that. I got 3 different notices last night from people saying to me, I'm so excited, I'm in a watch party with my company watching your presentation. And then I looked at our list of people that have authorized watch parties, and none of these people are in them. Okay, and no, it's, you know, brokers or agents, you know, they'll buy 1 ticket and bring 25 people in the office together. I mean, it's just cheapskates. It's just one of those things people do. However, for all the people that have watch parties that are not registered under a watch party, we won't be able to send you the notes because we don't know who you are. So I talked to Ron and Ira and Chris this morning as they're doing their coaching calls next week. Say to everybody, were you on a watch party? And if they were on a watch party and they're not on the list, then we can't send them the notes because we don't know who you are. So the only way we can help everybody that is viewing is to have your broker today, Mike Ferry at MikeFerry.com, send me a list of all the people at the watch party with their email address so we can send them the notes. Otherwise, we can't do it. Okay? Thank you. All right. See you back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Over the weekend when Oliver's not around and I can just lay in my bed and take notes.
Yeah, if you get a chance, the one you really want to watch is the second day. That was the one that was completed. Did you get a chance to watch that one yet, Leslie? The day 2?
I haven't.
Not yet? That's okay. Yeah, no, it's a good one. I thought you did when you sent me that email, you know, about delegating, and they talk about it on day 2, but day 2's, that was the money day. There was just so much good information. They've had some good people that they've interviewed in the afternoon, you know, that are just top producers. The 2 yesterday it was okay. It was a little boring in my opinion, but it was okay. But the 2 on day 2, everything was just on point. I really enjoyed that second day. So yeah, if you guys get a chance, if you can only watch one of them, watch that one. That's the one to me that was kind of the meat of this so far.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other days there's things we already know, you know, in terms of like tracking numbers, who we're going to keep in touch with, setting appointments daily. But I think it's on day 2 where they talk about the different phases. That's what I want you guys to see too. So a lot of this, like we all think, oh my gosh, I got to make, you know, according to them, 50 contacts a day to be doing a good job. And, you know, which seems pretty unsustainable or pretty difficult. It's not. I mean, some people can do it, and that's what they commit to, is just prospecting all the time. Don't want to make it sound like it's not possible, but when they talk about phase 1, they kind of ease into it a little bit more than just jumping into straight prospecting mode. And they also talk about having a role play partner, usually 1 or 2 starting out, not too many of them. So I like that you guys are all already kind of buddied up, and then, you know, hopefully we can be consistent with it. but more than anything, just knowing, like, how do we have a tighter schedule? How do we work more efficiently during our schedule and be the most productive we can be when we're working, so that the more that we're committed to doing the things that is going to lead to us generating business, the busier we're going to be business wise, but even more than that, we'll be able to have more flexibility because we're going to be efficient and productive during the time that we're working. And that's really the biggest takeaway that I'm pulling from all this is, okay, how do we commit to a tighter schedule that's going to be more production based, that's going to get us results that we're looking for. And guys like Jose Luis Morales, his name coming up, and it's been coming up a lot. Like, I actually watched a video he did on ADUs yesterday that was really good. The guy he was interviewing was legit. Talked a lot about it, but Jose just left to EXP. So he left Remax Gold Coast. Guy's still doing 100 plus transactions. He's the only guy I know in this area that prospects to that level consistently, day in, day out, practices. I mean, I remember when we were playing basketball together, he was talking about, well, if, you know, Mike Ferry coaching tells you to practice a half an hour a day, 5 days a week, we're doing it an hour a day, 6 days a week. So they're practicing 30 minutes in the morning and then 30 minutes at night, getting an hour a day in. And his focus, he called me when Prairie View canceled, and he calls me up trying to take the listing. And he recognized my name a little bit going into it, but he didn't at first. He was just making his calls. So I know he's calling canceled, expired, FISBOs. I know that he's probably got cold directory, and he's doing just listed, just sold calls. He's got some type of source of names and numbers that he's calling neighborhoods. So because he's on the phone prospecting consistently, I guarantee minimum 2 hours a day, probably 3. All his focus is to prospect, set appointments, go on listing appointments, follow up, and take listings. That's his 100% of his structure is revolved around that. And it leads to high success, and he doesn't have a monster team. He's got about as many people as we have on our team, maybe a couple more buyer's agents, because he's been highly successful in taking those listings. So some of the other things that I like that I've heard is Mike Ferry was kind of mocking the old way of doing real estate, where most companies, their biggest expense was advertising. And they spent all this money in ads, generating phone calls, trying to generate leads. And then they had their worst agents working floor time. So usually all the good agents were busy with their business. They weren't working leads. They were working, you know, their business. So you spend all this money at your highest expense. You give it to your worst agents, and the agents can't convert, right? There's a very low conversion. And companies are failing left and right, and they couldn't understand or get it. And he's like, why don't you hire somebody who just answers the calls that come in, take a name and a phone number. So as long as you capture their name and phone number, you can follow up. And then you say, okay, I'm going to have an agent call you back. So he structured it, and it's basically somebody who receives incoming leads and incoming calls, takes a name and number, then assigns it to one of the top agents, which is going to have a much higher success rate in terms of creating that contact lead, everything. So as I'm hearing the whole story and I'm understanding, I know exactly what he's referring to, I'm thinking of what we do with our internet leads. And I've definitely changed the way that I've delegated and I hand those leads out. And what I want to create is more of a reward system for the agents that are converting, the agents that are doing the meetings, the agents that are continuing coaching, training, learning, executing at the highest levels. And whoever is going to be the recipient of more lead opportunities, better lead opportunities as well. So I've kind of done that in the past to an extent, you know, not really thinking about it, but I've just done it. But I'm going to come up with some type of point system or whatever it's going to be that, okay, you convert one of these or you get somebody qualified, you let me know. And then when you do, then you get a certain amount of points, which is going to equate to a certain amount of leads that each person's going to get. So just finding something with it, as well as committing myself. And you guys have all heard me say that I just dread getting on there and setting these appointments and doing it. And a lot of it is because if I make the connection with them, I can tell. I've had one guy basically tell me, he was look, I was an agent way back in the day. I never liked the team concept, and I'll never like the team concept. Basically, I hit it off on the phone with the guy. The guy loved what he was hearing. I tried to hand him off, and he blew up on me, and he got all offended. Well, it was one situation, and it's probably somebody who we wouldn't want to work with or deal with anyways. So instead of reading too deeply into it, what it got me to do was just kind of hold off on making those calls unless I was available to go and show them and do that. But I really want to make sure that I'm doing my part to help everybody succeed in our group, not just for, my own personal business, but for all of your business as well. And as we talk about defining roles and being highly productive and understanding, okay, where do we play to our strengths? How do we help everybody win? And what's the best way to do that? So how do we remain the most productive we can be every single day, whatever it is that our job or our duties are during the week? Obviously, we're going to have certain juggling to do with the opened escrows and the transactions, but more of what I'm concerned about is generating new business. So how do we continue to generate the new business? How do we make sure that we're each doing our part and being rewarded appropriately for the efforts of what we do and the higher success and the conversion? And a lot of that comes down to tracking numbers, which it's not my favorite thing, but we'll figure it out. And I think we need to do it to a certain level just to understand, just like Yvette, you've shared having like upcoming business on a spreadsheet so that we can all see it.
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea. And I think also we should do one meeting a week. And this is one of the things I wrote in my notes, that every week we talk about what inventory is out there, what upcoming potential business we have. So if I have a listing coming up, I can start talking to it about to our group. And if you have one coming up, or Leslie has one coming up, or Anthony or Amy or anybody else has something coming up, what do we do so that we're solid and we're maximizing those opportunities? We can double in more. We can work together as a team more, as well as because of the lack of inventory, that's going to help generate a lot of other business if we work it right, and start promoting those listings, which we've got to be careful with the coming soon type stuff, but you guys know what I mean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's ways we can start calling and generating business. So no, it's a lot of good things coming up. It looks like we're already past that time now. I started going on my thing and it's coming up. Anything you guys want to add before I hop back on the Mike Ferry?
No, I think I agree with everything.
Cool.
Brendan, I have a quick question. It's kind of random, but
Okay.
do you know if the letters that we submit with offers, are they banned? Are we not allowed to send any letters with offers anymore?
No, there's people who say that you need to be careful with that because it could come off as discriminatory if they don't.
Really?
Yeah, if they don't take your client. So, there's still a lot of people that have the custom practice of sending a photo of the family, trying to hit that sentimental, that emotional side. There's a lot of theories out there, but the biggest one that people are concerned about is discrimination. So if you think there's a chance that your client could feel discriminated against, you may not want to advocate that's the approach that you go, because the last thing you would want is for yourself to be involved in a situation when you had no intention of doing that. I feel that the email template that I've sent to everybody is still pretty effective. It obviously doesn't work every single time. We're in too competitive of a market to come up with something like that.
Yeah.
But I have not heard any negative feedback from agents like, oh, why do you send that template, or it's so whatever. The only part that when I make strong promises like, oh, I promise we're going to close the first time through, when it falls out, that's the part I always kind of feel bad about if that does happen. But again, you don't know what the situation is until you start your due diligence period, so when you're promising your intentions and your commitment is to close that transaction, that's not an inaccurate promise. It just sucks when it doesn't work out. So the example actually
Makes sense.
okay, I just received
I just
This
had
is-
someone that's
oh,
in
one
LA
second.
County.
Real
and
quick, guys, you guys got to hear it. Hi, Brandon. Just received the verbal acceptance that my client will be accepting your client's offer based on my recommendations. Performance is very, very important because I went to bat for you. That's why I highly confident.
Yay.
Backup buyer is 635, 50% down. I represent the backup offer 2, cash at 630. Send in the backup counter offer 1 out for signatures now. Yes.
Awesome.
Oh, crazy. 1 out of 20.
That's awesome.
28.
That's
Wow.
awesome. Well, that's like, I thought about even like, because I don't ever post about stuff that we put into escrow, but like I had thought about putting like the one that like Leslie that you put it on, we put on like Pleasant Way and then
Yeah.
Lemon, and just being like, hey, like I'm sick and like our team was able to still get this done. And like
Absolutely.
even
Yeah.
like, and like the fact that like we got our offer accepted with 2 other offers and never even got countered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, guys, it's not about bragging.
Right.
It's about raising awareness of what we're doing. When we
Right.
don't put that we're in escrow on properties, don't worry if it falls out. You don't need to tell people it fell out, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
But anytime you do anything positive in real estate, you want to promote it and in a professional way. And I try to promote the safety thing. I think Yvette, I saw you like it. I don't love how it came out because of the cropping or whatever. When you put it on Instagram, it cuts out a lot of the content. I want to design something like that makes somewhat of a campaign, but I also know that we got so many like copiers out there and so many people that see our ideas. So I want to put a big hard push on a listing campaign showing, especially after going through this very extremely cautious situation, as well as the fact that we've been impacted by COVID recently, how seriously we take it, and that we can effectively sell properties right now when people are scared of people coming into their house. So I haven't seen any major promotion by any agents or companies, but don't be surprised. I'm telling you, we got a lot of people that watch, including, you know, the big teams out there, you know, the Tina's team. You got Judy Lewicki. She almost copies every single thing that I do out there. I'm not trying to take credit, but I just see it happen every single time. But I take it as a compliment, you know, and I love Judy and her team, and I want to see them continue to succeed as well. But look at their logo now. Look at, you know, now first I was Team Ramey and it was Team Lewicki. Now, then I became Ramey and Associates. Now it's Judy Lewicki and Associates, and now it's just so funny. Like all these little things that I'm seeing mimicking, but it's a positive. It's a compliment. And there's a lot of other and associates now, but now it's Tina Hare and Associates. You got Lewicki and Associates. You got who else is it? Everybody's and Associates now. The reason why I liked and Associates right out the gate is because I went to law school. And it still gives almost that firm type feeling. That's what associates are called instead of partners, right? Partners are the owners of the company, and then associates are when you're starting out, you know, and then eventually you become a partner. So that's where the idea came from. Even though I've heard other and associates before, it's just crazy how many associates are out there now, right? It's just becoming a normal thing. So again, a compliment. Not saying we're trendsetters here, but I just see a lot of copying going on out there. Same with the videos. When we were making the videos, those were all over the place, but there was only so much you could do, you know? So anyways, I hope you guys are excited for what we got coming up. Yeah, you look thrilled, Leslie.
Brendan.
Sorry, I keep muting myself because Oliver's so loud. So
It's
I'm like,
okay.
I don't want it to overtake the whole thing.
Uh-huh.
And so guys, I actually have good news. I mean, it's almost good news,
What's
but
that?
last night I was, you know, up for a while putting together an offer, and we'll be submitting it today. The current offer on the table is under asking, and my clients are deciding to put at asking, actually 1,000 over.
Nice.
So we'll see. Hopefully there's good news by this evening.
Yay!
Another offer.
Who's this one? Who are you writing with on this?
This one's actually Stacy and Robert Scott.
Cool.
It's from the pro
Awesome.
agent.
Nice. Another pro agent?
Mm-hmm.
That's all. You're killing it with those pro agents. So
I'm telling you.
I'm gonna stop sending
I-
it to you, Leslie, since you're doing too good with it. We got to stop.
No,
it
just
your
send
way.
them all to her because she's the only one who can convert them.
Well,
Please
hey,
do. I'm like, I'm on a roll and I want to keep it going, you know?
You need to start recording your calls when you call to introduce yourself.
Yeah.
yeah, if you can.
Nice.
And if you have Zoom, you can do it off Zoom as well. Record it off Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, Zoom's been a great investment for me. I think I spend about $40 a month for like the pro account or whatever, but
Really?
it's been good. All right, I'm gonna put it on. Great session. I'm glad we connected. I want to do it again during our next break too, but it's our last day, so if there's any nuggets, I want to make sure we get it with the Mike Ferry. And
Okay.
it's all being recorded, and then we're doing the Think and Grow Rich right after if you can make it. I know Anthony had mentioned he's got a doctor's appointment, so if you guys got things going on, if we have to reschedule, we can, but I'd like to do it just to continue it and then at least get into next week's. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
if you guys can. Cool. All right, let me see if I can find this here. Okay.
I don't have an exact percentage of what's incorrect, but I do know that we have a lot of familiar faces here. The dental prospecting clinics. I let them speak for ourselves, right? I mean, I follow your example where you say, obviously we have the best data.
Yes.
Right. If I didn't believe that, I wouldn't be part of Vulcan 7.
Okay.
Right. But don't take my word for it, but challenge us. Come try our data and see if it is. Because we know it is.
A certain percentage is never going to be right.
No, you're always going to have room for error. That's just part of life in any field.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's like Ren has several cell phone numbers.
Yes.
And I've known Ren for 30 years. We still coach Ren. Okay. As we are very lucky to coach Mark Leck, because that's now we're talking about the business side of the business versus, going out and finding a new customer. And Ren, who we love being on, he's come to Russia with us, and he's come to Europe with us time and again. And he's a great explorer and traveler. If you don't know Ren Jones, hopefully on a social level, you'll all have a chance to shake hands, because he is really, to use an expression of a much younger person, he's really a cool guy. Okay. I mean, he really is a neat guy to be around. But Ren has, I think, 3 different numbers right in my cell phone. So many times I'll hit the 808 first, then I'll go to the 513, and then I'll try the office, and then I'm going, God darn it, Ren, pick one number and use it. But that's common, isn't it? Mm-hmm. How do you deal with that?
And that's where the technology side comes from. We have wonderful developers at our company that they go through every 24 hours, and they go through, and as we refer to, they scrub the data, right? From top to bottom. They go through every number through and make sure that you are getting the most active number to connect, which in today it's usually a cell phone number, yes, as opposed to a landline.
Yes.
And so that's what we have developers every 24 hours scrubbing numbers. So by every morning you're ready to come into prospect, they're ready to go for you.
So landlines, it seems that a majority, and don't ask me why my voice decides to work at certain times. Excuse me. It's getting worse. Landlines, the do not call list comes into play heavily. How do you deal with that?
We have we do have the option to, so you select, so you do not call, obviously. I mean, we always legally speaking, we recommend that you do not call those numbers that have been asked to be put onto that list, obviously.
But do you furnish those numbers?
We do furnish those numbers.
And do you designate? Be back in about 20 minutes. Do you designate when you send out the numbers which are on the do not call list?
Yes. So the do not call list numbers are separated completely. So when you set your list, whomever you're calling, those numbers are not included automatically in there. They are furnished through, and those are part of through our developers that are scrubbing through those numbers. So you won't be getting a number that's saying, the 2 avoidances we really try to avoid are the do not calls and the that's my brother's number, or this is my parents' address, right? And we try to avoid that's what our developers do. They go through and scrub through those numbers, so you're connecting.
Or do you even care? I mean, I know you don't care, but
it's over my head. If I'm the smartest one in the room, I'm in a wrong room, right? Yeah. And so I'm in the right room a lot of times at Vulcan 7, which is great.
So, cell phone numbers, do they have a do not call list for those also?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if they're on the do not call registry list, they're separated off every 24 hours.
So I'm getting phone calls today from brokers mostly. Probably I've got in the last, since the pandemic started, there's been 5 or 6 conversations where attorneys are smart enough to have their numbers on a do not call list. And then of course we call them, and then of course they start trying to create a class action lawsuit against an individual, a company, whether it be KW or EXP or Realogy's family. Do they blame you for that kind of stuff?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we absolutely. We'll deal with a lot of that, and where it is our responsibility. We do what we can, but a lot of times it's, we get yelled at for things that have nothing to do with us. Mm-hmm. We just smile and try to help them understand and help them get on the right direction.
I know this will be hard for you to believe, but we have people that come to our seminars that never do anything we say. No, really, they're seminar junkies, and they come 2 times a year when we were doing live events, and they never do anything. We have people that sign up for coaching. Generally, it's more one-on-one coaching versus premier, and they never show up for a call. I mean, they show up 1 or 2 times out of every 4 or 5, and they're always mad about something. And of course, we have to say, well, we have an agreement. We have to follow the agreement. Do you have those same kind of challenges?
Absolutely. As I said, challenge us with our data, right? Challenge us with our system that we're the best out there. And we'll get people that call and say, I've been with you for 3 months and it hasn't improved my business at all. And we will go back through them and look at their account, and they never made a single phone call. And we go, well, we're here to help. Just call us. We'll walk you through it. We'll have a member from our customer success team. We'll have them help you walk through everything, right?
Yeah.
And so that we're here to help them get going. But we have very similar things, right?
So why do people sign up and not use the service?
I do not know. You mentioned people sign up for your coaching, and I've had the honor to work along a dozen or a few dozen of your coaches with the Virtual Prospecting Clinic, and they're all fantastic.
Yes.
Right. We refer to them as Navy SEALs. Right. Well, they're all amazing. Right. They're all skillful. They're all trained.
Yeah.
And so they're all interchangeable in the sense where every one of them are incredible. They're all amazing coaches. So I don't know why someone would sign up for coaching and not take advantage of that.
Yeah, it's one of the fascinating parts of what both of us do. But I can turn to Alex. You guys have a couple hundred agents in the company. You guys really work hard at training them day and night. I know Bob Hamrick trains people day and night. Most reputable brokers really do work to help, and some of the people never show up for training and never sell a house. So I guess it's just part of life, So what is the best piece of advice if you were doing a little 30-minute seminar for these wonderful 50 people? What was the best advice you would give them outside of they should be using Vulcan 7 services?
Best piece of advice: participate in the virtual prospecting clinics.
Oh,
we have seen, if I may share an example.
Please.
We have seen so many incredible successes. Last June, it was either the very first or the second virtual prospecting clinic. There was a new agent in the industry. I think she had just been a realtor for maybe 3 months, just a few months. The day one, she came and she was incredible. She came, she set a few appointments, she did well. And then the next day we challenged her to use Vulcan 7, and she tripled what from her day one. We said, use SSI. The day one, she wasn't using her Mike Ferry approved sponsor dialer. So she was using kind of, a run of the mill thing. And we use that. And since then, she has been at a virtual prospecting clinic at least once a month.
Good for her.
And not only that day one to day two jump from her very first seemed very incredible, and it was a great success story. The better success story we've seen with her, she's probably hitting, I think, a year as an agent now. She's maintained that constant success through Mike Ferry coaching, through the Mike Ferry virtual prospecting clinics.
Sure.
So, and she has learned to better build her business and become a stronger prospector through those clinics.
So the truth is, what we do, Vulcan 7 and Mike Ferry organization, are aligned. But then I'll ask a different token. So why doesn't everybody use your service? I mean, to me, it's a brain dead thing. Okay. Well, Cole, who you know, I used to use their book in 1970 to make cold calls. Okay. I mean, I relied, I bought a new, I think we had to buy them every 90 days, and we get the big, and it was a great big book. Okay. About this thick, and it would have all the names, address, and phone numbers. And you take a ruler, and as soon as you called them, you draw the line through that one and call the next one. I was the only guy in the office that used it, and I was doing most of the deals. Why doesn't everybody get involved in Vulcan 7?
That's a good question. I guess everyone has their own choice, and has their, and not everyone makes the right choice, I guess. I'd ask I guess to answer your question is, why would somebody become an agent and get into real estate and not get into coaching? And if you are going to get into coaching, why not get into the best coaching, right? With Mike Ferry Coaching. I mean, it's been said that if you come in to real estate without a coach, you're a rudderless ship, right?
Yeah.
And so and if you come in and get a coach, you might as well get one of the best coaches at Mike Ferry.
Well, thank you for that. That's very kind. Okay, thank you. So, Ren called yesterday and talked to, I think it was Tony or Sabrina, or our customer service team, and said, when are we doing the drawings? And I said, well, Ren, we don't have any drawings planned. Well, I want to, you have Trevor there. Thank you for that. We want to give something away to somebody, for goodness sakes, to help them in the business. So we said to Ren, what do you want to give away? And I think his answer was?
To give away 3 $1,000 credits to a Vulcan 7.
Services.
Okay. So great. I believe last year at the production retreat, was it Stephen Dutcher? I believe he's here. Correct?
Stephen is back here.
I believe he won it last year. So let's go for 2 years in a row, Stephen.
Yeah. So the names in here are everybody that is watching online, as well as the people that are here. And as we discussed this morning, unfortunately, there's thousands watching that we don't know about because they're at watch parties. So hopefully, somebody probably isn't going to be 100% happy because their name isn't in the bin because we don't know who you are. So I'll draw the 3 names. But this is what always makes it fun. When one of the people we draw is in the room. And that makes it really fun. So our first winner is Paula Berlinson. Hand that to you, if I may. The next winner, I'm not going to be able to pronounce the name properly, so please accept that. Keeley, K-E-A-L-Y, Royal LePage Elite Realty, Keeley, W-H-A-R-R-A-M. And Keeley, I hope you're watching because you just won a nice package. Okay. And this one is really great because we know this person. He's watching at a virtual meeting taking place inside his company. Mr. Tony Lance from Century 21 All-Stars. Let's give Tony a nice round of applause. Okay. So you're going to kick on this. How many of you Be honest. Nobody's going to be offended. Okay, he won't be offended. I won't be offended. How many of you are presently using Vulcan 7? Oh, wow. Okay, so probably about half. So at the next break, he's going to be standing in front of the break table. And to get to the break table, you have to go through him. So everyone that walks to the break table, just say, was your hand up? And if it wasn't up, let's sell them Vulcan 7.
Sounds good.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate it a lot. Okay?
Thank you.
Really do. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Big round of applause. Come on. Hey. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's so interesting to me that, there are so many resources for us in our business. And it's so interesting how few people ever use the resources. Because even if you take a look at, the fact there's 1.3 or 4 million agents in the U.S., supposedly, I think those numbers are pretty fake, meaning most agents don't sell anything, but they're still licensed. And then you have these quality services like Vulcan 7, and then you look at the number of people. I'm just going to make up, let's say they have 10,000 customers in the U.S., okay? And then you look at what percentage is 10,000 of 1,000,004. I mean, it's almost not even registerable on a computer, but yet the people that use the services are the best agents. So thank you a lot. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. So let's continue. Question. There's a question up here, and let's get the microphone up here first. Mr. Ali.
Mike, I have 2 questions. Are you going to email us the list of the items that covered by IRA?
Oh, I'm going to, both Ron and Ira are going to give me their notes, and those will be included in the notes we send out.
Thank you. And number 2, since we are limited to have 50 people in this room, since we are limited to have 50 people here, why not to get several places side by side, and you can rotate and and we pay for the price.
See,
the cost.
The reason this guy makes the big bucks because he keeps thinking really big. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
and we pick up the cost.
I'm going to defer you to the boss, my wife, the president of the company. At the next break, tell her that.
Thank you.
But we are pretty fanatical in terms of following the rules of the state of Nevada and how we do our business. And what I don't think most of you knew, it was probably, I'm guesstimating, after Thanksgiving here in the U.S., we were told we could have 250 people. And then a week later, boing, they changed it to 50 people. So we had created all the marketing pieces and all the stuff to invite 250, and then we had to trash all that. So, I mean, we're looking forward to the fact that we can have not only more people. I mean, this town is built for conventions. It's built, to do things en masse. It's, it's like Orlando, obviously New Orleans, Las Vegas, so forth. So thank you for that good thought, and I'll ask you to share it with Sabrina. Okay, thank you. All right, next point. And this again, I probably had this one brought up on the list 10 times, okay? Always using a professional pre-listing package. Always using a professional pre-listing package. And I want to again redefine that, okay? Professional pre-listing package is not, 2 wonderful photos of your family. That's a personal package. A professional package is not you, with your dog in your arms. And it's certainly not taking your dog on a listing presentation. We did have a great story pre-pandemic. One of the agents, one of our customers, at the front door, and a great big German Shepherd comes running up, Ron, and stands next to her. So she pets the dog on the head. She's a very pet-friendly person, and so opens the door. And she, of course, walks in and sits down, and the dog walks in and starts licking the side of the couch. And finally, the seller said, I have to say, I'm a little offended And she goes, well, why? You would bring your dog to a presentation. He's licking my couch. She goes, it's not my dog. She goes, I thought it was yours. It was the neighbor's dog, okay? Keep the pets out of the pre-listing package. 32 pictures of yourself in a pre-listing package, I mean, think about upgrading to a professional standard versus a personal standard. And then this one goes on to say, it's designed to win the seller to my side prior to the presentation. Prior to the presentation. So now I'm a step ahead of the competition, okay? And as you've heard me say, George Graham out of Seattle, one of the funniest stories, and it's now been about 2 years. I mean, he's just a terrific sales guy. For a lot of you know George, and big producer, very analytical. So he does things by the book. He doesn't change anything. He just does it the way he says. He sends out Jeff the pre-listing package 24 hours in advance, calls and confirms they've read it. 7 o'clock, he shows up. He's dressed professionally. He knocks on the door, takes a step back, and the door opens this far, and a hand comes out with the package in it. So he took it, and the door closed. And he said, Mike, my initial thought, I didn't even say anything and they've rejected me. I mean, I can't believe they rejected me. He opens up the package, everything is signed. Standing at the doorstep, they've signed every document. So now, of course, analytical. Knocks on the door opens this wide. George, what do you want? I haven't made my presentation yet. George, you have the listing. And she closed the door. I mean, talk about a no-minute presentation. The pre-listing packages, if you're doing it on a professional standards basis, is probably one of the smartest things you can do. The next thing I wrote down, knowing that buyers and sellers judge us quickly. First impressions are critically important. First impressions are critically important. I have to tell you, first impressions to me mean everything. And, we have a lot of people that will come to our events. There's a question over here, sir. People come to our events that have never been to a Mike Ferry event. In fact, I'll never forget, about 3 years ago, a fellow from Florida, a nice guy, tall, handsome, well-dressed, shows up for the Superstar Retreat at the Venetian Palazzo. And he buys an upfront seat, and we put him right with all the other top people in the front. And he shows up, and he has a pair of Tommy Bahama shorts on, a Tommy Bahama shirt. Look sharp as a tack. I watched him walk in the room. He looked at all the people, ran out of the room, went back upstairs, put on a suit and tie, and came back. And then he sent me a text while he was changing. He said, that was the most embarrassing moment of my life. He said, I didn't know your people dress like that. I said, well, Mike Ferry agents are professional. We create a good impression. Now, I get criticized because I'm not up here in jeans and my shirt out with a sport coat, and a 3-day beard and a baseball cap on, like this. Folks, this is professional people doing a professional job with professional standards. And that's why you guys and gals separate yourself so quickly. But remember, when they open that door, answer that phone, they are judging you from the first sound and the first look. And many times you lose or win the listing in the first 3 to 4 seconds before the conversation takes place. I mean, and if you don't believe it, because it is a fact of life. Next point, I circled certain points out of all the points on our list. This is something that I started working on about 6 months ago. I'm sorry, Randy, I looked at you and then I turned away. Go ahead.
No, you're forgiven. Regarding buyers and sellers.
What a relief, I'm forgiven.
Regarding buyers
Must be my child.
Right. Buyers and sellers reminded me of something you said actually on Tuesday. You spoke for a minute about supply and demand and home prices outpacing income. So in Las Vegas, we've already had 6 months in a row of all-time median home price records, and with the government likely to print and pump out trillions of dollars in the next year, two questions. One, how will inflation affect us buyers and sellers and us real estate agents? And two, how high can home prices go?
Well, first, I have no idea to question number one, okay, because I don't follow politics and I don't follow that kind of stuff. But again, I mentioned, I think Tuesday, that this lady, Janet Yellen, who is now in charge of the Treasury, seems to be an immensely smart person, okay? And it doesn't matter to me whether she's Democrat or Republican, she's a smart person. So I don't think she's going to do anything to purposely screw up the economy, because let's face it, our economy depends upon the feds and the Fed rates and so forth. So second part, prices can go as high as demand requires, okay? So what kind of car do you drive? Okay, which model BMW? 330. Are there any models above the 330? Well, about 5 models above the 330, okay? And the 330 is a nice car, okay? Well, why didn't you buy another model? Because that fit within the needs and the budget that you had for a car. So, you know, prices go up all the time. I mean, Sabrina had one of those baby Bentley convertibles. I mean, it was a gorgeous little car. Well, the lease was up, so I took it down to the dealership in Newport Beach where we got it. And our next door neighbor in Newport Beach happened to be there, and he was getting a baby Bentley SUV. Now, to me, you know, they're making a Ferrari SUV. They have a Maserati SUV, and they're selling them faster than they can make them. And this baby Bentley SUV was $400,000. Now, Ron, you and I can buy a lot of stuff for 400 grand. And the car is about half, maybe a third bigger than my wife's two-seater BMW, or what do you call it, Bentley. I said to the dealer, how do you sell them? He said, because people want them. When people want them, they just keep raising the price. Okay? So it's just a law of supply and demand. So what's the average sales price now, Randy, in Las Vegas? So 345. So in Los Angeles, you get a car for what you pay for a house here, okay? And for 600,000 in Las Vegas, you get a nice house, okay? But 600,000 in Orange County, you know, you're probably living in an edgy neighborhood, okay? So it's just supply and demand. I mean, 300,000 in Las Vegas, the prices are dirt cheap, okay, compared to most of the country. But yet, what was your average sales price? $275, okay? So I'm not even concerned about that kind of stuff, okay? Here's the answer to the problem. Keep listing them and getting them sold, and whatever the price is going to be, it's going to be. Okay? But this next point that we've been talking about with our clients for the last 6 months, understand that the quality of your customer service is one of your top methods of prospecting. Sounds strange, okay, sounds strange. Understand the quality of your customer service. Notice since I switched from water to straight Scotch, my voice got better. The quality of your customer service, we finally figured out, is a method of prospecting. Everybody say why? Why? Because so much customer service is non-quality in all industries. Okay, I mean, let's face it, the quality during the pandemic has in most cases declined, okay? So if your quality customer service is really at the top, like, you know, obviously, Ira talked about yesterday, that actually becomes an attraction to people when they hear about it, like Nordstrom's. So I said to a group a few months ago, High quality customer service becomes your best method of prospecting if you're performing it, because people will talk about that, and then as they talk about it, they'll be inclined to contact you versus somebody else. Next point I wrote down, and I put a big star next to it. The second database was, of course, what I referred to as the agent database. I talked about that earlier. So this next point is your third database. Because, you know, today you're probably going to have 3 or 4 separate databases. Past client centers of influence, that's a database, correct? Everybody agrees? Yes. Second to that would be your agent database, all the wonderful people you've met and know for referrals in and out. Your third database would be all the long-term prospects that you are keeping in your first database, which shouldn't be in your first database because it confuses your database and your calls, because your calls are not the same. So you create a third database, you know, which can be developed and worked on, contacted, talked to. They call it today, I'm incubating all these names. And, you know, I talked to Bernie Gallerini. He's got, I think, 700,000 or 800,000 or 600,000 or 700,000. I mean, some extraordinary number of maybe a 60 or 70,000. And those names are being incubated, and they're coming up and buying houses all the time. Okay, so now you've got 3 different databases, and you're working 3 different systems to keep building your business. Smart. Question over here. And I actually wrote down, this will create a few questions. I wrote that in my notes last night. So fire away.
Thanks, Mike. So correct me if I'm wrong, but when you were in the business, you didn't have that type of database, correct? Is that
I
just
did.
You did not?
I did.
You did? Okay.
I had the Past Client Center of Influence and the agent database.
The third database?
I didn't have the third because I never thought about it. This was an idea that came to me. See, most of the stuff I get, Cavett Robert, who to me is one of the great speakers of all time from Phoenix, Arizona. Most of you probably don't remember him. He passed away early 90s and his high 80s. I mean, this guy was, whoever saw Cavett Robert? You know, probably nobody. I mean, when I started, he was ending his career. He was old, okay? And he was from, I think, like Alabama, moved to Phoenix, Arizona. He was in his early 30s, given 6 months to live because of cancer. Said to his wife and kids, let's go live in the sunshine of Arizona. Phoenix was a little tiny town at that time. And he got there and at like age 30 and lived to be like 90. But in his first 10 years, he bought most of downtown Arizona, owned almost all of downtown. I mean, became a bazillionaire, became a motivational speaker. He had this great line, and of course, this deep Southern drawl. If you steal one idea, you're a thief. I tell you, you're a thief. You steal a lot of ideas, you're doing research. Okay, which I always thought was great, okay? So I've always been in the research department, okay? So when I hear great ideas from you, I mean, like that idea that you brought up about that going to Google, I've had so many of our top clients say, oh my God, that was the best idea of the day. So I'm excited about that. So I only used database 1 and 2. But in those days, you know, with no cell phones and no computers and so forth, an agent that lived 10 miles away was like 150 miles away. So we would refer people back. I mean, agents in Huntington Beach would refer people in Garden Grove. And it was only just separated by a line, okay? So it was a different world then. But what I can tell you today is that I'm ahead of almost all my competitors because I have so many great people I can research with, okay? That's the name of the game. So incubating, which is that third database, all those leads you accumulate. Now you're going to say, would you do that? I'm not sure if I would do it. If I came back into real estate today, I would definitely use A and B, the 2 databases, okay? But Bernie has a whole team of people that are calling those incubations, okay? I've got a new client. Her name, it's spelled Tonya, but it's pronounced Tanya Peak down in Dallas. I think she has 5,000 or 6,000 names in the incubation system, and her 5 showing agents are calling those every day and setting appointments. So that's very common. Okay, it's more common today with the team than without. The next point I wrote down, which so many of these great people respond, Chad, smile. Okay, good, just checking on you, okay? Because that's the first one today, which I've picked in. It's not bad for almost 11 o'clock. Okay. I mean, you're such a strikingly well-dressed, handsome young man. And I can tell you what it is, he's very serious about what he's doing, and I have nothing but appreciation for that. But remember, the smile always attracts people to you. I mean, smile brings them in, and a frown pushes them away. What are we on? Whatever point it is. Developing versatility by creating exposure to all the personality styles. Developing versatility by creating exposure to all the personality styles, not just the ones like yourself, is going to build your business. And I'm going to say something that, of course, somebody will be offended at, and I'm okay with that. But I think my greatest strength is my versatility. But I got trained on versatility in my early 20s by Larry Wilson. And remember, versatility, for our viewers, the ability to adapt quickly to a wide variety of people, a wide variety of situations, and a wide variety of ways. So how flexible, adaptable are you? And the one group that has the biggest challenge with this is the analytical. The second group with the biggest challenge with this is the high expressive. The two groups that seem to adapt the quickest are the drivers and the amiables. Drivers because we want to move on to the next point, and amiables because you want to satisfy everybody. So you got to think about your versatility, because you've walked in on a listing and you've gone, oh, geez, you're kidding. But you have to understand they're going, you're kidding also in return. And the versatility is simply exposure to a lot of people. Have you ever had this circumstance take place? You walked out on a listing without getting it, and you say to yourself, they just weren't my kind of people. Okay, now let's do a little be honest. Anybody ever had that thought? They weren't my kind of people. Oh, so a nice listing for $375,000 and a full 6% commission for 6 months in a saleable neighborhood is not your kind of people? So what kind of people do you want? Okay, it's just a versatility issue. So I was just told once again, where's Trevor? Tell Trevor to stand in front of this break table, because there's about 15 people in this room that are not using Vulcan 7 yet. The key word is yet. So, we're going to take a break in just a half a moment. So we'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Thank you for this morning.
Hey, we got Leslie. Are you still muted? I think you're muted.
Here I am.
How are you doing?
Good, good. I've hit the ground running this morning. I can see how organizing our group would be helpful with a lot of business coming in.
Yeah. How are you feeling?
Good. I mean, yesterday I was a little bit overwhelmed. As you know, Poinsettia didn't work out.
Did they give the news that it's a no-go?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, sorry to hear that. It's
Yeah.
you just got to start. How much time do they have before their next one?
They have to, I think they have to be out by March. They don't have much time. So I've been looking at leases as well as purchases.
Well, let's hope we can find something. Let's touch base on it a little bit later if you got some time, just so we can talk about, our plan of action with them.
Okay, thank
Try
you.
to help those guys out, of course. Anthony, how you doing, bud?
What's up, man? Sorry, I was taking a quick shower.
No, all good. I get fresh, right?
Yeah, my doctor's appointment.
That's cool. So I know you were mentioning you had an appointment coming up this afternoon. So I really do want you to join for the Think and Grow Rich, sessions in the future. We typically do them at 9 a.m. Obviously, had this starting today at 9 a.m. So, and it is kind of a nice way to start because you'll see what we're talking about when we get into it. You get to a great state of mind. It's just awesome. I really feel, and I've even heard it through this Mike Ferry production retreat, how important the mindset is, and just having a strong mindset, but also just understanding these principles, which I think you're going to read it and just connect with it, as you've already mentioned,
Yeah, no, how do I say this without sounding like a kiss ass? So I think it's just like perfect timing, given like my situation at least, that I was just so like fed up with my previous job because I'm like all my skills aren't being put to best use, and it's kind of like everything in the book just kind of confirms like what I would always tell other sales guys, because they're like, it is all mental, it's all attitude, because it's just like they don't want to put the time and effort to get the results, and then they see me and they're like, oh, it's just because like, what am I doing different? It's like, I just, I want that, I have that desire, going back to reference the book, I call it my drive, because it's like, if I'm going to go to work, I'm going to show up and I'm going to produce, and that all falls on me. I don't wait for opportunities to just fall in my lap. Like just how Mike Ferry's talking about, you got to be, proactive and prospect, and to the point where it's just kind of like your lifestyle. Like everyone you interact with, it's kind of just like, if you don't ask for the business, you're never going to get it. And if you don't plant the seeds and tell people what you do and kind of let them know that, hey, you're there, then it's like, of course you're not going to get the results you want. So it's kind of just, for me, like originally when I got into real estate, like 3-4 years ago now, like, I know that I wasn't committed 100% to it. It was just kind of something that I'm like, oh, I want to do this because I know the potential it has for me to have that lifestyle that I want. But at the same time, I was too comfortable with my previous employment, because I'm like, oh, I got steady income, money's good, I don't have to, if I don't want to, put my 100%, and I'll still get some sort of business. But at the same time, when I did put my all, that's where I was kind of like, okay, this isn't the right place, because I'm devoted 100% and I'm capped, So it's just like with real estate, it's like you can have everything you've ever wanted, kind of like, how you have, like you have that freedom to spend time with your family and kind of, be that other self that you're mentioning, like the best version of yourself. So that's kind of like what I got out of it, out of chapter 2, where I was kind of just talking about, being the best me by giving the best service to other people. And in turn, me being, that best salesperson I could possibly be, with that desire that, I'm always looking to improve myself. And, I know there's certain principles, and it's just doing 100% of the things 100% of the time, to be successful. So I don't know. I don't want to talk too much, and I'm rambling a little bit because
you're not.
I don't really know how these.
It's on point. No,
yeah.
that's exactly typically when we do it. That's how we start, and we'll get into what connected with us. A good idea, or a good, what was the aha that you got from that chapter? What was it that really struck you? And everything.
I actually took a picture of it. I'll read it to you real quick. So on page 22, kind of like when it first started talking, like I took a moment and like just let it sink in. Like this book is like really talking to me, because it's like I've pretty much just have dealt with sales my entire life, or adult career, and it's like everything that I do and incorporates into my life, because it's just like I'm always, reading people and kind of seeing an angle of what way I can help them, whether it's like with a car purchase or a house purchase. And, even if I'm not going to get the business now, how to just build value in myself so that opportunities will come, without sounding like a salesperson, without sounding like, it's to my interest as opposed to their interest. So on page 22, it talks about every human being who understands the purpose of money wishes for it, which is true. Like we all want money. We all want to win the lotto. We all want that, easy lifestyle. So wishing will not bring riches, but desiring riches with a state of mind that becomes an obsession, then planning definite ways and means to acquire riches, and backing those plans with persistence, which does not recognize failure, will bring riches. So it's kind of like, that quote that's referenced in the, I think I've read it in the notebook, about that army general who's like, all right, we're, unmanned, we're just outnumbered in every obstacle, but failure is not an option. So he's like, he burns the ships to prove a point. And I think, that kind of was the light bulb for everybody, where it's like, oh shit, you're right. Like, we can't half-ass this. We're going to war. Like, our lives are at stake and we need to win. We have no other choice. And it's the same thing with life. And if you're doing sales, it's like, if you're into sales, and you're an independent, employee, I guess you could say, like, it all falls on you, and you are to blame for your own success and failure. So in my opinion, it's like, if you're going to do sales, it's because you're different from that person that wants that 9-to-5 job. Like, you need to want it. You need to go out there and you need to go and produce. And it's like, failing is not an option. Like, for me, it's like, I look around myself and I'm like, time's against me. I got my kids and I want to give them the best lifestyle that I can possibly have. Like, what I have right now, I've worked hard for, and I'm happy for, because it's more than I had when I was a kid, but I still want more for myself and for them. And it kind of just lead by example, where I'm like, look, there's nothing different about me. It's not luck. It's not because, I look a certain way or talk a certain way. It's just because this is what I was meant to do. Like, I was meant to help people with these transactions, with buying a house, with just taking care of them. And when people generally feel that you care, then, that really helps to open the door and use your salesmanship, because there's so many good salespeople. And I think a lot of the time they don't realize what makes them unique. They're like, oh, I'm good at presenting, or I look pretty, or I'm good at negotiating, because, the good thing about my experience is I deal with a plethora of salespeople. And, I've been fortunate, I say fortunate, to have been on both sides to deal with real estate agents. And I'm like, man, that person's a jackass. Like, all they care about is just making that sale. Like, and they're not even willing to work as a team with one another. It's kind of like when I was buying my house and I'm telling agents like, hey, I'm here to buy a house. I'm an agent myself. And, I wasn't set up with the MLS out here in Bakersfield. And I'm literally telling them, like, look, I'm already qualified. I'm having to explain myself to them, telling them I want this house, and they can't even put the effort to go open the doors for me. I'm like, are you kidding? Like, you're not willing to put this much effort when I'm telling you I want to buy this house. All you need to do is just not even show it to me, just open the doors so I can go in and just inspect it, because I don't know, there's just so many. It all just falls in the mental aspect of it, like, people just sometimes don't see what's in front of them. So yep. I don't know. I'll stop talking because I know we're
no, it's good. No, I like it, man. And you already hit the burning ships, and it's the biggest thing, which I know you already recognize, and I definitely recognize from your first time trying to get into real estate. You can't dabble into it. It's not just going to work out just because your skill set is good and you have good sales experience. You're not just going to come in and kill it in real estate, and I think that. I think that down to the core. But the difference now is you've surrounded yourself, and you have a beautiful family, and you have people looking to you who are counting on you to succeed. You've burned the ships behind you. You don't have a fallback. This is it. That's the difference now. Leslie did the same thing as well. And she went through from the very first time that I met her to where we had some very strong heart-to-heart talks. And you're going to see when we talk in these group settings that we all trust each other, and we're all vulnerable. We're all open and just honest. And that's where some amazing discussions come out of this group, the people that we have here. There's a reason why you're on here, and there's a reason why Leslie is on this call. There's a reason why Yvette, when she's not feeling great right now, but why she's a part of the team. And you're going to see what everybody brings in, and everybody brings a different dynamic to the team, which is awesome. And it makes us, as my dad was giving the analogy of plywood the other day, plywood is so strong because it's interwoven with so many different types of wood and pieces that if you try to break it, it's almost impossible to break, even though it's not very thick. That's the same thing that we're doing as we bring in talent and people who are hungry and like-minded who want to work well, work together as a team and have different things to bring to the table. That it's pretty exciting. So if you got out of all that, the biggest thing with you that I thought of with the burning ships is you're truly doing that right now. You're setting yourself up with the mindset that there is no other option. I have to win. I have to succeed. I did the same thing when I stepped out of my management position. It was one of the hardest decisions I had to do, and even more than that, leaving C21, which I still have enormous respect for the owners and what they were able to do for me. You know, and again, it wasn't always perfect, but I don't need to bring any of that stuff up. Everything happened for a reason. And gratefully, Leslie, you know, I appreciate that she followed suit not too long after I made that switch, you know, and, but yeah, same thing with her. Eventually she had to get to where she burned the bridges behind her and went all in into real estate. Now she's talking about, you know, her third or fourth potential in a very short period of time. We got some tough news, but that's what happens when you open escrows. If you heard, there was a gal who was pretty shooken up, and she asked Mike Ferry, she said, hey, I don't know basically if it's me or something that happened, but she had roughly 15 transactions fall out of escrow, like in the months of like September to November. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that one?
Was it Mike Ferry or sorry, because it's all getting intertwined. Was it Mike Ferry or Napoleon's book that was talking about?
This is Mike. This was in Mike Ferry's.
No. I'm saying because somebody said something to the outcome of like, don't beat yourself over the outcomes. You know, like as long as you're doing it,
that's 100%
right. Because it's like there's some things that are just out of your control, and if you try to, I know it was Mike Ferry because he said, you know, there's the 3 conversations that you have, like the conversation you're having on your way to the presentation, the one that you have with the client, and then the one that you have on your drive home, talking about like what you should have said.
Right.
So I mean, I don't know. I think I missed that portion about that lady, but I get the gist of what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, it's more of, she had 15 fall out, right? And you could tell she's shooken up, and she's, you know, and she asked Mike, she was always at me. And he's like, I don't know. He's like, I got to find out a little bit more than just telling you, yeah, it's your fault that 15 transactions fell out.
Right.
Then his next follow-up question is, well, how many did you close last year? She's like, 55, right? She still closed 55 transactions. She had 15 fall out, but she closed 55 transactions in 2020. So he was like, the only reason why you've had 15 fall out in that short of a period of time is because you're doing the volume of business that you're doing. It's the same thing that Leslie, you're seeing, and you're going to be growing. The more transactions you do, the more issues you're going to have, more situations you're going to have. And unfortunately, the higher chance that you're going to have fallouts. There's been more of them lately. But that's also why you have me, why you have Yvette. Eventually, you're going to have Anthony also to be able to bounce things off of. We're going to be able to help each other out so that we can try to just have, you know, they always say 2 heads are better than 1, but you're going to have outside perspectives and ideas of how to approach certain things, how to stay 2 steps ahead, how to exhaust every option. And that's more of what I want to talk to you about, Leslie, is you still, if it were me, I would still be talking to Jason. I know you've already had a conversation with him, and I did as well. And I would be following up with him, and I would be talking to your clients, not trying to swoop from David Honda, but I heard certain things that I wasn't overly impressed with what he shared. But I would be talking to Jason and seeing what he could do with the same file. Even if Harold's going to have a tough time giving you a second chance, or if he accepted another offer, I don't know, right? But maybe you get in his backup position 1, keep the ball rolling with Jason, and then you go another route. So long story short, the reason why I brought it up is no matter what we're going through, no matter what challenges we're feeling and going through, we're only dealing with those because now we're advancing at a higher level. Now we're experiencing things that higher level producers will experience. And that mindset's even stronger. That mastermind group's even stronger. But no, it's exciting to see what's coming, and just keep going in all in. Keep your journal if you haven't started doing it, Anthony, because I know you have a great mind. You got to put it in writing on a journal somewhere. And if anything, it's something for your family. If something, God forbid, ever happened to you, that they can read what your thoughts were at the time that you're going through things, that you can pass to them. Just how cool is it to have something that is directly from their dad, you know, with whatever he was going through in his life, that they can pick up and read one day. That, I mean, it's priceless to have something like that. So for me, that's my commitment to it. And that's part of what I love hearing with you. And I know Leslie, you know, she's starting a family now, newly engaged, and she's going to be doing the same things. We're learning it for ourselves so that we can pass it down to the people that we love. And that could be our spouses, that could be our children, it could be just family members or friends or people that we care about. And, you know, it's times I'll hear good friends kind of mocking me with this whole Think and Grow Rich. And it used to bother me. It doesn't anymore, because I know what it's already done for me, and I've seen it, and I know what it's possible for both of you that are sitting here committing your time to doing this, as opposed to getting on the phone and just grinding, or getting on the phone to do it. And what you're going to find out is you're still able to do all those things. So, but just appreciate both you guys being here. What you added was perfect. If you get a chance, Anthony, definitely chime in. Leslie, are you going to be able to be on at 1 o'clock for the Think and Grow Rich, or are you busy too?
I might just need at least an hour between to
right after.
get, you know, get a couple things done, and
Okay.
then I'll definitely be a part of it.
Cool. Well, I do want to connect with it. I mean, I know it gets tougher later in the day on a Friday. Believe me, I've already promised Mikey that as soon as we wrapped up, you know, I was going to be playing with him and doing some stuff. So, but it's figuring out, and that's more of what's been confirmed on here. And that's also why I want you guys to watch day 2, if you can, of the Mike Ferry retreat. It's so much, there's so much more substance, but you're going to see somebody on there, Anthony, if you didn't already, where the guy talks. Both of them are killing it. What's cool is the guy started about the same time as me. He's 38 years old, and he started when he was about 22, 23. But he's been in Mike Ferry for 15 years. And he started the right way, right? Teaching, coaching, everything. Now the guy's crushing it. Takes every weekend off, only works Monday through Friday, and he takes 1 week off every single month. And he's doing 150 plus transactions on his own. And then his team is still, I mean, he's still doing 400 plus as a team. And when he leaves for a week, everything's streamlined. Everybody's running everything, and he can go and enjoy. He's not having to put out fires the week that he's out on vacation. And that's something that I still strive to get to. And it's not to not make myself available, but if I do my job right and I can train the people that I care about that are part of this team to the highest level possible, there's no reason why the both of you can't take listings out there. And it's like, as if, you know, I'm able to be at the presentation. I have all the confidence that if I set Leslie up with somebody, she's going to take the listing. Or if I set Anthony up with somebody, he's going to take the listing. That's the level that I want to get to. And, you know, ideally by the end of this year. If it takes a couple years, it takes a couple years, but that's what we're going to work towards, because that's what's going to create the life that we all want. And we want the life that you're highly productive in the time that you work, not just floundering around like the guy Ben Kinney from Brivity was talking about, where he says you go into a gym, you get overwhelmed because you see all the different stuff to do. So in that whole hour you're there, maybe you do a couple exercises. He's like, no, this is going to be more like a CrossFit, that you go in an hour span, you're going to get more done because you know specifically these are the activities that I need to do in the 1 hour, and you're going to do more than what you would have done walking into that open gym and getting overwhelmed. We're going to do the same thing with our business. So we need to exhaust what we have in front of us first, and then we're going to start expanding out. And believe me, I'm tempted to get the Vulcan 7. I'm tempted to get Kohl's. I'm tempted to jump into the, the expired, canceled FSBOs, all of that. But I also heard enough through this seminar to also know that it's not necessary. All we need to focus on is our sphere. We got these internet leads. Focus on those 2 things and kill it on those. We're going to do well just with that. Then once we start exhausting that, then we're going to start adding to it, whether we add more leads and increase a bigger budget, or start going after some other angles in terms of sources of information. And the fact that you're out in Bakersfield, that creates a whole nother opportunity for us too, Anthony. You know what I mean? Just in being able to refer business out there and leverage each other in terms of where you're at location-wise. So it's pretty exciting, man. We got some great things ahead of us. But anything else you guys want to add before hopping back on that Mike Ferry?
Really quick, I actually do come across clients that want to look in Bakersfield.
Uh-huh.
I would love to send them your way, Anthony.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I would love it because, I definitely see the potential being out here coming from Ventura County,
yeah,
because I moved out here because, the affordability of it, which if you think about that, it's just providing options to your clients, which, it builds more value because, I know when I originally was getting into real estate years ago, and just as an example, I was getting on social media, like to advertise myself. And I'm like, holy crap, there are a lot of agents here. And a lot of them, like, I know somebody that I already know has a mutual friend because you go on their page and it goes like, oh, this person that also knows them. So you're like, okay, crap. Like they already have an advantage that they have a relationship with that person. I'm
Right.
still going to add them, so that they know that that's what I'm doing. But the whole advantage that I have now being out here is like last night I went and I created a couple of accounts just through Instagram for real estate out here in Bakersfield. And I was like so surprised of just the names that were available because I'm like, is nobody else thinking about this? Is nobody else like advertising themselves out here?
right.
Like, I think there's a lot of people that come to Bakersfield from outside the area, and maybe that discourages them from going out and kind of, being involved within the community. Because what I was thinking is like, okay, I created a couple of accounts that like one of them's like Bakersfield Homes. It's like if you try looking Ventura County homes, like there's already an account created. If you go Ventura County or Oxnard or anything like that, all those names, they've already been taken and people are just trying to add to it. They put like 805 at the end or sales or something else. But out here, I was like, what the hell? Like nobody's thought about this. Like I'm here. I started like reserving a bunch of names and creating the same account, and I could post the same content, and then I could use, different accounts like Bakersfield Real Estate and going to follow different like organizations like, like PTA, like if you want to get people who have kids also in my neighborhood, and being like, oh, I'm following you and they're going to check out my page and they're going to see what I'm doing, because a lot of the times now it's like that's what you need to do to reach people, to prospect. Like, cold calling, it's really difficult when people don't know you, they're just going to hang up. People nowadays are texting more. Of course, if they don't recognize your number, they're not going to respond. Going door to door, certain people are like, oh, I don't want to talk to you because of the COVID restrictions, or like they're scared about COVID. But I'm like, social media is like, it's so valuable because it's in a sense like free advertising, and then you could promote your stuff. So I don't know. I just, just mentioning that because I was pretty excited about that last night within, reading all this and going, I need that desire. I need to go out even at 3 a.m, when I have time because my kids are asleep, and looking for ways to promote myself without even having to start doing real estate out here.
Well,
So yeah, I would love the opportunities that you can send this way. And because I'm out here, likewise, if we have a schedule and a strong team like that, I could be like, hey guys, I have somebody in that area, I can't make it. Can you get to them? Because time is of the essence, because we don't want to miss out on them contacting other agents from other companies,
Yep. That's cool. No,
So I'm excited.
It's going to be really good. And what you can do digitally is awesome, especially as you talk about on the social media opportunity. And we'll talk more about that too. We'll get on it. Eventually you want to get to conversations, but sometimes to get to those conversations, it's starting through social media. And that's a lot of what is left out of the Mike Ferry system. The system of Mike Ferry, when you understand it and you know it and you know how to implement it, is highly effective and will make it where that you can predict what your income is going to be. You can do a certain amount of business as long as you keep track of the activities of what you're doing. So, but doesn't mean there aren't other out of the box thinking ways, or even sometimes not even out of the box. It's kind of common sense, or just the fact that you're in tune and you understand how the social media works and how that can bring you to people at a time that people aren't so fond of door knocking, cold calling, and the other things. It's a great avenue. So keep just writing your ideas down. If it happens to you at 3 o'clock in the morning, have your journal right next to your bed. So it's like, bam, it comes to you, right. As you obsess over this, more and more ideas are going to come to you. As we do these group discussions, Leslie's going to share something that already spawned what you just shared. you know, and all she just said is, hey, there's people I'm talking to that are thinking about Bakersfield. Well, I'm sure she doesn't want to go drive out to Bakersfield. So it's a lot easier. The quicker she can get to where she's focused on motivated people who are looking to buy in Camaro, Oxnard, Ventura, possibly even Thousand Oaks, Moore Park, Simi, but we're already delegating that out to Yvette and just spreading it where she's got that side of the grade. We got this side of the grade, you know what I mean? And it's like, all right, let's go, you know? So Leslie, she'll focus on what she is. I'm going to focus on what I'm focused on. You're going to do what you do out in Bakersfield. We're all going to do it to the highest level. And there's plenty of money to make through volume, through just one happy client after the next happy client, as you know. And then we also need to share each other's successes and be each other's biggest cheerleaders and biggest promoters, because as I see Leslie succeed, I succeed. As I see Anthony succeed, Leslie succeeds, because we're all part of the same thing. And we're all part of the same movement that we're going to generate. We're going to make a big impact in this area. And people are going to be like, damn, dude, these guys came out of nowhere. And all of a sudden you're seeing them with everything, you know, and I love it. And just so you know, Leslie, if Yvette hasn't shared with you, people do check in on you and they're like, oh, well, what's Leslie doing? Because they're not seeing all the social media posts. Like I was saying, you gotta promote every time you pop an escrow, every time you put it in. I know you're busy.
You have no idea. I have to like sit down and at least a couple hours and think,
Right.
okay, what do I want to promote as well, and how do I want to promote it? Because at the end of the day, I also feel like it's good to do it in the right way as well, you know?
Of course, but for me, the right way, and it may come off obnoxious and people probably get turned off by it, I really don't care. But if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it in bunches. So if I'm going to pop an escrow, I'm going to show 1 escrow, 2 escrow, 3 escrows, or a just listed and an escrow and a closing. It's showing, you know, I don't want to say volume, but it is volume. It's consistency. Go ahead.
Sorry, like just to kind of like touch up on that, Leslie, like I get where you're coming from, because I'm like that. You know, I'm like last night, even to post a video of my kids at the lake, I was like, oh, what do I write? You know, because it's like, you know, I don't want people to think I'm being too full of myself, but it's just like I want to be genuine and tell something about like why this is special to me, you know? But at the same time, you know, I look at the way that numbers work. That's kind of just what kind of mindset I have and what makes me successful. Because I think what Brandon was getting at is don't think about it too much, because you're going to think your way out of it, and then time goes by. And like he's saying, if people are already asking, it's because they're expecting it. And the reason I say that is because influencers, like people who make a living out of YouTube, their job is they post 1 to 2 videos a week and people know to look out for them. So, you know, working on a dealership standpoint, like I can tell you from the success that some people had, like especially the younger guys, they wouldn't call, they wouldn't follow up on emails. All they would do is work their social media site. You know, they would post the picture and people would be like, okay, I'm on Instagram every day. You know, where's Leslie? What is she doing? And if they see it at least once or twice a week, they know, like, you know what, you're active, you're good at what you're doing. Because if I'm a client, I want to see that, because they're like, hey, she's killing it. You know, it's not like, oh, it's been a month since I've seen something. Like, what, is something going on with real estate if you're my only source of getting my real estate information of what's hot? So that's why I like talking about Mike Ferry and setting a schedule where he's like, oh, sorry, I can't meet with you until like 12:30 when it's lunchtime, because I need to set this time apart for, you know, prospecting. I would say set some time apart, whether it's 30 minutes a day, you know, and that way you don't have to spend 2.5 hours when you're trying to post your pictures. Just set 30 minutes a day interacting with people on social media. You know, don't feel bad about reposting something, just going back and sharing something, like, because some people don't know, and the chances are people haven't seen all your posts, you know, so it's just keeping information fresh. Because I thought about that last night when I was, you know, thinking of creating these sites, I mean, on Instagram and TikTok and Facebook for homes out here in Bakersfield. I'm like, well, do I start fresh and just whatever business I do here? Or do people want to see that I'm active? You know, it's all perception that I'm doing stuff. I'm like, I have so many pictures I have of clients from the past. I could just, they don't need it doesn't matter when they bought the car. I could just be saying, hey, another happy customer. I'm so happy I got to work with this person. Like, check out this car. Like, check out this, and so forth, you know? because all it's doing, it's creating traction. And you want people to visit your site and stay engaged, because it, like he says, it opens discussion, you know, because some people, you're going to be like, man, are you doing that great at real estate? I see you posting stuff every 2 weeks or every week or twice a day, whatever it is. It's just opening that conversation to where you could tell them like, yeah, real estate's going really well. Like I have so much business, but I try to, you know, take time to like let people know what's going on. So I think that's a really important part, because it kind of substitutes the follow-up from before, you know, where you would handwrite letters to your clients, which was really meaningful, but some people might not want to open mail nowadays, you know, or they won't take a phone call because, you know, they don't have the time. So I don't know, that talking a little more than I should.
That's awesome. Thank you, Anthony. Those really good pointers. Yeah, and the whole thing about reposting older posts, I didn't even think about that, but you're right. There's people that don't see it on your timeline, that never got to see it. So if you can repost it, at least you get another crowd as well.
Yeah, because I know one young guy, and he was the top sales guy at my job at Lexus when I was there. And I would mentor him in a lot of ways because he didn't know why he was being successful. And I'm like, dude, look around you. I'm like, there's nothing going on at the dealership, right? But people at home don't know that. I'm like, we haven't sold a car all day. Yesterday, you haven't sold a car in like 3 days, but you made it a point to post a picture each day, which makes people think you're selling a car each day, you know? And it's like that, before he knows it, somebody's messaging him or showing up and just asking for him, because why? They're like, oh, I remembered I need to buy a house, or I need to buy a car, or I have questions, and I know that you're there. And instead of me going on and looking for you, boom, there you are. Because that's the key thing is, you know, being there before they have to look for you.
No, that's awesome. Thank you.
Obviously, and Leslie, how many posts have you done in the last 2 months? Would you
Me?
say? Yeah, total.
Not enough.
No, but look, you haven't done any, right?
No.
Very little. I mean, very little. And look at the business you have in front of you right now.
Yeah.
So now, right. But now you have the time. Well, you're doing the right activities. You don't switch it. You continue doing what you're doing, but you carve some time out in your schedule. And for me, it's usually once a week. Normally it's 1 day a week that I'm going to post stuff. And typically, and it's, again, I've had people mock me, right? I've had the Chris Garvin. Oh yeah, Brandon's always posting, you know, he's always on social media. And it's like, okay, if people feel that perception, that means I'm doing something right, because I'm on there and I have exposure and I got a live audience. And guess what the people want to see? Do you think they want to see every house I sold? No. They want to see the family stuff. They want to see the kids struggling and learning how to snowboard. They want to see Mikey teeing one off, right? That's the stuff they want to see. That's what keeps me connected to the people that I care about. And so you got to give people what they want to see. It's not that you're trying to leverage your kids or your family time to do that. It's what keeps people engaged. And to be honest, that's usually when I get the calls. I'm sure, Anthony, the last time you called me was probably after some post. And I remember you asking me the question, like, how's real estate going? Because I didn't post anything real estate related for at least a month, right? And, you know, before that, it was almost every other day or at least once a week. I had something new that I was posting. Oh, just listed in escrow. Look at this month. Look at the sales of this month. Look at this. You know, these are some market stuff. People go overboard with the real estate on social media, and it gets to where they tune you out. You don't want that. That's why you got to keep the personal engagement and a nice little balance to keep your audience, giving them, and you can tell based on your likes, your comments, how much engagement, what they're going to do. Go ahead. Okay, we lost. I guess I scared her away.
Well, I just know that I have so many agents on my thing that like that's all I ever see is all the agent posts are like about listings and statuses. I'm like, I as because I work for all, you know, everyone, I'm like, I'm tired of it.
Right? You love it?
Oh yeah, it's my favorite thing to see. But like I like seeing when they post like family stuff. Like when Anissa got, you know, her son a car. I was like, oh, that's so sweet. Like I love that.
Yeah. And that's what most of the real world appreciate and like too. And it's not to discourage the real estate stuff, because it's how we got our house. You know, I always joke, it's like, okay, I got my wife through MySpace. I got our house through Facebook, right? It was on a mom's group about a week before it actually hit. And Danielle found out about it. We got inside the day before it went live. So a lot of good things have happened through social media in my life, you know, without it, giving it as bad as it can be. And you got to control it. You got to keep it limited, keep it where it's at. Most of my engagement, the only reason why I'll scroll through is because I'm horrible with birthdays. I'm horrible with just keeping track of all that stuff, you know? So, but you got to also be interested in other people's lives and what they're doing. So the people I want to stay connected with, like you mentioned, Nisa and Heather, I'm going to try to comment and, you know, continue to always give those guys props, you know, because
Yeah.
I do care about them. So I want to keep consistently, you know, paying attention to what they're doing and a few others. But I hide a lot of, or I mute and hide and unfollow a lot of people. I do,
Yeah.
because I don't want to see their stuff. And I could care less. And it's not that I'm just care about my life. I know what I'm using social media for. And it's not to keep tabs on everybody. It's this few people that I care about that I want to see their stuff. There's a lot that I don't want to see their stuff. And then there's, you know, I use it for promotion and engagement. And I know I do business off of it. I pull transactions from it. So I know it works, whether it's a direct message where it's like, oh yeah, I see this showing. Now it's turned into a lead. You know, there isn't anybody that can convince me that social media is a bad use for marketing and exposure, especially everything that you just shared earlier, Anthony. Yvette, you missed some really good information from Anthony. We were talking about
Sorry.
Think and Grow Rich, and then, no, don't be. It's all recorded, so when you get a chance, definitely check it out. But got some good ideas here. Just excited about the collaboration and what we're going to be doing together. Cool. Well, I know the Mike Fair is still going right now. It's about 30 minutes in, so we had a good discussion going. So, and all that'll be recorded too. I just have to go back through and re-record whatever parts that we missed, you know, so I'll go back into it. You guys want to hop back onto it, or is there anything else that you wanted to share? Any last words you wanted to share, Anthony?
No. I might be gone by the time we take our next break, but
Cool.
I'll be listening in here and there until I gotta take off to the appointment.
Cool. Sounds good. Well, hopefully everything's good with your son. And then Yvette, I know you got on, you know, a little bit later. Anything you wanted to share? We were talking, it transitioned into social media, but before that, we were talking a little bit about Ch.2. It sounds like Leslie's got to make calls for an hour right after. I was, to be honest, I was trying to wrap up the Think and Grow Rich so that I can spend some time with, you know, Mikey's been.
Well, we could go over it. I mean, I've kind of done this. Sorry, Oliver is on one today. I've kind of gone through this chapter myself previously too. So, I mean, if we need to go through it another day, I like this one. Like, I have a lot highlighted, but gosh, let me look at what I've highlighted.
Well, why don't, you know what? Let's just, I mean, while I have, you know, Anthony, if you got to go, you know, I know you got to go pretty soon.
I'm going to get some water, but go ahead, I'm listening.
Yeah. And then Yvette, we'll just jump into it.
Okay.
Hopefully Leslie will hop back on. I'll tune back into Mike Ferry later after they show the recorded stuff, you know, and they send it to me. Then I'll just hop on to that last hour.
Are we going through the workbook or the questions?
We can do either one. Let's do the questions just to jump in. See, this is being versatile, right? We just got to go with it. So we're on Ch.2. So the questions that I sent out, I'll read those out loud first. And then if you guys hear one that you like, and I know, Anthony, you already shared some, so we can decide whether we want to bring some of that up or not. But first question was, what's the most helpful idea from this chapter for you? Second one is, how can you apply the story of the burning ships to your life? Third one is, have you created your statement of desire? If not, please do so and record it. Fifth one is, Napoleon Hill writes, remember too that all who succeed in life get off to a bad start and pass through many heartbreaking struggles before they arrive. The turning point in the lives of those who succeed usually comes at the moment of some crisis through which they are introduced to their other selves. What is the turning point in your life? Sixth question is, what does Napoleon mean when he refers to their other selves? 7th is, what is the difference between wishing for a thing and being ready to receive it? And then 8, are you truly ready to receive what you desire? So we can do one of two things. We can go through these questions and have an awesome discussion. Have you guys completed this chapter yet in the workbook? I know you sent me a page, Anthony. I don't know if you had a chance to do it all.
I did my whole thing.
Did you do yours? All the 6 tasks?
Hey Brandon, where were these questions? I'm lost.
So the questions, I actually emailed them and I posted them on that Facebook group that I've created for Veteran Home Services. So
I need to follow that group because I don't think I didn't see them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. But they're in, so this book is the mastermind volume here, Think and Grow Rich. So it's the same book, but it's written more in like a, more like a text, also kind of workbook. So it's got some good quotes on the side.
I think I got the wrong one then.
Yeah, that's the work. No, it's not the wrong one.
Oh, okay.
This is the workbook. So
okay.
This goes with that. I actually bought both of them together at Barnes & Noble as like a package deal. So the questions I read, though, are from this book that you don't have, so I just emailed those out. It just kind of gives you some guidance. But you already hit on like the first 3 questions just off of the story you're sharing about the burning the bridges or burning the ships. You know what I mean? When we talked about that. So more of it, what are you guys, I mean, it is pretty self-explanatory going through this workbook. Do you think that would be more beneficial, though, to share with each other? Or would you guys rather talk specifically from the book? Because it all ties together.
I'm up for whatever. I could just jump in since I didn't do the questions.
Yeah. What do you want to do, Yvette?
I mean, I just struggle because the workbook, I mean, it's they're both so personal, but I feel like the workbook is more personal.
Okay.
At least
So
I think
just
that's how I'm more protective of
then?
it. I don't know. I'm just more protective of my workbook. I'm a weirdo. I know.
No, it's all good. Well, that's your personal journal and diary. So let's just try the questions then. Okay. And then if you want to share anything from the workbook, you're welcome to, you know. Okay. But I do recommend, so the last task on the workbook is to repeat out loud. So one is you want to type it up, and I have it printed out. I just think it's probably in the other room, or I don't know where it's at, but basically it's a statement of desire. So if you look at task number 5, it gives you an outline, and just type it up if you get a chance. But just on here, see how it shows statement of desire? If you go through it, you want to write the exact amount of money you desire is whatever. I intend to give blank in return for the money I desire. I intend to possess it by this date. My plan of action, then it gives you 3 items. Type all that out and then read it. You want to read it first thing in the morning and as you go to sleep. So I did this for last year, and the number I had written was 260, I think, for last year. I've written it, it may have been during the pandemic, so, you know, when they first shut everything down. So it seemed almost impossible to hit that number. Sure enough, by about, I don't know, when would you say? Was it about October, November that we were looking at the GCC, right around that, Yvette?
I would say it was probably at the end of October.
Yeah, about end of October, it was already hitting that number. So it seemed almost impossible. Get your charger? Okay. So anyways, it works. Definitely type it out, you know, and then we can keep it personal. Sound good, Yvette?
I like it.
Okay.
I don't know why. I just looked at some of my answers and I'm like, those are very personal for me.
That's good. It's good to be private about some things, right?
I'm very rarely am I.
Right? So, all right. Well, let's start it off, Yvette. So what's the most helpful idea from this chapter for you?
I think for me, because like I struggle with doubt so much that like having just like keeping the right mindset and like the like non-wavering of like it's gonna work, like it's gonna be successful, because I do struggle with letting like my fears and things you know, get the best of me. Okay. And even so, like just reading when it's like we like burning the boats and like, you know, and having to like win or perish, it's like for me that's a struggle because it's so scary sounding, you know, and just having to like keep being like, okay, like everyone else can, like, if you do it and you do it right, like it's got to work. And like, yeah, it might be tough, but it's, you just got to keep being committed to it,
Right.
you know.
Yeah. Definitely. So out of it, I mean, is it, when you say it's the most important idea, it showed you something that you want to work on.
Right.
What is it that you think needs to happen for you to get to where you can be, I guess, where you can truly burn the bridges behind you, you know?
And that's like where I'm like, where like reading this chapter, like it makes me feel a certain way because it's the stuff I struggle with, you know. And
Right.
so I'm just, that's like why I say my certain thing, like I have the mantras I say over and over again to try to help myself live it every day and remind myself that's what it is.
Right.
You know, because sorry, I'm dying.
All right.
Because it's, I believe it, and then I start to like think in the future, like, well, what if this happens, or what if this happens, and then I start to, that's where my anxiety starts kicking in, and I let those things affect me. So it's just remembering in those moments of like self-doubt to just repeat the statement and keep moving forward with it.
Okay. So you have the mantras that you share, and you talked about when you have those moments of self-doubt. I just find it interesting that you said, well, what if this happens? What if that happens? That's like Mikey's favorite thing to do right now. And it drives me nuts. He's like, well, what if a dinosaur
Close the door, close it. I don't want Mikey going in there.
what if a dinosaur comes to get me? What if this I'm like, bud, what are you thinking about right now? You know, I'm just like, let's just go to sleep. Like, just relax, think of happy thoughts, you know. But all I can share is, you know, and it's actually, it's something that I circled in. This journal that my mother-in-law got me is awesome. It's actually got some scripture in it too. And trying to find one, because fear has been a big, huge thing right now with everything. So for God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. Like that one, it's 2 Timothy 1:7. Just think of how powerful that is. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. Telling you, like, there's so much that's involved just in that one message, but fear, number one, and I've heard it said not too long ago that fear can be a good thing, and I agree and disagree with it. You know, without fully committing to it. Sometimes it's good to be afraid to get your hand burned, right? So that you don't touch something hot. There's certain things that I can see being constructive. But all in all, fear is bad. Fear is, to me, is from a negative source, whether you believe in God and the devil, or negative energy or negative forces. That's what causes fear. That's what causes anxiety. So how do you overcome it? You overcome it with faith, belief, and also just being grateful, right? Truly, what are you grateful for? So anytime that you start thinking of, okay, what if these things do happen? The first thing that you should think of, and just, I know, you know, Yvette and we've been talking lately, you know, quite a bit, especially with all the concerns of what could happen right now, right?
Yeah.
And all I try to get you to focus on when I tried to help share anything is, well, look how good things are right now. What are we grateful for? What team do we have in place? Look at the positive things that are happening, focusing on that, as opposed to the things we don't have control over, and life's going to hit us hard and set us back, and now we have to figure out how we're going to respond to it. Does that make sense?
No, I get you. And like this, I think this week like was hard because like with feel like getting sick and being this way, I just feel so like useless in a way. You know what I mean? Like I just feel like I want to be able to do more, but I can't, and that's where like I struggle this week.
Well, do you feel you have equity in the bank? Do you feel that you've done things in previous weeks that that we all appreciate and understand? So at time you get set back, that we're probably not going to hold your feet to the fire on it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get, yes.
So
That's,
and that's the key. And that's
yeah.
part of these philosophies is you always go above and beyond. You always go the extra mile. You always take that extra time to explain something to myself or to Leslie, or eventually it's going to be Anthony as well. And when you do that on a consistent, manner, then you've earned equity in the bank. You've earned it because that's what you bring to the table, and it's huge. And that's
Yeah.
where when you hear me say the things that can't be tick for tack, there's a reason for that. It's because what it is that we do for a living, what we do for the team, what we do in life to have success, you're always going to be giving out a lot more than what you're getting in return. But in order to get that big return, you got to continue to serve others and continue to always, go the extra mile and do these qualities. So without sounding like I'm preaching this whole time, I hope it makes sense and ties into what we're talking about. But just don't be so hard on yourself, Yvette. We all know you're not lazy by any means. You need to get back to health. Leslie had the opportunity to get back, and she made the most out of her tough situation. And I mean, any advice that you can offer, Leslie, just in terms of what you just went through and what you're experiencing right now?
Yvette, I felt the same way during that pretty much month and a week.
Yeah.
It was hard not to be able to do it myself, do stuff myself, and not because I didn't trust anyone. It goes beyond that. It's just not just being able to be home, and having to recover that way.
Yeah.
But I think your health and your recovery is more important than anything, because at this point, it's always top notch. Business comes after, but we have to be healthy to be able to do that. So I would say, I know that Brennan and I are both there for you. So if there's anything that you need us to do or to show property, or you know what I mean, we're there. So, and I appreciate your help while I was out. I honestly, I don't know what I would have done. Thank you, Yvette.
No, of course. That was, I mean, and I enjoyed that. It was nice to go out and show property because it's something I don't get to do often. I don't know. I just hate being sick, and it makes me a grumpy person.
Yeah.
I hate being hangry, and that's why Danielle will just keep coming in and it's like dropping off some food, and she's like, "Are you okay? Here's some food." I'm like, "All right, babe, I'm sorry, I'm the way that I am."
Yeah.
But no, Leslie, I mean, Yvette was big in keeping your momentum and your fire going, right?
Yeah.
You knew you could do certain things, and she was running with it. Then she was there face to face, making changes, making sacrifices. Not saying that that's the reason why she's sick right now, Leslie. I'm not saying that.
I don't think that's it at all. I blame the wit.
Right. But more than anything, she was pushing it harder than she's had to in a while without any true promise of compensation. You know what I mean? It wasn't for that. It was for doing the right things. And that's where I want to keep re-emphasizing is just don't be so hard on yourself. We all know, we all appreciate you. The second that Yvette joined our team and became a part of Veteran Home Services, Leslie, you were the first one that you were just pumped. Danny the same way, and anybody that knows Yvette knows just how awesome she is and what she brings to the table. So it's cool for my parents to see it and for them to acknowledge it. Like before, they're just kind of like, okay, yeah, Brandon, whatever you say, sure. Yeah, I'm sure she's good. I'm sure she's talented. Oh, she worked for Tina, great. I'm sure she's done a lot of deals, right? So it was positive, but it was just taking my word for it. Now that they've spoken to her and to you, Leslie, they're just like, oh my gosh, like these are two good people that we're proud to have represent Veteran Home Services. So it's pretty awesome. And Anthony, you're going to be in the same boat. I know it. And you have history with my parents. You already know.
I do.
We've known each other for a while, and you've done business with them, so they know what you're about. I know they're excited to have you on the team as well. So, so getting back to the questions. The second question is, how can you apply the story of the burning ships to your life? Anthony, you've already touched on this. Yvette, you have, you talked about the challenge with it, right? Leslie, what would you say just in terms of how would you apply the story of the burning ships to your life?
So what I took from that was you can't look back, first of all. So anything that you had a doubt about, just keep looking forward and don't look back. Along with give it your all, because you won't have an opportunity to get back on the ship. You know, you better make your own ship afterwards. I made my own analogy after that, but you just
make another ship. Make a second ship.
You better learn how to build real fast.
The first one's gone.
Yeah, just look forward and give it your best, because you're not going to have that ship to go back to, and you better learn quickly. So that's what I got.
Oh,
I mean, I get it, because like when I left C21, that was kind of like there's no going back to C21 after that. Like, and especially after I'm sure they know where I went. You're not coming back crawling back. Hey, I'm sorry it didn't work out when I left. Can I be a TC again? No? Okay.
So that's not the plan, guys. If this doesn't work out, we can't all go back to C21. I was going to ask you guys if you guys were open to that.
Oh my God! Could you imagine how happy?
Almost coughed out himself.
No.
So you guys wouldn't be open to that then, huh?
No.
No.
Hey, I'll go where you go.
I have too much pride to go back. Even if it didn't work out, I would never know.
Hey, see, you can't even say even if it didn't work out. It's gonna work out. We've all burned.
There's no ship to go back to.
Exactly.
You gotta build your
build your own ship. And that's not the answer, Leslie. The answer is not to build another raft, right? The answer is you're all in. You're committed with a certain type of intensity. And that's actually one of the things I wrote from Mike Ferry is he talked about intensity is focus, right? Or vice versa. Focus is intensity. When they talk about a laser, right? I'm not trying to sound like Syed, right? But Syed talks about your regular light bulb versus a laser. A laser is extremely focused. So when we can do our activities with a certain focus and a determination, when we know that we have to be successful in real estate and it is all in or nothing, there's no fallback plan. There's no, oh, well, I'm going to work a few hours on the night shift to make sure that I can pay my bills. When you do that, you're hurting yourself. And the reason why I say you're hurting yourself is because you're giving yourself a safety net that actually is going to hurt overall, because you'll never see what you're fully capable of doing until you throw yourself all in. In a commission job, in a commission business, you get paid the most, but at the same time, it's eat or die. Basically, you're either going to be highly successful at it and do very well, or you're not going to have anything. And that scares the crap out of most people, and that's why most people don't do it, why most people aren't involved in it. But if you want to live the lifestyle that Anthony was starting to talk about some earlier today, that I feel that all of our lives have been better because of real estate, we're already in a better spot. But what we're capable of becoming and what we can do, it's just insane what that possibility is. But you got to be all in, and you can't just kind of dabble in it. It's not just putting your foot in the shallow end and hoping that you're just going to figure it out. One day it's all going to strike you, and it's like, okay, now I'm a real estate agent. All the business just comes flooding in. It doesn't work that way. You know, I hate to break it to everybody, but does that make sense on the burning ships? Not building a second ship, Leslie. You got that, right?
I kind of just wanted to run with it, but I get it.
This isn't the Titanic. There's not life rafts.
There's nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
You're dying or you're gonna win. It's a definiteness and it's a sureness. And see, Anthony and I have played poker together quite a bit, actually. Played a lot of poker, so I love using poker analogies. You're all in. But there was a tournament. I don't know if Anthony was at that tournament or not, but there was one that I was in a certain zone, and I'm trying to remember the guy's name, but he was like, dude, what is going on right now? But I was so focused before I started the tournament to when I finished it, I just knew I was going to win. And I just knew every hand. I could tell when I had a better hand than the other person. I could tell when they were bluffing. I knew when I was bluffing, but they couldn't tell what the hell I was doing because of just how I was playing. But I was in such a zone I just knew there was no other way other than I was going to win that tournament. It's like, well, why can't I have that mindset every poker tournament that I do? I don't know. But for whatever reason, on that day, I had that mindset and it worked, you know? And it's like, okay, well, do it more then, you know, do it with real estate. Like, know you're going to get the listing. Know you're going to get your offer accepted. You know, I can say it and I still haven't seen it yet. With Dominique on this last transaction, one of 28 offers, I just had a feeling going into it that I knew I was going to at least be, in my head, I knew I was going to get it. But in my head, I knew that I was going to be at least one or two if it wasn't going to be hers. And she said they took our offer at 635. We only have 10% down. They took a backup offer at 635 with 50% down. And then her offer is the third offer, all cash at 630. They're listed at 590. And she has an all cash 630 offer, and she's still taking my offer over her all cash. That's crazy. But that's the power of the mind. And you heard it, Anthony. You were on that conversation. You knew, you could tell it was going to be a positive outcome, right?
Right. Well, I was just going to say, like, you know, relating to poker, and you're saying I was just feeling, I was just thinking, I was zoned in. I think the word you were looking for was the desire, because the desire was just obsessing, like, you know, like I know it from knowing you on a personal level, even like, you know, I love, you know, talking about poker too, because, you know, people I've never played poker with before, they're like, hey, you must be a good poker player. And I'm like, what? Why do you say that? And I'd be like, because, you know, like, I don't know, like, you know, you're so locked in, you're good at reading people or whatever it is, but it's just that aspect of, you know, you show when you're a winner, like you're going to win regardless of the situation. Hand by hand poker, you know, each hand, it's like your odds are against you, right? Because you don't know how you're going to play. Are you going to play the cards or are you going to play the people? And it's just the same thing with real estate. Like, yeah, going on your conversation from yesterday, you know, me being a third person listening in on your interaction with them, she kept going back to, I just really like you. I want to work with you. The simplicity of it, like you're a professional, you know what you're doing, like you want to get this done and you're doing it for the right reasons. You know, you were talking about like the house was in the neighborhood with the parents, and like they were just the customers were 100% committed to buying the house. You know, like there's no backing out. There's no second option. Like this is it. This is the right one. So me being like, if I was in the other agent's perspective, they're like, wow, like, you know what you're doing. You're professional. You really want it for the right reasons. And I can trust in you that you're going to follow through with your buyer and close a transaction. I think it's that reassurance that, you know, carries on for you to be a successful like real estate agent, because it's not just like, oh, here's a buyer, here's a seller, like, let's get it done. Because no, it's like, here's a seller, here's all these buyers, like, why am I going to go with you? You know, so you got that desire. That's what makes you so successful, is what I'm saying.
Thank you. Hey, what's up, Luigi? We got Luigi in the background. Awesome. Well, thank you for that huge compliment, Anthony. And he summed up how that conversation went very well. Obviously, you were paying attention. I don't know if it was recorded from yesterday's video or not. It may have been recorded. I don't think it was, huh? I think we were just on Zoom still, and it wasn't being recorded. But regardless, the one thing I can promise you from that is, and this is admitting a flaw that I've had when I'm representing buyers. There's certain situations that I'm going through the motions. Like either the buyers pissed me off, they wrote too low, they didn't follow my lead, whatever. It's almost like I want to prove to them, like, your way is not going to work. So I don't go into it swinging for the fences the way that Anthony heard it. But I can also sound like I'm trying too hard, you know? So it's a nice balance of confidence, of knowing, without overselling it. Because sometimes when you're overselling it, these other agents, they've been doing it long enough. They've been sold many times. So you have to speak with a certain level of confidence. But I knew in my mind that we were going to have a very strong chance of getting it. Regardless of hearing 1 in 20 offers, I was like, I just put that out of my head. All I'm thinking is, it's just me. It's me. And if I do my job, and if I get her ear, if she's willing to listen to me, we already have history together, and she's willing to just hear what I have to say, then these are the things that I'm going to paint. 1, Nobody is more committed to closing this transaction than my clients. I've coached, I've trained them, I've worked with them. We've been through enough missed opportunities over the last 3 to 4 months. They're not going to screw this up. Second thing that I brought up and I said, look, Jason and I have an awesome track record. I know you haven't worked with him yet, but do you know Don Peck? And she said, yeah, absolutely. I know Don Peck. I said, well, he was her processor. And so he knows it on the number side. He's been my go-to guy for 6 years. And I didn't say what I typically say is he's closed every transaction that we work together. But I didn't want to oversell it. I just wanted to say, this is my guy. This is who they're working with. So loan-wise, they're going to get it done, right? If there's an appraisal difference or a repair situation, these guys get it because it just like with Shannon Porter, and that was an example I brought up. Shannon Porter's situation, I was one of 8 offers. They put it on hold because they were already getting ridiculous with the offers. That whole time from the very beginning to the very end, I kept approaching it. And these are the parts of the conversations you guys didn't hear. All I would say is, it's not saying, oh, what do I have to write to get this offer accepted? I just show them, and I respect their position, and I know how tough it is for them as the listing agent to accept an offer. So I know how tough it is. They got all these choices. They're going to piss a lot of people off, right? So I empathize with them. And then I also say, well, what can I do to give us the best chance possible at being considered here? And I'll ask questions. And if they start throwing out numbers and giving me ranges and stuff like that, and that's what I got from her, she was out the gate saying, look, we already got offers ranging from full price up to 620 range. The better ones are in the 620. We have 2 at 650, but they're out of area agents. She's just feeding information. So I'm not cutting her off. I'm just taking notes the whole time. So after we go show it, right afterwards, we immediately submit an offer, and she showed up at the showing because she had to fix, because of the winds, she had to fix the fence. So I asked her some more, and she already gave me a lot of information. And she re-emphasized the points she made and said it's not necessarily the highest offer we're going to take, which, to be honest, for me is a challenge because my clients only had 10% down. So our way of winning was being the highest offer. So then I shot her a text and asked her about the escalation clause. If we responded on that, she said, we're not entertaining escalation clauses, to be fair to everybody. So you guys see, just like the prequel of asking the questions, trying to discover as much info as you can, trying to show them the confidence. But I can tell you many different ways that I could have blew the conversation with her. All I had to say is one time is, oh, they already backed out of one transaction. If I would have said that, we're probably done, because they've already shown they've canceled in a transaction. And that, to be honest, is going to be my biggest hurdle with these guys, because they got their parents, they got every other person chirping in their ear, and I need to make sure that everybody understands this is as good as you're going to get right now. And if they back out of this, we're done. Plus, it hurts my reputation with the top agent who's going to do a lot of listings in the area. That all makes sense?
Right.
Yeah, but we should be taking notes from Leslie, because she's the one getting offers accepted left and right here lately. So,
Brendan, my phone's blowing up. I don't know how long I'll be able to stay on.
I could see you looking over. It's all good. You got to do what you got to do. The one thing I do want to share with you, unless you know it's a business call right now, like a listing or getting an offer accepted from an agent, you got to step out and you got to take care of those things.
Yeah.
But the thing I want to share with you, Leslie, is we can stay committed to our mornings, and we can stay committed in doing the things that are going to help us. And this I know helps you. I know when we talk about these things, it helps you. I know when we do the trainings, it helps you. You can stay committed to those activities and still get to things by lunchtime or afternoon and still be fine. Okay. So just know nothing in real estate is life or death. This is the biggest thing I used to have to stress to Judy Lewicki, because she would come in
stress that
out.
to me all the time.
Always.
It is life or death.
Well, that's how she handled it. And the thing Mike Ferry will tell you. Go ahead, Leslie.
And one of the reasons I like to keep my commitments, and like sometimes, when you put in an offer, you're submitting it for like a 24-hour period.
Yeah.
Good to send it, with enough time, with that 24-hour period. And I just feel like it's important to at least do that, when you tell someone.
Always keep your commitments. Always keep it. But also, don't be so hard on yourself as well, where you're going for the kill in terms of shortening your time frame. When you look at your schedule and protect, these training exercises for you are going to be more valuable now than they've ever been. And it's hard because I can tell right now, all you're thinking about is, I got to get back on the phone. I got to do this. You can't be fully into it. So all I'm sharing just for future, just to know, and it's also out of respect for people's time.
Of course.
Believe me, Yvette and I can do a session. Anthony and I can do a session. We can do our own one-on-ones. One of the biggest things I remember you wanting from me was, okay, when are we going to do the real estate trainings? When are we going to, when are we going to do these things? When are we going to get together? When are we going to, and when I do it, and when I commit to like a Mike Ferry deal, and I got, I got 100 things going on as well. We have to commit the time, and we got to be present. And you got to do the same thing with your clients as well. So do what you got to do. You got to bounce out, Leslie. I'm just saying for future, when we try to commit some time, let's just make the most out of it, because you bring a lot to the table, and I know you have a lot to gain from what we're sharing right now. But no, do your thing. You gotta log out.
I appreciate your time.
Yep.
And everything.
All right, Leslie, go sell some houses. You better open at least one more.
Oh, I am this evening. It's
At least shoot us all a text when you do it.
Okay.
See you later. All right. Bye. Cool. All right. Well, did you guys get that last one, or are we good? Anything else you want to add?
I'm good on that one.
Okay, good. So creating the statement of desire. So you did yours, right, Yvette? You want to share that with the group you were saying?
I just told you I hate sharing these
I
things.
just mess with you. You don't need to do that. Anthony, have you worked on your statement of desire yet? Are you still going to do it?
Yeah, actually I did.
You don't need to share. It's up to you.
I can share. I'm cool.
Okay.
Why would you participate?
Let's see if I can find what
I think I'll just kind of rephrase it. So my statement of desire is, it's just like being at that point in my life where it's, enough time's been wasted. I've already had the experience of getting to where I'm at to have that sales background. And it's just, the statement of desire is getting what I want now, as opposed to waiting for it to just happen. So me being committed 100%, every day to be the better me, to be successful in real estate, and even now making the time to prospect and, just better myself, that's my statement of desire, because, it's like, again, reading the book and relating to myself. I'm just like, yeah, like if I'm going to be successful, I need to burn the boat. Like there's no turning back, and it's not half-assing shit. It's just going at it full force and wanting it enough so that you get the results you want today rather than tomorrow or whenever. So
cool.
Yeah.
That's good. Well, just make sure you have that's like your plan of action, like the things that you're going to do. And those are the most important things to do, is the plan of action. Keep your focus, which it's kind of hard to do, but on a specific dollar amount by a specific date. You got to give yourself a timeline as you lead into it. And then you're also going to talk about what you're willing to give up, which you touched on quite a bit of that before you get to your plan of action. Because I always say nothing, basically you can't get something for nothing, right? So what is it that you're willing to sacrifice, which you touched on? You kind of tied it into it. But try to have a good, concise statement that may even seem impossible or far-fetched. I actually increased my number. I know the number I shared with you, Yvette.
Yeah.
Business plan was 450. I don't know why it came to me last night. I was like, you know what? I'm tired of hitting my goals and still feeling like it's not enough. You know what I mean? And I've hit my goals for really the last 2 to 3 years, but I'm kind of doing the same thing. I'm setting a goal that I know I can hit. So I just changed it to 750. So I haven't worked the numbers backwards yet, but
how many deals we need?
Yeah, I haven't figured that part out yet. But
well, I'm glad you upped your number, because my number's higher than what we put on paper on when we did our business plan, and I did this prior. So But
Cool.
I gave myself until 2022 to hit this number. Like when I originally did it, I was like, all right, my lease on my apartment ends in June of 2022.
Uh-huh.
So I had said I wanted to make 200,000 by the time that came around.
Nice.
So, which is doable realistically.
So are you still for 2022 or 2021?
Well, I mean, I would like it to be moved up to 2021 instead, but I mean, I know I like if I even if I like having it be 2022, if I could make I'd have to make at least like the 150 this year and 50,000, like, you know what I mean, in the first 6 months of 2022. But no, like I would like to make the 200,000 in this year, which is a big number and it's a big goal. So I know there's a lot of sacrifice, but we have so much momentum, and if we can keep it up, I don't see why we can't make it work.
Absolutely. Do you have to go, Anthony?
No, at 12:30 I'm going to bounce, but I have a question. So, we're talking about, and I read it, like the number that we have to put.
Right.
But okay, I'm just going to throw a number out there, and then you could tell me what I need to do to get there.
Right.
Like if I wanted to make $1 million in real estate in 1 year, how many transactions would I need to close? Or better yet, like what price point would I need to focus on? I guess.
Well, it's a great question. So what you have to do, so if $1 million's your number, this is how you figure out the calculation for it. You have to, trying to go to my calculator app on here. It's always fun to find.
Mine's on my front page. What do you need?
All right. So you got to figure out what your average commission is first. What would you say is the average sales price that you're seeing out there right now, Anthony?
I would say about 400,000.
Okay, that's higher than I was expecting. So 400,000 times 2.5%. So that's $10,000 as your average commission, right? Now, try not to look too much into the mentorship and all this. We're just trying to figure out the numbers once you get to it. But let's just say just off of split, this is after you get past your mentorship. Let's just put it roughly at about 8K, okay? Just we're talking splits and other things like that. So about 8,000 per transaction. So what you got to do, if $1 million, you got to divide $1 million by 8,000. Comes out to 125 transactions.
125?
125 closed at that average, which is doable. And there's people that have been able to get to, those kind of amounts depending on the amount of work that they're putting in. So there's other formulas you're going to want to figure out too. So what you got to figure out is, okay, what's the average price? What's the average commission? 2.5% of it. Figure out roughly what your split is, and what you're going to take home, and then divide it by whatever your end goal is. And then so when you write it out and say, okay, I want to do $1 million, you're also going to write down that I will close 125 units.
Right. Well, that's kind of what I'm looking at, so I can get that mentality to create that sense of urgency of like, okay, shit, in this month I need to close 10 transactions, to get me to like, let's say 12, and then I don't know, just that's all I need.
No, that's eventually, so that's how you want to break it down for the year, then break it down by either the quarters or the months, and then down to the week. And that's part of what he was talking about in terms of listings as you figured out. So as you figure out those numbers, okay, where am I going to get it from? So now that you set the big goal and you're thinking big, and I can tell that's going to overwhelm me, that's probably going to overwhelm you, Yvette, every other person on here, of trying to start out the gate with the 125 goal. Now what I'm going to do is say, now let's align something that roughly, okay, how many hours do I want to work a week? What am I truly going to put into this? How many hours can I dedicate towards prospecting? And the formula for prospecting, just so you know, so if it's 125 transactions, let's just set it at, okay, when Mike Ferry talks about phase 1, phase 2, he gets into on phase 1, which is where you're at. You're just starting out. Really, you're just trying to develop to getting to the points where you're setting at least 1 to 2 appointments a week. So every day you get on the phone, just remember, our job is to set appointments. You don't have appointments, you're not in business. So you want to get to where every day, at a minimum, you're setting 1 appointment. In reality, you're going to go on 1 to 2 appointments a week, whether it's in person or more than likely on Zoom. You're going to be Zooming with a buyer or a potential seller or somebody in your sphere at least once, if not twice a week. If you can do it where you're doing it once a day, you're already ahead of the game. If you can get to that, that should put you in position to do roughly about 24 transactions in a year. 24 in a year, which is still a super high goal. But 24, let's just do it at the 8,000. Still $192,000. Wouldn't be a bad first year, right?
Right.
That's 2 transactions a month closed, right? And you're probably going to have to do a little bit more than that. So let's set it to something like that. I didn't even know what the total number was going to be, but that's a solid year. And that's based off of what you're netting. So you should take home 192. Now you got to pay taxes. You got other expenses, other things that are going to be involved. So what you want to figure out when you get some time is figure out what your budget is. I know we've talked a little bit before in the past, but just focus more on, okay, what do I need to make sure that I'm good for the next 12 months? Then figure out, okay, what do I need to, if I'm going to do a trip or a couple of trips this year, and throw another 5,000 to 10,000 on each of those trips on top of what you need to make just to pay your bills. What do I need to make in terms of taxes? And what do I need to make other expenses that are going to come up? Your registration, your one-time things, right? You got to get it all figured out. And I know it's a pain in the butt. You may already have it all figured out, but it's one of the best things that you can do. And typically what you're going to find out, especially once you get to where you know you can put transactions together on a consistent basis, you're normally going to do enough to break even. That's typically how it works out. So then you got to figure out, how do I set numbers higher than just breaking even so that I'm generating income? I can do stuff with this money. I'm actually seeing some gain for what it is that I do. But most people will hit how much they need to pay their bills, and that's it. So then we got to take it to another notch. But if you do that in your first year in real estate, that's a successful year, especially first year all in. And I would set it at that goal. I would try to hit 24 transactions if I were you, because that's still super aggressive. Just so you know, in my entire career, last year was the first time that I broke 20. I've been doing this 16, 17 years. So if you hit 24 this year, I think you're doing all right, man. You know what I mean? Because I've done okay for myself. You know, hitting usually between my 12 to 15, I'm good. And then I'm also delegating some stuff, so getting little pieces here and there. But usually 12 to 15 on my own have been okay. Well, obviously I'm at a little bit higher price point now too. You know, so those, when you close some of the bigger ones, it starts making it nice, you know, so it's a little higher volume in terms of production. But anyways, I'm not trying to make it sound like I got it figured out. I know I've created a life that I'm happy with, but I got a long ways to go. So that help at all?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So for prospects, it's usually however many deals you want to do, that's how many contacts you want to make. So if you're trying to do 24, you want to have roughly 24 conversations a day if you can, or 24 contacts. But it can be through social media, could be through emails, could be through other ways. Just try to do that 4 out of 5 days a week. Okay. So that should be your number, is right around 24. I would just keep 24 as your number that you write everywhere. It's 24 transactions.
Okay.
Sound good?
Sounds good, man.
Cool. All right. So without telling you what to do, are you good with that? Does that seem more?
Yeah. No, that just puts things in perspective, because I didn't know, because I haven't been active enough to know.
Yeah, well, and it's because you are at a little bit lower price point. It's not super low, but it is lower, you know, because you're probably going to have some, my guess, 200,000 to 300,000. Maybe they don't exist there, but if you have a few of those, then your 4s are going to be your big ones, you know. Maybe you pop a 5 or 6 here and there too. So yeah, so we'll work on that a little bit more closer and start paying attention to it. But yeah, I would have 24 as your contact number if you're trying to hit, you know, close to that 190 mark.
Okay.
Sound good?
Cool, man.
Cool. All right. I know we're going to get wrapping up here soon, so let's just go to, so you did statement of desire, the other cells. What do you think he's referring to? I know we talked about it a little bit, Anthony. What do you think he's saying when he's saying discovering your other self? What is the other self? What's your interpretation of that?
Okay, so the other self, it's like you have an idea of what you want to be, right? But you only have an idea because you're not that person yet. So part of becoming that person is discovering that you have all the potential to do it. It's all mental, right? So it's like you're at the state in you're in the place that you're at for a reason, right? But you have to have the desire to want more. And to do that, you have to become something more. It's like you got to push yourself. You got to like know no limits. You know, you talked about fear. You can't know fear. You got to just work through everything. You got all these obstacles. I'll call them obstacles, which are really opportunities for self-growth. Because, you know, one thing I find within real estate, you know, rejection is all mental, right? And people fear it. They're like, oh, they're going to say no for this reason, that reason, whatever. It's that self-doubt that kind of sabotages yourself from being successful. So, you know, Mike Ferry was talking about the mentality of having that desire of saying, I'm going to go in here and I'm going to close this transaction. I'm going to close this transaction. He kept saying, I'm going to close this transaction and create that excitement so that when he goes to his client, he's like, I have no other option but to be successful to close this transaction. So, you know, it's doing all the necessary things to go outside your comfort zone to get to know your other self, that other self that is all the burning desire that's, you know, transcribed with all your experiences and knowledge and work ethic to be successful. So that's kind of what I have in mind, to be that other self. Because it's like right now, nobody knows who I am in regards to being a real estate professional. So I need to go out there and show them what I can do for them, what makes me successful, why I'm getting so many listings or selling so many homes. It's becoming that other self. So that's kind of what I got out of it.
Yeah, no, it's very, very spot on in many different ways in terms of your understanding of it. Yvette, anything you want to add to that in terms of how you understand the other self from the chapter?
Well, it's funny because like I struggled with it, and then when he said it's like what you see of yourself, and it's like I always have this image of myself like as like a successful business lady, like in a blazer at a meeting and just like, you know, being the shit. And but that's like that. It's just like an image that pops in my head. I'm like, yeah, that's gonna be me. Like I don't know why, and that's just what I see. So I mean, I feel like I guess that must be my other self, and you know, and where I'm going to go as long as like I believe and do everything right, and like that'll be it. Like that'll be who I am, and I just gotta believe it.
Absolutely. No, that's absolutely it. So why
I've got the blazer now.
Well, before he talks about the other selves, why do you think he writes this? Remember, too, that all who succeed in life get off to a bad start, pass through many heartbreaking struggles before they arrive. The turning point in the lives of those who succeed usually comes at the moment of some crisis through which they are introduced to their other selves. What is the turning point in your life? So why do you think he talks about, it's almost like a movie, right? Like where you're seeing the movie, all this bad crap happens. Like there's got to be an antagonist. There's got to be a bad guy. There's got to be some issues. Like say everything's starting off great. You already know that it's not going to continue this way. It's a movie, right? You know something bad's going to happen. Why does that bad thing have to happen? And then why is it at that moment that you understand who the other self is? Do you think that there's any coincidence to that, or do you think there's purpose to what he's referring to before he talks about the other selves?
No, it makes sense because like you have to I mean, sometimes things have to get real shitty before you realize how strong you really are and like what you can actually do. And I mean, I know over time I've looked back at even just my start in this real estate and kind of being like, what am I even doing? Like this was just a part-time job just for fun, and here I am 7 years later still doing it. You know, like what am I doing? But looking back, there were some tough situations, you know, where I worked for people that I didn't feel the growth anymore, and I felt like it was kind of just a dead end, and I didn't know what I was doing, you know, and I had to realize that like I could do more by like I had to move on to the next step, which meant like leaving one person and being independent, you know. And then when I got back to a weird place where I didn't know if I could continue, that's when I became an employee at C21. And it was like, I did that out of fear. That was a fear-based move for sure. And it was hard, you know, it was a hard time because I didn't like where I was. I didn't trust what I worked for. And it was a very unstable period, you know. And at the end there, I had to realize like I got the tools that I needed to be successful and move on.
Mm-hmm.
And that even though it was a tough year of being there, or a year and a half, and feeling like I never knew if my job was safe, it gave me everything I needed to do well on my own.
Right.
And so that was a big, you know, turning point at the end of there.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that, Yvette. And that's you hit it spot on as you talk about just these different high and low points that you go through. I'm going to share just a quick story, and you may have heard it before, Yvette, but it's about Napoleon Hill. And I want you to hear it, Anthony, because this illustrates it pretty well. So there's live audio lectures that he speaks, and they have recordings of Napoleon Hill. One story he talks about when he goes home and he sees his kids staring out the window. And as they're looking out the window, they're looking across the street, and they're watching the other kids decorate the Christmas tree across the street. And Napoleon Hill comes home. They don't have enough money for a Christmas tree. They don't have enough money for Christmas. This guy's here devoted 20 plus years of his life to interviewing the most successful, wealthy people to understand this philosophy. He's now teaching the philosophy, and yet they can't afford a Christmas tree, right? Because again, Carnegie didn't pay him anything as he had him commit to this. So Napoleon Hill gets pissed off as he sees this image of his kids staring out the window to see. I mean, just think of your own kids looking out the window, watching somebody else decorating their tree, just wishing that they could have their own tree to decorate. How furious would you be? You know, where would your state of mind be? What kind of fire would that light under you? He went straight to the typewriter, started typing. Supposedly, that's when he wrote Think and Grow Rich and did some amazing things. But he discovered, I'm getting goosebumps right now, he discovered his other self by his lowest point that he can think of, that forced this unstoppable person who could do anything, that knew no limitations, that was capable of doing any and everything that he knew he was capable of doing. And he did it. And then now to this day, not only did he become extremely successful, obviously he's passed away now, but, you know, fast forwarding it, when he's doing the lecture, he became the wealthiest person in his family. I mean, he's going back like generations in terms of the amount of income. But at that time, he didn't know it. He just was furious and pissed off and had to go through it. So what it does is two things. One, it changes how you look at bad situations or tough situations or failures or temporary defeat, whatever you want to call it, where you start embracing it. And the person I truly saw this happen to was a girl that I had coached before in the past who didn't get along with a lot of people, including myself. And I saw her life change. And the biggest part was, how did she look at issues and problems? Where before it was always, oh my gosh, this has happened to me. I call them bombs. They're bombs. These bombs keep happening and my life is over and I don't know how I'm going to do this. I've been committed to this situation. Now I'm being kicked out and yada, yada, yada. And just always crying and bitching and whining and complaining about the world that's happening. Hey, buddy, I'll be out in a bit. About what's all bad that's happening to her. And so when she started listening to those same audio lectures, she would joke and say, this is the man in my house, right? I listen to Napoleon Hill while I'm cooking and while I'm doing this stuff, right? But she was finally putting into her head positive things. She finally looked at failure or bad things and stopped being afraid of those bad things, started embracing them and knowing that it was God's way of helping her become who she needed to become to now be a $270,000 plus producer the next 12 months that she committed to the philosophy. She had already been in the business for 5 years, never broke 100, and changed everything off of up here. And a little guidance from me of being able to recognize and seeing her strengths of what she brought in, the areas that she was struggling with, being able to have enough courage to confront her and tell her, hey, look, this is the problem. This is the issue. I care about you. If you want to see it change, this is what I'm seeing and this is what I'm telling you. And believe me, it was a battle for plus, I mean, you know, well after that year of that strong production where she became one of the people speaking at the events because it was such a big turnaround for her. I'm telling you, where she was scraping by, worried about taking mobile home listings and mobile home leads, to where now she's taking 6% commission, getting 3.5% on her side, and not always in the best ways, but she got it done. She started changing my own thinking, where I was like, wow, if I can see this person change their life around in a 1 year period, what am I selling myself short? What are the wrong stories that I'm telling myself that I need to break those things and know what's possible and go out there and do it? What am I afraid of? What am I afraid of giving up that job that Yvette had to make that decision, right? Because we got a family that's counting on us, because we got kids that are looking up to us, because we got a wife, we got a roof over our head that we want to keep going. So this is singing to the choir now, but this is why it's so critical that we truly read this book and try our best to apply it. And it's going to be a bit of a marathon to make it all the way through it. Right now, everything's hot and exciting. It can be, maybe not as much for Yvette right now because she's gone through it a few times to start it, but it's the first time we're doing it together as a group. And so you guys are going to see some awesome things that are going to come from this if you haven't already seen it. And better than anything, it's going to make you even a better, stronger individual and a stronger leader to be able to articulate these things in a clear, concise message that you're going to be able to help so many people that you care about, which is awesome, by being able to just talk. A lot of it's common sense. That's what one thing when I would tell my dad about is, oh, it's all common sense. You already know all this stuff. It's like, well, if I knew it all, I definitely didn't know how to articulate it. I definitely didn't know how to be able to say it in a way that can have an impact where I've seen it change people's lives around, you know. And I do believe that that is my purpose. I believe that that is why I'm here. Similar to some of the things that you're sharing earlier, Anthony, of what is your why, what's your drive, what truly makes you committed to making this all happen. And that's the human level. I mean, again, you know, I've known you since you were basically a kid, you know. I mean, you weren't, you know, you were a young boy that always had a smile on his face. But I know enough to know what I like and what I respect about you. And I know you got the hunger in you. And I know because you are highly talented and highly skilled, and Yvette, I'm sure you can see plenty of that just in the short period of time that we're here. That can also be your biggest weakness as much as is a big strength. Because what that causes is you know that you can rely on those skill sets in certain situations and you won't work as hard at times, or you'll get some success and it's easy to celebrate that and allow that to be, oh yeah, this is good enough, or whatever the case is. I hope I'm wrong about it. I've known you long enough to know how talented you are, that you got to check that. And you got to stay on top of yourself and know, like, no matter what success I get or good things that happen, it's just the beginning. Just starting out, and I got to keep pushing. I got to keep grinding. And believe the trips are going to come, man. But just like Grant Cardone says in Be Obsessed or Be Average, one of the biggest mistakes we make as a young generation is we do too many vacations and too many trips too early on. We haven't arrived yet. We haven't gotten there yet. Now, I know we want to still enjoy those trips with the family, and you've seen with me, I'm going to do it. I'm going to make the money. I'm going to spend it. I'm going to make it. I'm going to spend it. You've had seen it enough already. I keep doing it. But I may be gone tomorrow. You know, yes, I do want to hit that big number and big picture, but tomorrow isn't guaranteed. And so my family is going to experience and enjoy everything they're capable of experiencing right now. I'm not going to wait until I get to where I need to be to do it. I just have the confidence that it's all going to come together. I mean, and look, Yvette's now in my life, Leslie, now you. This isn't, you can ask, Yvette, how many times did I call you to try to get you to come over to come join me with working at Veteran Home Services?
I mean, It was very sly in the beginning, but
It
we
was
probably
sly. It was sly. How did I do it? It's recorded, so this is your proof against me when you need it.
that's why I'm like, come on, Brandon, you can't talk about this. It's true. No, I mean, we talked about I probably started in March when the pandemic started, was when we started kind of talking just about what was happening at C21 and like what you were doing and what you were looking forward to hopefully growing. He's got to go. Anthony's got to go.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I got to go. Thanks.
No worries. You can
I
watch
saw
the recording later when you get some popcorn.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
yeah.
See you
This
guys.
get
Have a good
this
Friday.
getting juicy.
You too, brother. All right, we'll see you.
Nothing brought out the knowledge, but no, yeah, I think it was in March. Nothing. I was joking, Ollie. That you kind of started planting a seed with me of like what your goal was and how it would work together. And sorry, I'm not showing you what I look like because I look like hell. So I apologize.
I'm in the same boat. Look, I got a T-shirt on, and
I know, but I have like that sick, like barely.
No worries.
But that was when it was, big. And, that's when I had to take a hard look at like, what am I doing? Like I'm working for a company that like, if I did die tomorrow, they wouldn't care. Like they would just replace me.
All right. But what was it that happened? And it's not that I agree or disagree with any of the things you said. What was it that happened in your life? Because something had to happen. Because there really wasn't a recruiting effort on my part. And I'm being as sincere as I can be about it. I'm stoked that you're here. But what happened? Like, what was it that we talked about? You were doing my files, obviously.
Right. That you just talked about like what you wanted to do. And that's when I had to look at like, what was I doing? Like I was miserable and I was so unhappy. And that was when I met Dustin and we would talk, and I was having so severe anxiety. Like I felt like I was having a heart attack all the time. And I was just going to work and that's all I did was work from sun up till sundown. And I never felt like I was making progress. And he was just like, what are you doing? Like you're so unhappy, but I can see how good you are at what you're doing. So like, what stops you from going out on your own? And I was just like, I knew what was stopping me. I was scared of, what people want to have me as a TC still? What would the company do if I wanted to be like, I was worried about having clients.
Because yeah, go ahead. No,
but then I just had to realize like the risk was worth it was worth the risk to walk away and see what else I could do. And if C21 came after me, like that was something I would have to deal with. But it was a bigger, like there was a more of a payoff to leave and have my life back than continue to like kill myself.
Absolutely. And looking back, as difficult of a decision as it was, do you second guess that it was the right or the wrong decision?
No, never. Never do I ever think that I made a wrong decision.
Good. But it's
not once.
But you see all the worrying and the concern you had before making the decision, and I remember the call. I remember the phone call when I was like, oh, she's actually considering leaving her situation. You know what I mean? You called right before you went on your vacation. You remember that?
Yeah.
You remember the call?
I remember walking out of the office.
Uh-huh.
And it was because it was right before my vacation. I remember walking out of the office and calling you and being like, this is what I did for Eric. Like, this is what I can do.
Right.
Like, what do you think about it? Because like, I don't know that I can continue what I'm doing.
Right. No, I just wanted you to remember, you talk about being sly. You were the sly one in terms of planting that seed. But you also knew, you were smart enough to know with me what my goal was, what my ambitions were, and that we were in alignment in terms of what it was that we wanted for ourselves, for our family, as well as our future. Definitely taking a big gamble. And I just hope that it will never be looked at lightly, you know. And I know there were some other things that were going on at the time, because I remember my mother-in-law still wasn't back at work. I
Yeah.
remember Deanna was trying to get into TC work, and
Right.
once you said what you said, is like, all right, I had to burn all bridges, you know, and
Well,
just
and that day, I can't tell you what happened in that office, but I know that I walked out because I felt like I was drowning. And I was just like, I'm suffocating. This job is killing me, and I need out. And like, that's why I was like, I have to figure out what my other, like, I have to see what I can do. And that's why I called you first. And it was funny because after I called you, that was when I heard from, Frank about going into loans. And that's when even I talked to Jason about loans. And then that's when other people started calling me like, hey, we might leave the company. Like, would you still do our files? And I was like, what the hell is happening? Like, I throw one idea out to Brandon, and like, the Pliskys were trying to ask me if I wanted to come work for them. And it was just like, I was like, what is going on all of a sudden? So it was definitely, that was the turning point when once I talked to you, it was like the universe was like, look, you had options the whole time. And you were just too scared to see them.
Well, and rightfully so. And it's not, again, fear is always going to be there. It's not that you can eliminate it. And that's what, when we're talking about it, that's what I like how Tony Robbins says, you got to learn how to dance with the fear, right? You got to learn how to not allow it to strangle you. Fear is always going to be there. Fear is always going to be an influence. Do we allow it to overcome us and prevent us from being what we were put on this earth to do? Do we allow it to do that? Do we it's not half-assed, but kind of play it safe through life? Or do we go for it? And that's what we're trying to do, and I do remember that call, and I'm grateful for that call, but I also think I attracted that call. I don't think I had to be sly in influencing you. You know what I mean? I think that sincerely what I was trying to do and what I was trying to accomplish, there must have been something that you recognized that you liked, that you wanted to also be a part of and to do, because you had options. You had other routes that you could have went. And the only thing I can give credit to is the stuff that I was doing with Think and Grow Rich, the things I was trying to do with other agents to stay connected, to keep me sharp, to keep me contributing, because I learned through the management position that was probably the biggest thing that I was giving up. It wasn't the money. I mean, yeah, it was nice to have a paycheck coming in, but it was all the people that I felt purpose from contributing. And I knew that I wouldn't have that same I wasn't getting that same gratification from my own family joining them at their company. Even though I knew I was helping them, I still wasn't getting the same type of appreciation from a complete random agent who would just be, come in with their situation, and I could help them. And I kind of knew how to guide them and what to do. So there's a big part that was one of the hardest things for me to give up, including the Wood Ranch office, knowing, I mean, you know it, the history of that office, what I was giving that back to, even though I knew a lot of the top producers would be fine with it. The people I was really concerned for were the Anissa and Heathers, a lot of them, even Skip, and other people that just came and joined it. I was worried about them just being like on the wayside. Skip actually hit me up. It's his birthday today. If you just want to send him a message, I don't know what your relationship is with him or not, but
I talked to him just like that. He was going to give me the one listing, and then I left the company. So
yeah,
I haven't really,
so
what I mean?
He's a good guy. He's a nice guy. He struggled when we tried to do some leads and some things together, but good dude. He's served in the military. He's a cancer survivor. So I feel for him, and I would love to help him out, but I'm not gonna recruit either. If he approaches me, that's up to him. But he messaged me the other day, said, hey, I just completed my one transaction with C21, almost like sticking a, like, hey, I did what I said I was going to do. And that was his commitment of early on when he was doing internet leads and stuff with us. He was like, hey, I can't leave until I do close a deal for them. I just feel like I owe it to them. So I think he's waiting for the invite, and I'm not going to, just because, again, just like when you called me that day, I know I didn't say, hey, Yvette, does it suck there? Do you hate it there? Does your life just suck? Do you want it all to change? I'm the solution to all your problems.
Right.
I know I didn't approach it like that.
No.
You know? Because it's not, I truly have always wanted what is good for you, regardless of our, what we had shared before in terms of, Margie situation, TC, that whole thing.
Yeah.
You knew the intentions were never coming from a bad place from me. And once you and I got on the same alignment, it's been awesome. I mean, it's been a crazy experience of what we've done just over the last few months, the ups and the downs. But I already know there's going to be so much more ups, and then it's figuring out, okay, how do we just keep everything going? And now my biggest goal is keeping all of us focused, including myself, on the right activities, and then figuring out role-wise where we can stay in our strength zone. So,
and that's like, I'm struggling because I think about that a lot. Like, that's a big thing that weighs on my mind, is like looking at roles, because I looked at, what you sent me, and I liked a lot of it. It was like, what was it? I'm going to look it up because now I'm curious. That was so fast that they accepted your offer.
I love it.
What is that? I just want to look now out of curiosity.
Now, I'm going to connect the, what is it called? The lender was
Darwin. The other guy's name was Darwin Labrador. And I was like, what a weird name. And then now you have a Labrador.
That is crazy.
Her offer got accepted within like an hour, Brandon.
Oh, she's hot right now.
Not even a counter. They just accepted it.
Yep. And there was another offer on the table. It just
send me your email template, Leslie. I don't know what you're doing.
That wasn't even it. It was just a basic email.
It was a very basic email. You're right, Yvette?
Yeah, no, it was a super basic email. Straight. Yeah. It was not even like.
Well, I started recording it because I knew you'd be lighting up right now, just smiling, excited to hear your news. I wanted to get this captured.
Thanks. No, it's good. I think the buyers are very strong. They sold in West Hills and fell in love with Ventura County. So they're ready to be up here.
That's awesome. What's the price point at that one?
It's going for $679.
Sweet.
But they offered $680. And yeah.
This one's in Ventura?
In Oxnard.
Oxnard, nice.
On Mulligan. It's funny because my fiance lives literally in that complex down the street. That's why I know the seller. It's like a group of friends that I've seen at his place. So it's kind of nice.
Cool. That's awesome. Well, congrats. That's a good one. 680 is a good one.
Thank you.
So now is that are you at 3 or 4? Well, you had the one just fell through, right? So hopefully we get them into something else. Is that 3 escrows though, or is it 2?
Pleasant Way, Lemon, 31 Lemon, and yes, 3 escrows.
All right.
And almost 4 escrows in 1 month, but of course poinsettia fell through.
Well, it's
which is devastating.
That's when you're producing. Those are the kind of problems that you have. Things happen. Yvette knows the last 2 good ones that I had have both fallen through. Finally, just got one. Well, still haven't seen it yet, but she's texted me that they've given a verbal acceptance on our offer, so I haven't told our clients yet. But
poinsettia just hurt because they'd already done the final walkthrough. Like, we were done.
We were done. That's exactly what hurts. And they were excited. He started to buy materials to paint the house, and
No, it's horrible situation. But as much as you got all this great stuff happening, you want to keep them as top of your list in terms of communicating with them, being there for them, showing them property, doing everything you can to find a replacement for them.
How does that? I'm just curious because obviously it's a lender issue. For that mobile home. Like, is it going to be an issue for another home?
For the lending, for their particular lending?
Yeah.
So Bruce, what happened there was Bruce was a delivery guy, right?
Oh, that's right. You told me that's right.
And now it's been 4 months that he's been delivering ashes.
Gotcha.
So the change made that difference. And David was telling me it could be an issue because they need more than 4 months in one job.
Right.
So I obviously, before even showing a property, I'm touching base with David first.
Well,
just to make
what
sure.
I would recommend, and it's all being recorded, it is what it is. I've already talked to both David and Jason over the last few days, right? Trying to connect them, trying to see if there could be other solutions.
Right.
What my gut tells me is Jason, number one, said that it shouldn't be an issue with a different type of loan. It's that specific, because it was a manufactured home, they only had a few choices for what broker they could use. So he would normally go with, I think it's, I'm trying to remember what their name is, UWM, United Wholesale Mortgage, is typically who his go-to would be. So just basically to just kind of cut through it, my recommendation would be to talk to Jason, see how far, I don't know if Jason's even talking to the clients yet, but I would probably put your clients in touch with Jason. I would get him to know the situation as well as possible, what the opportunities are, because Jason will be able to tell you up front whether these guys can get it done or not, but he's got to see the whole package. Now, if David is who they want to go with because they've already submitted everything, that's fine. But I'm telling you, based on the feedback of what I was hearing, a lot of comments, I wasn't too impressed. And even what Brian was basically telling them, like, hey, what are you wasting your time with this when you got all these other better quality buyers that are out there? You know what I mean? So David did say, like, oh, yeah, but I'm not like that. It's not about the commission. Like, I feel bad for these borrowers and yada, yada, yada. It's like, yeah, well, I've already seen one situation I'm not impressed with, regardless of how unfamiliar you are with the process. You shouldn't have ever signed up for it if that was the case out the gate,
Right.
So that was the challenge, and the problem was taking too much, just hoping it would stick, and it didn't stick. And he thought he'd be able to figure it out. It didn't. So if it were me, I would be talking to my clients and say, hey, really want you to talk to Jason. We were already reaching out to him. Get everything to him, see what he says, at least get a second opinion, and we'll go from there. My guess is they're going to like Jason. Jason's going to tell you everything's going to be good to go. And then you're going to know you're using a broker you can close a transaction with.
Right. And I had that conversation with Jason the night that we talked, that I wasn't sure what to do, with this whole thing. And Jason was like, well, to be honest, I would have the same process that David would. So your best bet would be to go with David and with his companies.
Right.
So I thought, okay, I guess we're just going to try it with David, but
he said that prior to finding out that it was officially a done deal. Right. And he also said that with what your current situation was. Now, do you know if they've accepted another offer? Have they already taken another offer?
I don't know.
Okay. So if they haven't, then what you want to do, I would have done it before sending the cancellation over, is I would have had your buyers talk to Jason, see what he can do with them on that particular transaction.
Right.
Because if he can reassign the appraisal, he still may be able to get everything done. He said he'd need 3 weeks, but he may be able to do it in 2 weeks. And if you could do it, you could still get the deal done. So that would be my first step. Even though you've already sent over cancellation, you could still submit an offer because you guys have gotten through everything, especially if you can get the appraisal assigned over. So David, just so you know, I was already setting the expectations, and David was like, look, if Jason can get it done, I'll be happy to hand everything over to him. I want them to get it done. It's not about the commission. So he's already made that clear. His boss has already given him the green light to not focus or waste his time with those particular clients. So I don't feel guilty about it. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. But I want somebody who's going to work his hardest no matter what and believe that he can get it done. And I haven't gotten that confidence yet. He's still focusing on the job change, which Jason told me, according to Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, it doesn't matter. You had an extra overlay. Even asking about the rent verification, Jason says you normally don't have to verify the rent. Why were they verifying it? That was all because it was a manufactured home with that particular lender that really doesn't want to take on mobile home loans. So they add these extra overlays that make it more difficult. So the things that were trying to be checked off aren't common for your regular transaction.
Got it.
But David hasn't been doing it long enough to even know the difference of that. That's the problem. That's why you got to get them in Jason's hands.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it. I'll do that as soon as we get off.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to make sure I shared that with you guys. Does that
Thank
all
you.
make sense, Yvette, what I shared?
Yeah. No, that made sense. I know mobile homes are harder loans for some people, so I get that they're always like, people don't want to do them. That's why I was honestly surprised CSMC even did it. I thought that was going to be like one of those, what is it, CPM, you know, that one special one that's in Ventura.
Well, yeah, you're talking about CRM funding.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's mobile home financing. This is
Gotcha.
mobile home that you got land with it. That's why
Okay.
we're a higher price point.
Gotcha.
It's treated more like real property. They have
Gotcha.
to have I forget what the form's called, but it's got to be bolted like to the foundation. So
Right,
they have
right.
to show evidence of that. So it checked all those things off. But we closed one with Jason not too long ago. I mean, it was less than a year ago, year and a half ago. That was a newer mobile home in Camarillo Springs. So I knew Jason could get it done. It just sucks that everything went forward with David. And, you know, unfortunately, it's not to put it on David, but it shouldn't have taken this long to figure out that you
I
can't.
have to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
No problem. We'll see you.
That yeah, see, that's part of me was kind of bummed because it did take that long to figure that out, right? Because that's something that maybe could have just been known, not to go with that company, a third party.
Yeah. No, I mean, at least he admitted after the fact. I didn't ask him all those questions up front, but in the future, what I would ask when you're talking to David or any loan officer, you know, so who is the broker that you're going to do this loan with? Because they could either do it in-house direct, or they can do it through, you know, these broker relationships. And then how many deals have you closed with that particular broker? Well, we've done a bunch of them. This is my go-to. Got a great relationship with that rep. If those questions were asked up front with David and he were honest and shared with you, I've never done one manufactured home, I've never worked with these people, those all would have been red flags to me to already have cross-qualified them with Jason.
Okay.
But
And
it's
to be
easy
honest,
to say now than, you know,
right.
after the fact. Hindsight
Right.
2020, you know.
Brendan, so this scenario with this new offer that I just got accepted, the buyer, he's actually a real estate lawyer. So he has his people and, you know, he has his loan provider. And the loan provider is actually a broker.
Okay.
And that is outsourced. I asked her if she's outsourcing it or keeping it in-house, right? The loan. And she said, well, I hand over everything to one company, like the actual lender, she said, because she's a broker. So what's the difference between a loan provider that's a broker and hands over all the documents to someone, to the actual lender, versus what David does and versus what Jason does? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you'll hear in-house lending, like a direct lender, meaning they can process and they can do their own loans. Their underwriter is in-house. Everything's known in-house, right? So a lot of times lenders will say, hey, we got our own in-house lending. We're a direct lender. We can table fund, all positive things.
Right.
But that's also similar to what Inspiro is, and they can be limited as well and not have access to certain programs and products that are out there because if they have to keep everything and warehouse those loans and hold on to it, they're fully responsible if something happens, right? So Jason would be the better one to explain it, but it's still hard to understand him sometimes when he explains this. Jason is a broker. So him as a broker has access to a bunch of this product, this product, this product, this product, this product.
Got it.
Now, David has access to those products too, plus he has in-house lending. The cost is a little bit more for David at CSMC because they have their own processing team. They got all these other people. And what Jason hated when he worked there is that Jason could get it done now and immediately and knew who to reach out to, who to call, and get it done. But instead, because he was there, he had to send it to whoever their person in charge of was it. He'd have to wait an hour, then get that answer back, and then try to go to the next thing after having to wait because they have these processors, these people that are in place, instead of him just being able to reach out directly and make the call and get it done immediately. It was a system that really didn't benefit him. The cost was too high for what it was that he was trying to accomplish. And Jason basically can do his own stuff. You know what I mean? Like he can write. I mean, he knows what needs to be done, who I need to talk to, and where to handle it. So a broker is going to have a plethora. Then you have something else called a correspondent lender. So there's a difference between a broker and a correspondent. Again, it's just think of it as a broker again, but just different guidelines. So it just means access to other programs that are out there. So if they say we're a correspondent lender, it's similar to a broker. There's some differences. I can't remember exactly what those differences are. I just know when I was at VCCDC, they had some broker relationships and they had some correspondent relationships.
Okay.
And they seemed to have more pull with the broker than they did on the correspondent. I believe that was the case.
Wait a minute. So the correspondent lender had more access than the broker?
No, it gave them access to other programs, but I felt like Union Bank was an example as one of the lenders. You could either have them on the broker or on the correspondent, or if you worked at Union Bank and you worked with a Union Bank loan officer, it'd be direct for them. So they offer even different products depending on who they're giving it to. And sometimes they give better products to their broker relationships, but more of the times they're going to have advantages on the in-house. So it gets complicated. You don't really have to understand it all together. Biggest thing you got to understand is there's a reason why Inspiro is limited with what they can do, because they don't have the broker relationships. And when their own loan officers were telling me that, like, yeah, it's all direct and it's all based out of Utah, off Utah guidelines, that was the issue. That's the challenge. So these loan officers had to turn down a lot of business because they didn't have the broker relationships. So then the one chick, Vicki Lynch or whatever her name was, the manager over there, I believe she's a broker or somebody's a broker, was like, well, I need to be able to still do these deals because I'm saying no to too many. Mitzi said the same thing as well. She's like turning down all this business that she had before that she could do with CSMC. Now she couldn't do with Inspiro because they were just a direct lender. So the direct usually should be a good thing, but it can hurt you if you don't have broker relationships as well. And that's where CSMC has both. They have the direct, and then they also have the broker relationships.
Got it. Okay.
So in certain situations, if it's a direct, like if you were doing that mobile home, if they were able to do it under the direct, it'd be better because they have more say in terms of what they can allow or not. When they're doing it through that broker relationship, now they're completely dependent on their underwriters, and it's that communication back and forth. So in a situation like that, typically, I'm going to say Jason's going to be your best bet that you're going to get. That's why he knows everything that's going on. But I saw the difference from when he left Nations to CSMC, where at Nations, he was like, yeah, I guarantee this, I guarantee that, da-da-da-da. But the rate was higher. The cost was more expensive at Nations. So it seemed like the cost went down when he went to CSMC. It was still higher, but it went down. But he had to say no to some business because there wasn't enough money to be made on it. So he kind of had more of a box that he had to work in. And then from there, he went to option funding. And once he went to option, it just seemed to open it up, but he doesn't do down payment assistance. So that's the one thing. But he has much more flexibility. He can make less money and still do the loan is what he ultimately would rather do than have to not get paid anything and take on the liability, the headache, and everything else, and just give the business away. So he wanted to be able to do more, and that's why he's able to do more with option.
And with direct lending, I was going to ask you something in regards to direct lending. Is it? No, it'll come back to me. I should have written it down. I was just listening to you, and I completely forgot. But there was something I was going to ask. I'll remember.
No, hopefully it helps some, but what my guess is based off what that lady was saying, that they normally give most of theirs to that one person. It's probably a broker relationship. It's either broker or correspondent, and just ask her which broker is it, and then she should tell you. And if it's whatever the broker is, you could always double check with Jason and say, hey, have you worked with that broker? Are they pretty good? What's their time? And he'll tell you good, bad, or ugly, what that situation is.
I'd like to do that because I have no idea who this broker is, and
Yeah, it's and that's the challenge, with our business. It's not that you want to steer people away from who they want to work with. I
Right.
probably say out of all the buyer deals, less than 25%, if not less than 10% of my buyers work with somebody other than Jason. Everybody I'm typically putting in Jason's lap because I know how Jason works and I know that he means what he says. And if he can't do it, somebody may be able to do it, but I trust that he's going to try to exhaust everything he can, or even tell me, hey, there's a better option over here. So
Right.
since we have that type of relationship and that type of trust, that's why a majority of my buyers are going to work with him, and a majority of my buyers are going to get the house they want because I control that piece of it. Once I
Right.
have that random factor, that 1 out of 10 situation, lately they've been working out, but they're tough. So, and
I
unfortunately,
think this is the second deal that's ever fallen through for me. First deal that's actually fallen through, but second deal with because of the lender situation,
well, you're going to see how important it is. And I apologize for, putting you in that direction. Obviously not knowing it was going to turn into a mobile home that they ultimately liked. And that was his excuse and justification as well. But,
Yeah.
it's, hey, Amy,
Hi.
how are you doing?
Sorry to interrupt.
Don't be. We're good. We're actually catching up on some real estate stuff right now. She had some questions about lenders, so we're talking about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So cool. Do you have a good what's it, your son he just left, right?
Yeah, he actually was able to come over again last night, so
Cool.
and spend the night. So I was like, yes, needed that.
You guys had some good time?
Oh yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, welcome to the call. It's we've been on here for a while, since this morning. I know you
Oh
got
wow. No breaks?
Mike Ferry. Yeah, we've taken some breaks, but then we started working during the breaks, and then one break we just took over and just started going Think and Grow Rich. Anthony was on for a little bit, so we had him for a while, and we pretty much went through most of the questions.
Mm-hmm.
We were going to wrap it up.
Okay.
I don't know if you had a chance. I know you said you were still working on some with the chapter. The workbook, did you do anything with the workbook yet?
I did that page 8 or 9. A definite plan.
Awesome.
1 second.
You worked on the definite plan.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I guess just anything from the book that you liked, or that chapter that you started reading, or even if you want to talk about anything with the workbook, that you'd like to share.
I just kind of got that there's really no limit to success. I mean, you don't need to just have one thing. The one about Arnold Schwarzenegger, how he had all these accomplishments.
Uh-huh.
So I kind of like that. And the story with the deaf boy, that was pretty inspiring.
Yeah.
So I liked that one.
That's cool. So you had Schwarzenegger in yours. You must have the newer version of Think and Grow Rich.
Why does that's not in your chapter?
Not in mine. It's,
oh wow.
Yeah, I have the original, the original book, and then I'm trying to think. Are you reading out of the one that I gave you as the gift?
Yes.
Okay, I need to check that one out. I haven't read that one yet.
Yeah, it's on page talks about him on page 29.
That's cool.
Yeah. You guys
I knew her pages were different than ours because when we counted mine out one time versus hers, they were different.
Yeah. So it's that's cool though. No, I have the original text. I got 2 or 3 different versions of it. So.
Oh wow. Okay, I didn't know there was different ones.
Yeah, there's I think they even have an African American version. There's another version. We could try that out sometime too. But no, that's cool. So just yeah, in that story, I don't know if you know, that was his son, right? Napoleon Hill's son that he spoke about. But I actually wrote something off of there. Let me see if I have what I wrote in my journal after I read that.
Oh shoot, I lost you guys.
You there?
Yeah. There.
Okay. So what I wrote after reading that story, I just reread Chapter 2, Desire from Think and Grow Rich, the story of a father's influence on his son to overcome his affliction and turn it into an asset. He told bedtime stories. That is also what my son Mike, desires to hear a story every night. So after hearing what he did, and I've heard that story multiple times, or read that story multiple times, it's the first time that I got kind of the secret of what he did, Napoleon Hill did with his son, to teach him that it wasn't a handicap, number one. Two, that he could still be independent, self-sufficient, have self-confidence, still dream. And he did it through his bedtime stories. And, it was, the light bulb went off for me. It's like my son just craves me telling stories to him. I never know what to tell him stories about, but now he's going to be getting his Think and Grow Rich stories. He doesn't know about it yet, but just teaching him the different principles and being able to use that opportunity to teach him, different things, challenges he's got to overcome.
Yeah. Kind of made me feel a little like little of myself, because it's like, here's this boy born with this handicap and he totally succeeded with, and here I am totally healthy with everything, and I'm just like struggling, just to move forward. I'm like, geez, I need to get it together. You know what I mean?
What do you think could be an advantage that the boy had, just in terms of why that boy was able to become successful? Like,
I mean, with his dad, always, he planted that seed in his mind, it was always, I mean, I'm sure that did help, that was an advantage.
Huge.
And then, so it's like his dad believed in him. So I need someone to believe in me.
I believe in you, Amy.
I know, Brandon.
We believe in you, Amy.
You believe, Leslie?
I do.
It's, early on, sometimes even if you don't believe, as long as somebody else does believe, you can kind of lean on their belief. I know your husband definitely believes in you.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I know. Or fiance, sorry. Same thing, right?
Same thing at this point.
Right. So, no, but that belief is critical, and that's a key word in there too. So sometimes you got to lean on somebody else. But what was pretty cool is Napoleon talks about how he had that idea and that belief, regardless of what the doctor said, that his son would one day be able to hear, and that he would not grow up ever feeling like he had even anything wrong with him, other than an asset and an advantage. And they even say the little white lie. Whether you tell yourself good things or bad things, you believe it, whatever it is. And whether you're listening to people telling you good or bad things, you believe it. So I'm not saying to lie to yourself, but just, you have to believe in whatever it is that it is that you want to accomplish. You got to be very careful about what you're telling yourself. So even the response where you said you felt little just originally, like, here's somebody who has these disabilities and look at the things he was able to accomplish. Sometimes, and that is my biggest fear for my kids, is that I try to do so much for them and provide them with so much opportunity and try to give them the things so that they don't go without, that I hope I'm not hurting them, because I want them to want, like, I grew up with very little and still enough. I had a roof over my head. I had clothes, it's not like I was, without like the necessities, but we were very limited, just to say the least, very limited growing up. So early on, from a young age, I always wanted to work and make money because I didn't have it. So my fear is, because I've worked so hard and I have that work ethic, that I could actually take that away from my kids. So how do I creatively light their fire? How do I creatively get them inspired? Yes.
Well, that just reminds me, because we didn't have money until I was a little bit older in my life. But when my dad first got his shop, and he owned it, he would bring us to work and have us like clock in and out. And he would pay us at the end of the day. He paid us $5 an hour. which was less than minimum wage, but we didn't know that.
You got paid though.
I got paid. I didn't care. And I got a lunch bought for me. So, you know, it was really a sweet gig.
Right.
Nice.
But we would go and like wash cars. That was like what we did I was 5 washing cars, and I'd punch in and punch out. I was super excited. At the end of every day, he would count out how many hours I worked, and he'd count out 5s and hand them to me. And I was like, this is the coolest thing. I am making money and I like washing cars. Like, joke's on you, Dad. And that's how Ollie feels. So I got into it. Like, but as I got older, when my dad got remarried and I had my half sister and my step siblings, they never did those things. Neither did my brother, really. It was really me and my sister, because they had nowhere to put us. So it was like you had to go to work with them. So he just made a way for us to stay busy. And I realized I got a work ethic from that, because sorry. Hey, everybody quit it. No, nobody's at the door. Hold, please.
We can mute you.
Sorry, my house is chaotic all the time. But my siblings don't have that same drive, because they didn't have to. And a lot of stuff got handed to us the older we got. And I can see the difference in like my stepbrothers and where they are in life, as opposed to what I do and what my sister does, because we were taught different things at a young age. So I do think it's important, even though, because my dad has said that to me, like, you know, I think I messed up because I gave you guys everything I never had. And and I said, like, yes and no, because I went to work at 14 and never stopped working because I loved it.
Good for you.
Yeah, I just liked making money, and I liked having my own money. I didn't want to have to ask my dad for money. I was like, screw this. I'm going to go buy my own food and my own Jordans. Like, I don't need you.
Oh, that's so good. See, it's funny that you said the word drive, because I don't really have that, because I did have everything handed to me growing up. And so that's kind of like been a struggle for me, is to have that drive to go get it myself. Yeah. So that's what I'm working on, or I need to work on. Get that drive. And
I think and you'll find it. I mean, my thing, honestly, it came from being 5 and my first getting paid to do something I liked doing anyways, because I was a kid. And that's where, like, I have to find with Ollie is how to get hit, like, pay him to help me with real estate, to where he feels like, wow, that was exciting. I just did, like, put stamps on an envelope and my mom gave me $20. Awesome. You know, because that'll get him excited later for whatever he wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know, like, if I'm honest, I have 2 step siblings that are both heroin addicts and can't get their lives right. And I know a lot of it has to do with the fact that they were given everything as a child and as a teenager, and they didn't have to work for anything. And it, you know, shaped them differently.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that,
So, you're not doing any heroin lately, right, Amy?
Oh, me, no.
Good. So
no, but I mean,
you're already doing better.
So there's something I didn't talk about.
Leslie.
Uh-oh.
So Leslie's the guilty party, huh? So you're giving everything, and that's what you've been doing. That's where you were these last few weeks, huh?
Wasn't COVID.
That's it. It was never COVID.
Oh, that's funny. Yvette, what kind of dog do you have? He sounds big.
I have a pit bull and an American bulldog. I have 2 big dogs.
Wow.
Yeah, I got a bull terrier and an English bulldog.
Oh, so cute.
She's actually snoring right now. I don't know if you guys can hear her.
Mine are both staring because I gave Ollie snacks and then I ate a string cheese. So they're both like, what can we get from you?
Yeah.
So Leslie, did you grow up? Did you have everything? Did you have very little? What was it? Since we've all confessed.
Yeah.
So
I was spoiled.
My parents, when I was a baby, they it was more like a middle class, right? So my mom, you know, had her hairstyle, had her shop, to do hair with my aunt, and then my dad had his auto shop. And then it kind of hit us as a family later on, like mid 90s, where I think the majority of people got affected. It was during that time. So my parents and I decided to move to Florida, and it was a little bit less expensive to live there than here. So my parents always gave me, I was always clothed. They always gave me what they could, I wasn't necessarily handed everything, but my dad always instilled in me, like he was always like, you're gonna have a great job when you grow up. You're gonna whether it's in an office or whatever. So my parents gave me good ethics in the sense of work hard for what you have. And again, they did everything they could. Lots of love. I'm so grateful for my parents. It was whatever couldn't be given in material things was more of like a support, emotional support, and guidance. Any guidance they can give me, they would.
Are they still together, your parents?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. My parents got divorced when I was 14.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it was horrible.
Was it hard?
It was really hard. I mean, I acted out a lot at that time. It was a real ugly divorce, for them. Yeah, thank you. But
so yeah, I mean, I have no complaints, in that sense, but still, it's amazing how as we get older as adults, we learn what works for us, right? Because what worked for our parents was different than what works for us in our path in our life. And so yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know, did I answer your question, Brendan?
No, it was great. No, thank you for sharing it. And I guess a bigger question just is, what do you feel drives you right now? Like, what is it that motivates you to want to get up and try your best, or try to be successful, or try to figure out the game of real estate?
Well, that's you,
it?
Brandon.
What's that?
You for me.
What's that?
I said that's you for me.
That I'm the drive.
Yeah.
Well,
like, I don't want to let you down, so I gotta.
Hey, whatever. If I can guilt trip you into this, I'll do my best to guilt trip you. So I use whatever angle I can, right? Like Yvette was saying, I was real sly in how I got her over here earlier.
So sly. You just planted a seed and I grew, and I was like, all right, I gotta say something. No, but my son is obviously my drive. Like, I didn't have to struggle by any means. My parents always found a way to make it seem like we did well. Like, they've told us now, like, there was times where it was a struggle when we were little, but when I made some weird soccer team, Oliver, please stop. When I made some weird soccer team and got to go to Australia to play, like, they found the way to pay for it, and when I wanted to go to DC on the school trip, Oliver, you gotta quit it. You gotta go read it somewhere else. You're too loud. He needs to go back to school so bad.
Send him off.
They always found the way. So for me, like, I want to be able to give Oliver that same ability to, where I don't have to say, no, you can't go because I can't afford it. Like, I don't want to have to tell my son, like, nah, mom's budget's too tight this month, ever. I want him to know there's a budget. I want him to understand the budget, but I want to be able to budget in the things that, I want to be able to put him in sports and not be like, oh shit, baseball's $300. That's going to be a tough one.
Yeah. I have some weird desire that, like, I wanted to be able to provide all that for my kids, but I still want them to have the driver to still want. So, like, I think I've shared with somebody recently some of the, it's not a good situation. I won't even bring it up. We'll talk about it later. It's something with my daughter and my kids, but we'll talk later. Leslie, I'm going to do a transitional, what do you call that? Like a segue, right? What were you saying just in terms of what gave you your drive? What do you say is responsible for your drive right now? Like, what is it that drives you or motivates you each morning when you're waking up? Like, how is it that you get focused and it's like, okay, this is what I want to do right now?
It's a variety of things. You know how Napoleon Hill talks about having a definite purpose, right? That's separate from my daily drive, right? And my short-term goal drive. I really want to make it big, but I want to know, I want to see, look back and say, no, that was me. You know, it wasn't given to me. It wasn't something that was just handed over. It was something that I did. So that's my drive, is just being 100% financially independent, not having to check in with anyone but myself. And I know part of that is kind of like, oh, well, you want to do it all on your own, but you know, it's more than the money too. It's mostly like the growth, personal growth for me.
That's cool.
That's bigger, even bigger than the
I
financial.
have to say for me too, sorry, Brandon, is that the security, financial security is what I really want to have, because I don't know, even though, you know, my husband, fiance, he like, see, that's the thing too. I don't really need to work because he can, you know, pay all the bills and stuff. But I mean, there could be one day he can come home and say, you know what, I'm done. You need to get out. And then what? So, you know what I mean? I don't, because that happens, you know, and I don't want to be that person where I'm like, I'm not going to be able to, you know, take care of myself.
Right.
So to have that financial security is like really huge for me.
Good.
So.
No, that's massive. And it is, again, a lot of things we talk about, and what you'll notice, I was talking about it with Anthony earlier, is some of your biggest gifts, or some things that can seem like such a blessing in so many ways, can also be your biggest hindrance or a crutch or handicap that kind of prevents you from becoming what you're capable of. And that's why it's important to understand what they're talking about with the burning of the ships behind you and going all in and committing. When you have it, if it's okay, Leslie, is it okay to share about, you know, some of the part-time jobs in the past? Do you mind?
Sure. Please do. Yeah.
So early on when Leslie and I worked together, there was a point where she came to me and she was just like, look, it's not working real estate wise. I got to pay my bills. I'm responsible for these things. So I asked her, I said, okay, tell me what you're responsible for if you're open with it. And we were doing a coaching session. She broke it all down. And then I said, okay, so how much are you going to make in these jobs? Well, I'm going to work this part-time here. I'm going to work this one part-time here. It's going to pay me this amount. And I said, you're still not making what you need to make to be able to cover your bills. You know, what your responsibilities are. And I had to go through that process for her to self-discover. I knew it already because I knew what she was capable with real estate, but I needed her to realize that just because you're working hard doesn't always mean that's where you should be spending your time and what you should be doing. So at some point she had to realize, and she went from where she tried everything she could with real estate. This is before she took on the part-time jobs, the 2 part-time jobs. And she was still struggling to try to get some deals together and was getting, you know, little successes, but not enough that was paying the bills. Mm-hmm. So she went and took the other part-time jobs, and you just did it. And I remember you working it and you just stuck with it. But now you only had one day available. And I remember you telling me that. I got Wednesday to work real estate. I said, you have one day? Yeah, I got Wednesday. And I'm going to get myself in position. And you told me this. I'm going to get myself in position where I can quit those jobs. I'm going to do X amount of deals. And I was like, where do you think you're going to get the time for it? So we just kind of went through this process. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, at some point, I don't remember what it was. And Leslie, maybe you know what the turning point was. But what was it when you were finally like, you know what, I can be done with these jobs. I'm going all in on real estate. When were you able to make that commitment? What happened in your life?
Well, it was mostly emotionally. I couldn't do it anymore. I was working at Spencer McKinsey, and it turned into the kind of job that you scream in your car before you go in. You know, you're like, this is emotionally hindering me right now. And I realized, you know what? I know I can do much better in real estate. I have to go through the motions of making the contacts,
you know, reaching out to those that I know are thinking about doing something. And little by little, you know, I was able to do a deal here or there, and then I was able to quit because then I had enough to kind of get me going for the next few months. And then I, you know, I'm sure, Brendan, you saw me stressing out at that time. It was a stressful moment, but at least I was like, okay, I can't do both anymore.
And once you did fully commit to that, though, now you allow yourself, well, you don't allow, you put yourself in position that the only way to survive is to figure it out.
Right.
That's part of what you have to do in this business.
Right.
So the biggest challenge that I hear you sharing, Amy, and I'm sure you already realize it as well, is you're going to have to be able to convince yourself, how do you hold yourself accountable?
Mm-hmm.
What do you need to be held accountable so that you know that you're going to push yourself to accomplish the things you're capable of doing, right? Mm-hmm. And doing it at a pace that you feel good about, that you're winning each day, and then just slowly building off of that. And my hope is also being around, you know, Leslie and Yvette, Anthony. When you hear Anthony, you're going to hear a lot of drive, a lot of talent that he brings to the table as well. And my hope is that we all will just, you know, share this journey together, and you're going to be able to kind of be able to bend off of us as well, and just say, you know what, I like what Leslie's doing over here.
Mm-hmm.
I like what Yvette's doing. Maybe there's certain, you know, decent qualities that I have that you mimic, you know, and then the same with Anthony as well. And then you do what feels good for you. But at the end of this, what Leslie hit earlier about that purpose, definiteness of purpose, it's key to just know, it's like, okay, what are we here for? And more than anything, if something happened to me tomorrow, what would people say? Not that you care about what people say, but what legacy are you leaving behind?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've shared about your son being very close with you. You know, he's probably, my assumption would be, the most important person that you want him, you know, just so proud of all the things that you're trying to do right now. And if that were me, which it is with my kids, they're my drive, they're my motivation, they're why I push myself to become everything that I'm capable of. One of the coolest things I heard through the Mike Ferry production retreat is where he started talking about all the different people at their age when they finally started their business and became the famous people that they are right now. I think the youngest one was Ford at 40. I think he was 40 something. Ford was the youngest though. Colonel Sanders was like 65 when he started KFC. All these people, like all of them were like in their 50s to 60s before they started their business that put them on the map to become who they are today. Wow. The only reason why I share that is, one, you know, I'm 38 now, starting to feel like one of the more senior people as I'm looking at these. You're shaking your head over here. As I'm looking at these babies we got here on the other side of the screen.
I can't believe I'm older than you, Brandon.
Not by
yeah, I'm not too far behind.
We're close. But
I'm super young, so I don't know what any of you guys are talking about.
We got these babies on here. So the only reason why I shared it, we got a long ways to go to figure it out. We got a long ways to go before we start doing what we're capable of doing. And if you truly believe it and you truly want it, it's pretty amazing what we can still do in this life, you know, and make the most out of it. And at the end of it, it's about being happy, number one. So what is it that's going to bring us that inner peace and that happiness? And for myself, it is helping other people find their passion and find what really drives them. So I hope I didn't offend anybody with, you know, not the age. I'm not worried about the age thing. I'm more worried about, you know, just on the assumptions, like assuming, is it your son that drives you? Would you say that, Amy?
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Well, I don't want to use your son to drive you, to motivate you, but, you know.
I just can't, I don't really want to get into too deep talking about him right now, or else I'm going to start to, you guys are going to see some tears. You know.
That's what we're going for.
Yeah, oh, you are. I'll let it go.
Let it go.
Oh, yesterday was horrible for me. Oh my God.
No, we don't have any cookies right now.
So,
Oliver, there are people
doing okay though?
Yeah, I am.
Well, we'll have a drink later, as long as we can figure out spread any diseases.
Yeah, I know.
Diseases.
Is that why you guys haven't been working out?
No, She's been busy. We do need to get back to it though. But no, we got together on Monday. Yeah, we were doing Tuesday and Thursdays. So, all right, well, let's just to get back to this real quick. So we talked about the burning the ship behind you, what that means. We talked about the other selves, and that's usually going through some difficult, situations to discover the other self. Did you get that part, Amy?
Yeah.
We talked about just a bit ago. What was your take on that with the other self?
I'm trying to remember. Hold on.
Are you bad?
I'm drawing a blank on that. Isn't that when something like a crisis happens or something, and then
Good job.
then you realize like something good will come out of it, maybe, or there's another side of you didn't know you have.
Yep.
Something
That's
like
perfect.
that, right?
No,
Okay.
that's spot on. So the quote he has is, remember too that all who succeed in life get off to a bad start and pass through many heartbreaking struggles before they arrive. The turning point in the lives of those who succeed usually comes at the moment of some crisis through which they're introduced to their other selves. What is the turning point in your life? So, just I guess what is the take that you have on that? Why does it take some crisis before you discover your other self? What's your belief of that or your understanding of that?
Let's see here. I have to think about that a little bit more.
Well, I know we talked about it a little bit earlier. Yvette and Leslie, what is your thought about that? Go ahead, Leslie.
I do have something to share that Yvette and I have experienced, right? With Gail and Ralph. There's moments where you don't want to be in that position or that situation to be someone you're not, because at the end of the day, you have to kind of mold into a different kind of agent to be able to help them understand the situation, right? So I would consider that one of those moments where a huge growing experience, right? And it kind of like, it just I don't know how to explain it, Brendan.
Do you mind if you can give a little bit of the backstory to Amy, either you or Yvette, just in terms of what you're talking about? I know what you're referring to.
Right.
And what you had to do, but what was it that happened first, and then explain how you handled it. So what was the issue? And
so
then
we're talking about like a crisis, right? Or like a situation where, it's not going in the direction you want it to be going. Well, with these particular buyers, they weren't moldable. They were stuck in their own ways in regards to wanting to purchase a home in the kind of market that doesn't support what they necessarily wanted to do, right? And then helping them understand, look, this isn't going to work. I know this is the way you want to approach it, but it's not going to work this way. And that essentially you're open to going with a different professional that would support your point of view. It's either that or we follow what I know will work for you, right?
Like the problem was Leslie got them to write an offer and they almost got it accepted and they lost it over $3,000.
Right.
They didn't want to come up $3,000. Then I showed them a bunch and they finally were going to write on one. And I basically told them, you got to decide and write today, because if it's worth getting, it's going to be gone. And they still wrote $3,000 under the asking price. And no matter what I said, they were just like, nah, we're not writing at the asking price. I was like, whatever, fine.
But what was the reasoning why they wouldn't?
Because they thought it wasn't going to appraise. But I said, you have your appraisal contingency in place. It is, rightful price. Right. The husband's he thinks the market is something it's not, which is whatever. So then Leslie showed him another one and she was going to get her offer accepted, but they were mad that they countered out a fridge, and they were basically willing to let this deal fall through over a refrigerator.
Oh my gosh.
So that's when Leslie was like, had to have a hard talk with them. That I 100% stood behind her and said, you go, girl.
And Yvette, it was both of us, both of us putting it into perspective for them, you know, to understand, hey, what you're doing is not working. You either follow our lead or you find a different professional that will do what you say, you know. And ultimately they ended up getting their offer accepted, and we're currently in escrow with them. And
Oh,
you know,
good.
they're yeah, Yvette and I are able to guide them now. They're
But
leading.
it took
Yeah.
Leslie telling them like, hey, I'm gonna step out of this if you're not gonna listen to us.
Exactly.
Because you've lost out on, this would be, if they didn't go with it, that would have been the third property they were losing out on because they wouldn't listen to the advice of the professional.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the reason for bringing this story up is it's kind of like burning the boat. Like you just gotta run, you gotta jump for it. And if it fails and they go with someone else, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you move on, but you've learned something, right?
Absolutely. And have you ever done that before? Have you ever basically almost fired a client?
No. I mean,
I
I kind of have, but not in this magnitude, right?
But how did that feel though, just being in that position where you know you're that close to getting an offer accepted? I remember we talked not too long before that. And do you remember what your words were to me when I was alluding towards you having to call them on their stuff and basically said, hey, look, this isn't a good fit? Do you remember what you had shared with me? What your hesitation was?
I think my hesitation was a variety of things. I didn't necessarily want them to walk away from me.
Why not?
Because I did all that work.
Right.
Like with them, like, you know, Yvette and I both did so much work that I felt, oh my goodness, this has to work. This has to happen.
Let's just stop. Yeah, let's just stop you there. So you felt obligated to continue to appease them and walk on eggshells because you've put in so much time, energy, and effort. You wanted to get paid, right? You wanted to make sure that there was an outcome. They got the house, you got paid, and it wasn't a waste of time, right?
Right. Correct.
So do you think they knew that?
No.
They did.
Yeah.
That's what they're banking off of. That's why they kept doing what they were doing, because they felt that you were desperate enough that you're going to continue to just let them do whatever the hell they wanted to do, and you should be kissing their butt because you're going to get paid a commission at the end of this. That's what they were banking on. So when you flipped it on them and you just basically said, look, Yvette's been out there showing property. I've been in touch with you this entire time. I've showed you property multiple times. I don't even know if you brought my name up, right? But the whole team had serviced these guys, and you got the information on multiple accounts to find out what the highest offer was. So this makes it even worse, Amy. So when they wrote 3 under asking, it was a multiple offer situation. We knew there was an offer $20,000 higher than asking price, and they came up $3,000.
Wow.
On the previous one. So I'm getting upset. I'm not even the one out there running around showing it. I was just like, Leslie, I mean, I know you could hear it in my voice. I'm like, Leslie, I'm trying to help you understand this because this is not okay. And you can't allow it to continue to happen. So now it's time to have that talk. And I remember as I'm telling you, you're like, like it wasn't like you were excited to have the conversation that I could tell you were going to have in front of you. But that crisis and that tough situation already took you from here to here in seconds. And their opinion and their value of you went from here to here immediately. And if it doesn't, and they cock their attitude and they're ready to walk, you let them walk. You just, hope the door doesn't hit them on the way out, because now you got that off your plate and you did something and you stood up for what you believed in. And so now you are a better person and a better leader that's going to attract better business down the road anyways. So the first time I was able to do it, and I have to say it was after a Mike Ferry, I was at a superstar retreat, and I had 4 escrows going at that time. And I had one of she was a Zillow lead, and she was a special person, and she knew she was special and let everybody know around her how special she was. And I just flipped it that day after I heard Mike talk. And sure enough, my approach changed. I ended up losing out on a purchase. I got the listing still done, but it changed my business forever after sitting through that retreat. And just wanted you to share that, because that's probably there's anything important out of this chapter that you applied immediately to your business, you're already seeing the benefits of it.
Exactly.
And it happens like that 9 out of 10 times. 90% of the time, they're going to come to you. There's only 1 out of 10 where they'll walk away. But the more you push them away, the more they want you. That's
And Brendan,
how it works.
I verified it in the past couple of days. What you said is true. Because
You've been firing everybody or what?
How funny.
yeah, there's been times where I'm like, that's it. It's this way, done. I'm done. But with these clients, I feel like there's more respect. There's a lot of respect now. There's a lot of thank yous, a lot of like, thank you for doing this for us. We appreciate you. Thank you for making that phone call. Absolutely, that's what I'm here for. But you see the shift. You absolutely see the shift with people. So.
And it has to start with you first.
Yeah.
It has to start with you, Amy, too. And all of us here, just the belief in yourself in terms of what you're going to bring to the table. You're going to work hard. We're all getting out of, there's other things we'd rather do right now than sit at 2:00 on a Friday on here talking about our feelings and talking about, Think and Grow Rich and why these principles are important. But you're going to see a lot of growth. My hope over these next, it's roughly about 15 weeks to get through this entire book. But it's good. And it was great for our business last year. It's already starting this year. Leslie's killing. She just got an offer accepted today. She got a new one accepted. So she had one fall out, which was unfortunate. We're going to try to get them into something, but she just got another one. A new one she wrote last night got the acceptance.
Oh, wow.
Today.
Congrats.
So, yeah, she's lighting it up, and it's the same leads that, I've sent you a few leads, Amy. Don't know, and I don't expect you to have called them, but these are things we're going to start practicing in the next few weeks coming up. So what I want to do after doing the Mike Ferry deal is we're going to set one day that's going to be a calling day. They call them Money Mondays. We'll pick a time, probably on Monday. Pick a time on Monday just to allot a couple hours. So instead of even doing a training, we're just going to make calls. And I'm going to help, and we'll practice it, and we'll work together. But we can do calls between our sphere and between the internet leads, and we're just going to practice getting into prospecting. That's going to be the first thing that we tackle and we figure out. We're also, we're going to do other things moving forward, but that's one big thing that I'm going to make sure we do. Because I know for myself and my growth as an agent, probably one of the biggest things that I did was prospecting school, where I was on the phone for 2 days straight, starting at like 8 in the morning, going till, it was 6 hours. So there were some breaks in between. It's like 45 minutes at an hour and 15 minutes. Then it went like lunch and then like another hour and a half. But we did 6 hours, 2 days back to back, standing up, headsets on, calling. That's actually how I got a hold of Leslie the first time, was at prospecting school. But it taught me how to break through barriers, how we limit ourselves in terms of those conversations. And I also started seeing that if you called in a certain way, that you got a better response, and the follow-up was key. So I could call somebody in the morning, they wouldn't pick up. Then I would call somebody 2 hours later, they still wouldn't pick up. Then I'd call them the next morning. If they picked up on that next morning, I almost set the appointment every single time. It was crazy to see that happen. I was like, wow, I'm giving up way too easy on these leads. I'm giving up way too easy on my follow-up. And then I also learned from other guys, this one little short guy, he was a clean-cut young Latino guy, and the guy had a great personality. You can hear him on the phone. He's real cocky, and he's just talking. He's doing this little gesturing thing, and he's listening to this guy tell him all the reasons why he would never consider joining his company. It was recruiting calls, right? Which is supposed to be similar to like calling a FSBO, for sale by owner, same type of objections, if you call it that. So as I'm hearing this guy talk on the phone, well, he's not even talking, he's just listening. But this guy's saying, look, I pay a flat fee. I pay like $600 per transaction. There's no way I would ever go unless you would match that. You're just wasting your time. I'm not going to waste your time at lunch, yada, 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 whatever. And I'm seeing this guy smiling, standing the whole time. He's just listening, and he's doing this. He's going like this. He's like, all right, come on, keep going, keep talking, keep talking. After the guy finally says all the reasons why he's not going to come over, he just says, I promise you that if you come and you have lunch with me, that you're going to be able to implement something in your business today. I promise you'll walk away with something of value. I promise. And he just said it that quick. This guy went from no, there's no way ever. He's like, all right, what time do you want to get together? I'm like, what the fuck? I just seen this whole thing. I saw it flip. I'm like, are you kidding me? And it just happened in front of me. And this was on day 2. So it was like my first calling event. And just so you know, I did it twice a year I probably went to 6 or 7 of them. Out of all the C21 managers, I went more than any other person did. And I would set roughly about 20 to 25 appointments every single session that I went out there. But when I saw this guy do it, I realized just that I was giving him way too easy. And so it just got me to try it a little bit harder and not be so really weak on the phone that I was just willing to just give in on it. So I bring up that story because not that I want to stress you guys out that you think you're going to have to call people for 12 hours over a 2-day period, but we can do something similar to that and work together, and it'll make it easier. And the calls will get easier. And the nervousness part, like, you'll find a way to make a game out of it and figure out how to, it's like, all right, I'm just talking to people. So instead of worrying about setting appointments and setting 20 appointments or 1 appointment or 5 appointments or whatever, you get to where, okay, I'm just talking to another human being on the other side. How can I do this in a good way where we have a good conversation? They find out I do real estate. And then guess what? Maybe they're thinking about buying or selling. Maybe they're not. Maybe they know somebody who's thinking about buying and selling. But all I know is if I sit here and wait, maybe I'll do a deal or 2 a year, or maybe 4 or 5 if I'm lucky because I know enough people. Or let's flip that, and I want to do a deal a month, or I want to do a few deals every single month, right? And start hitting some big numbers. Well, we got to change the way we're approaching it. So it's that'll probably be like the boot camp part of what we're doing. That is going to take some stretching, feel uncomfortable. If you feel this is awkward, this is a whole nother level of awkwardness. But I can promise you after you're done with it, it's very, I don't know, just uplifting in a lot of different ways because you're going to see. And then not that you have to make these crazy cold calls, but when you're talking to people you actually like and care about, your conversations get that much better because now you appreciate those and start looking forward to it. So anybody scared to do the call-in night? got one honest person on here. Are you scared?
Terrified. I am freaking terrified. I'm not scared. I'm terrified.
Okay.
Sachi's scared too. She's like,
I appreciate the honesty. What are you terrified about? What's so scary about it?
I think because I'm still trying to learn on like what to say, or like if they ask me a question and I don't know how to answer it, that's like if I get put on the spot, I'm horrible with that.
We have the same fears.
It's like, I mean, that's why the script's kind of hard for me because it's so structured and like, sometimes I always would think like, oh, I'm just going to go off the cuff and then just let the conversation flow.
Right.
But, you know.
Does that work when you just?
No. I mean, it depends who I'm talking to though, you know, like if it's someone I've known for years and, you know, like I was telling you with my friend, my old friend from work where I used to work, you know, I reached out to her. And so now she's going to talk to Jason on Saturday.
So
that type of stuff is like not hard because I could say whatever.
Well, you can say whatever with, all right, let's just put it this way. And you please don't take this. Nobody take this.
I have to leave in like 5 minutes. FYI, I just.
All right, we'll see you, Yvette. Bye.
I know.
I have to leave too in 5 minutes.
I don't believe you. But yeah, no, we all need to. I told my kids that I'd be done by 2:00. It's already 2:24. So we do got to wrap this up. So just with it being said, you said you had a good conversation with an old friend, right? Mm-hmm. Try to remember that when you make these calls. One of the best advice, this guy, Rick Bentley, he's a good manager out of Utah, what he shared with me, because he always had good just energy and charisma. I was like, how do you do that? He's like, what? I said, how do you talk like that to complete strangers? He's like, look, every time before I make that call, I talk like I'm talking to a long best friend forever. And it's just like, hey, is this Amy? Or Amy, how are you doing? Right? It was just something that he's talking to. Like, so if I haven't talked, Leslie, what's going on? I'm sorry it's been so long. What's up? You know, what's new? What's happening? Just a certain type of energy that he had that he shared with me, and I tried it. I was like, all right, let me see if this works. So it was just like I'd call some random agent. It's like, hey, is this Bill? Or Bill, how are you doing? Not is this Bill? It's like, Bill, how's it going? And then he's like, hey, like I must know this guy, right? And it just already started in a certain way. But I don't know how to say it. All I can say is like I'm sitting right now, but I was standing up, got my headset on. They're playing music in the background. I'm kind of like, once I started getting in the zone, kind of bobbing my head to the music, I start making my calls. I'm still sweaty palms. I'm still like, oh man, this person's going to hang up the phone on me. All the negative stuff's happening. But once I got that out and I just started focusing on having good conversations, it was money. And that's all I needed was good conversations. So if I can tell, if I were talking to a lady on the other end, right? Single, I'm not saying right now, I'm saying if I were single and talking to a lady on the other end, I'd be a lot more endeared. Now my son walks in at the perfect time. How you doing, bud? I'm going to listen to what she has to say, okay? So already you three are going to have an advantage over any male calling another person. And this is truer than anything else out there. The key is just to have fun with the conversation, right? Talk like you're talking to this little stud muffin here.
What's up, bud? You telling your dad to get done working so he can play?
Yeah, it's playtime, huh?
Are we going to play? Okay, I'm going to be right out. So basically all I'm saying is you three have a major advantage. Use it to your advantage. Yeah. We'll be right out there, okay? Act like you're interested in what they have to say. Ask them questions. Pretend like you're listening to them. Say, oh, really? Sound excited, right? When whatever they share with, that is awesome. Your mom just passed away last week. I'm so excited to hear. Does that mean she has to sell her house? You know?
That means you got an inheritance, right?
Right. So you got all this money. Well, what is this the right number to call you back at? Just have fun with the conversations. And I'm mocking it.
Brendan, it's kind of like when someone says they're getting a divorce or something. Is it good news? Getting a divorce? So like,
are we happy about it?
Are you? Is it a good moment? Or?
Celebrating, or should I send my condolences?
Right. Did you want this? Are you happy you're moving on, or was it a bad no? Which one?
Make it a game. Make it fun. Make it something that you can enjoy, just having fun. Don't get too friendly on the phone. Your significant others may start getting, a little questionable. Like, hey, what's going on over there? Just having a lot of good conversations lately, and all of a sudden, they're gone prospecting all day. But you just have to make it fun and use what you got to your advantage in terms of that. I'm not saying you got to do. They'll be pleasantly surprised when they Zoom you. Is all I can say, and just have fun with them on the phone and turn it into that. A lot of this, and you're going to see it as it gets to the chapter. There's a chapter on, it's called Sex Transmutation. I kind of like talking about it early on because if anybody doesn't know about it, they're like, what does that mean? There's an energy that is one of the highest motivators, or I forget what they call it. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? Yvette, do you know what I'm talking about? The word
like, I don't
stimulants. It's like it's a stimulant or a stimuli.
Like we're like, yeah, like, well, I get it, because extremely for males, like where it's like, if there's a pretty lady, they're like, how do I get its attention? What do I need to do? How do I peacock this? I will buy that house from you, ma'am. Sachi, why are you so needy? Right. Everyone in my house is so needy.
So the same qualities for whatever it was with dating, right? It's the same thing. This is one thing that I always refer to somebody him and I used to always talk about these things, but it's very similar. So it's a lot of relationship based, and maybe everybody wasn't a whore like I was in terms of dating, right? I try to say it all quiet.
No comment.
Maybe everybody wasn't out there as much as I was, but you can use that. It's huge. It's using that energy. And to be honest, for a while, because I was so just afraid of, I don't want to get myself in a sticky situation kind of thing. I was almost afraid of that energy. And once I realized, like, I've been not tapping into something that was critical, it's huge for business. And it's people want to work with you. It's crazy. Guys, girls, you will attract the right types of things when you kind of get in that zone. And there's a full chapter on how you transmute that energy. I'm not saying to act out on it, but I'm saying it changes in your tonality and your voice. It changes in the way that you carry yourself. And even though you're on a phone and they're not seeing you, the way that you feel about yourself is how they're going to feel about you when they're talking to you. It's either going to attract them or it's going to push them away. So it's using what you got to attract those conversations. Yes.
I'll talk to you guys later. I got to get Ollie to his dad's.
All right. See you later, Yvette.
Bye, Yvette.
Thanks for joining. We're all going to be wrapping up soon, so it's all good. See, it was getting a little too hot and heavy in here, so she had to get off the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
That was a joke. Nah, it's some good stuff on here. So, yeah. Anyways, is anybody weirded out or confused or disturbed about what's coming up in the future chapters? Leslie, I know you've already gone through it, so you already know which chapter I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know what to expect.
Yep, you know what to expect.
Well, a lot of it is true though. What you're saying, how you carry yourself is, what's the right word? Like, portrayed through the phone. They don't have to see you to know what kind of personality you have, you know, to know if you really care about the situation or you don't. So yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately a lot like relationships, and that's whether good or bad. And I don't know everybody's history. I'm here with that. Let me just shut the door real quick. One sec.
Yeah.
So yeah, as you can see, I'm just in my sweats and my fancy clothes here.
You're ready for a listing appointment?
Not at all. I better not get called for a listening appointment right now. Hey, but I got on here. I sat through that whole Mike Ferry and through all this fun stuff and got it done. So, but no, what I was starting to get to with, I'm trying to remember now. I don't know.
The chapter.
Yeah.
Is that
No,
is that what chapter is that?
It's, you can see it and see what the table of content. Are you going to skip ahead to that one?
No, it just.
It's a good one. That one is chapter 11. So it says on page 199. It's right after. So just to kind of give you an outline of the chapters we have. So this one was desire. Next one's faith. Then it's auto-suggestion. Then it's specialized knowledge. Then imagination, organized planning, decision, persistence, power of the mastermind, the mystery of sex transmutation, the subconscious mind, the brain, the sixth sense, and how to outwit the six ghosts of fear. Then the last thing, it says creating your own mastermind. There's additional inspiration and then other reading lists that they have with it. So yeah, and it's on faith. They even make very clear on multiple times they're not talking about faith in God. They're talking about really a belief more so in yourself, and then the universal rules out there that if you understand them, you could either go with the current or go against the current. And most people go against the current, make things a lot more difficult for themselves. They talk about two streams. One stream goes towards success and abundance and all your goals. The other stream's going downward. It's going against the opposite. And a lot of people are typically in that other stream that's taking them to a negative place. So you got to figure out how to get out of that negative stream, pop in that positive stream, and start going up in the right direction.
Then you just read this, and then you get in a positive mindset. Put it in your ear, read it, go on a walk, and you know, I just do it when when I have a bad day. This is what I do: is I put it in my ear and go for a walk, even if it's 20 minutes. Get back to work, you know, because it happens. You get into a rut. You're like, I can't focus right now. My phone calls will not be what I want them to be, you know. But you have to get back into it. Otherwise you don't work.
There's a lot of distractions in life. There's a lot of distractions just in being productive. And if there's anything from this production retreat, it's figuring out yourself of what distracts you. How do you minimize those distractions, and how do you stay on course to accomplish what it is that you're trying to do? So, you know, sometimes it's schedules, sometimes it's setting short goals, daily goals, weekly goals, monthly goals, you know, and kind of going from there. But there's a way to ease into this. So I know you're terrified of the phone calls, of doing like the prospect in school. And that's good. That's good that you.
I might not show up for those days.
That's all right. Well, you don't have to starting out. And again, we're going to ease into this. So that's where if you can watch any of the Mike Ferry days, watch day 2, where they talk about the different phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. We're in phase 1, just starting out. It's not about hitting 20, 30, 40 contacts a day. We don't care about any of that stuff right now. Right now, we're trying to learn the foundation. What do I need to know? How do I know what to say? What do I need to say, and when do I need to say it to get the business that I need to get? Right. And our job is to set appointments. You just set an appointment the other day without any script, and you just had a conversation with your friend. If you can figure out how to have that same type of conversation with a complete stranger in the same type of comfortableness, like why is it that you can be that comfortable with that friend? I know when I first met you, Amy, at an open house, and even every time I saw you in the office, it was always a positive feeling and always a positive experience. When I first met you, I thought your husband at the time, but fiance, same type of vibe. I got it from both of you. I still get it every time we chill. It's cool. It's fun. That's how other people are going to feel the same way too. So that's your gift, and that's what you want to use to be able to open those conversations. Then it's learning, okay, it's okay if they ask me a question I don't know the answer to. It's okay. And part of the reason why it's so hard right now is because we don't have enough opportunities. Leslie, if you got the news today, or you got it yesterday about the one falling out, and you've worked your tail off to make all that work. I mean, you got to the VP, the final walkthrough before it didn't work out. No fault to you. It's all due to the lender, right? But how devastating, it was already devastating, but how much worse would it have been if that was your only transaction that you had?
You're right. It would have been extremely devastating. At least I'm being preoccupied with other things that I can just keep the momentum going.
And you can stay focused, and you can still be the leader you need to be to give them the hope that you're going to find them a home, that you're going to do everything in your power, that you're still already talking about next steps with Jason Haraldson, right? But she's already put herself in position to succeed because she has enough opportunities, and she's talking to enough people on a daily. It doesn't just happen. She didn't talk to 4 people and 4 people just decided, oh, we're going to open escrow this week. It's a process. And it takes time and consistency. So what we have to get you, the hardest part, just like the hardest part is getting into the gym, the hardest part is getting to the gym, the hardest part is opening up a book and starting to read. That's the hardest part. Once you get into it and start doing it, it's not that bad. Once you start making these calls on a regular basis, it's not that bad. And I'm not a scripted person by any means. I can't just follow a script. I'm very rebellious. I like doing the opposite of what I'm supposed to do. I'm probably the most confused person in terms of trying to figure out how to get myself to stay in line and do things. So I do weird things for myself to, like, I play games with myself where it's like, okay, I'm not going to do anything until I open 5 or 6 escrows, or the new game, if you want to call it that. After going to the Big Bear trip, had a blast. I said, I'm going to open 5 escrows before I schedule my next Big Bear trip. And then I started figuring out, okay, how many deals do I need to do by the end of the year? Well, we're already almost all the way through January. I don't have a single closing yet. I had 2 fall out. One was supposed to close January 4th. One was February 4th. Both of them fell out. It was like 1.5 million in sales. One was 8 something. Another one was almost 700. So 1.5 million. Both of them I should be paid by today or next week. 0 on both of those. Well, I still got to keep working, still got to keep my head up. So how do I have the biggest year I'm supposed to have, and I don't have a single closing in January yet? Do I get depressed? Do I worry about it? Do I seem concerned? And I'm not, because I know how to turn it on when I need to turn it on. And I have enough equity in the bank from all the hard work of the people I've been talking to for the last few months that it's all going to happen when it's right for them. And some of them I can motivate to do things a little bit sooner. Others, they need to be motivated. Something needs to happen in their life, and then they're going to reach out to me because I've been in touch with them this entire time. So you just figure those little things out. But that's why, Leslie is in the position she's in right now. and you're going to be in the same boat too, Amy. So it's just time, taking it one step at a time. So just trust the process, just be open,
I am.
terrify
I'm
yourself
not.
a little bit. It's okay.
I'll get there. I'm a slow starter, but like I've told you before, I feel like I've already done so much the little time I've been with you than what I've done in C21. So
yeah. Anything you can share with her, Leslie, just from your experience, in terms of what
I'm not questioning it, Brandon. I feel like you always you're always trying to sell it to me or something. And I'm like, no, I'm there. I'm with you. I got it.
Well, I actually appreciate you saying that. You feel like I'm always trying to sell. And that's actually what they taught us at C21, is that to be a good leader, you always have to recast the vision. You always have to influence others to you resell it, if you want to call it that, right? Resell on, okay, this is what we got to do. You can't just accept that. Oh, we talked about it once, Amy, a month ago. And so I expect that you've got everything figured out and you're good. I don't need to talk to you again. Let me know once you start popping those escrows and we'll go from there. So I actually appreciate you acknowledging that, because that means that I'm making the effort that I should be to you to try to do it. More than anything, I know what I see in terms of belief, and I want you to believe in that. And I know it's going to take some time to do it. And I don't know what it was about Leslie, even from day one, when we've had some pretty tough, good, tough talks. And I'm sure other talks that probably weren't our favorite talks, that we had. But one thing I can always say with Leslie is I know she always knew what she wanted, and I respected it. And that's when I knew, kind of like the tough talk that you just had with your client, where it's like, well, maybe I'm not the best fit for you. Right.
Yeah.
And the client knew what they wanted, and you always knew what you wanted. And when I saw that, I never questioned it again, but I did question it at times. I was like, are you sure this is right?
And I like that, because that got me questioning my path and understanding, well, am I doing the right thing for what I want? And in the end, it's like, you either tweak what you're doing, or you realize, oh yeah, no, it is what I'm doing. It is correctly. It is the right path, and I'm doing it correctly. But yeah, I think I remember, Brandon, when the first interview, I think you did ask me, what do you want? Right. And I'm like, I just want to be successful, Brandon. I just want to do real estate and do good. So yeah, it was awesome. It didn't start off as easy as I expected it to be. So definitely not.
No, it's still, I think the more you learn through this, you start realizing how much more complex it is, how much more complicated it gets, and
Right.
you just appreciate it more the more experiences that you have under your belt. And I don't know if it ever gets to the point where it's like, oh yeah, this is, like I got it figured out, or it's to the point where it's all up or all downhill from here, I should say. It's certain things have gotten easier in terms of putting business together, but for the most part, it's taken an intense focus on wanting to learn how to present, wanting to learn the different steps of what's involved in finding somebody who's motivated to buy and sell, how to follow up, how to stay in touch with them, how to set appointments, how to pre-qualify them, how to present to them, how to overcome objections, and how to close. That whole spectrum right there. When you can master each piece of that, then you're going to feel pretty good that no matter what, you're always going to be able to provide for yourself or for your family through real estate. That's a pretty awesome feeling.
That's exactly what you just mentioned, provide, and I think it's awesome to learn all those steps, not only for business, but for personal life, right? For personal growth, because you approach things differently once you start to realize what it takes to communicate. And communication, I learned it from you, Brendan. Like you're an amazing communicator, and I just listen closely, take notes, and yeah, it helps, especially during escrow. So
absolutely. Well, Noah, thank you for the nice words, and all I can say is just continue working on the communication. We have Yvette, which is critical for our success. I hope I offer the value that I aim to offer to both of you that are here on the call and just business and as a friend. I hope you see that, you know, and know that, and just know you're not alone doing this, and you have a team working with you to help you out. But that's, as we talk about communication, I know, Leslie, you're doing quite a bit with Yvette. Just keep communicating with her, you know what I mean? Both of you, and just working together with her, and you're going to have the same thing as you have it coming up, because Yvette is critical to the success of what it is that we're trying to do as well. She's good at what she does. She's still learning and growing, as we all are. We're all figuring each other out. But even though we don't think certain things as we go through the process, you know, we just always have to be mindful, and you have to put yourself in the position of being a leader who's growing in your just leadership and your abilities in general. And a big part of that is how you communicate, you know, and to get things done.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You're like, no, not at all. What the hell are you talking about? All right. Well, we'll wrap it up. Unless there's, I mean, any other final thoughts on this one? We already talked quite a bit, but just appreciate you both being just honest and vulnerable, and, you know, willing to share some pretty personal things. But, you know, I hope it's a group you feel trust with, even though I pick on everybody, including myself.
Mm-hmm. No, it's definitely been helpful. Thank you, Brennan.
I like it. I like it that it's small.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're a small little family here.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a great.
I'm sure it will get bigger though down the road.
It will, but it's you know, everybody will be at different points too, and you know, like, that's the one great thing I like, and I keep sharing about with Leslie, is her and I have both seen a lot of each other through the evolution over the last 2 to 3 years. I want to say it's going on 3 years now, right, Leslie?
April, it'll be 3 years.
Wow.
Yeah. So 3 years in April, and it's and all I can say is, and Leslie's been a part of the journey the entire time, from the beginning to now. She's always tried to be involved. She's seen a lot of different changes. She's seen different people come and go, and you know, I still feel there's immense value that you get when we get together on these calls, you know, regardless how big or how small it is. So I just think that as we go through the journey together, Amy, you're going to see the same thing. It's like early on, you're like, oh yeah, I remember when we used to talk about that. Or why was I so nervous to get on the phone and make the calls? And then next thing you know, you're going to be the call-in machine where it's just like, okay, yeah, let me do that part. Leslie, you go and show the property, or you go do this. I'll just be on the phone all day.
I'll be okay. Where do I go?
Right. I'm in my sweatpants and my t-shirt over here on the phone, and nobody can tell. I mean, you guys can see on Zoom, but yeah, the rest of them can't. So we got exciting stuff ahead of us, but thanks for reconnecting. I know, you know, you've had a lot going on lately too, Amy. So it's good to see you back on here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else you got before we go, or any questions you have?
Nope, no questions.
No answers. I don't want to hear a long answer. So we're good.
I'm just teasing you, Brandon.
Yeah, you're learning. That's good. Leslie, any final words you got?
No, I think it was very helpful, everything we talked about.
Cool.
I feel like I always take away something, sometimes more than just one thing. It's like to implement, you know, in business. So thank you.
Awesome. Well, I know you're going to follow up with the people from yesterday, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and hopefully reach out to Jason, get that rolling, and
yes.
Yeah, no, just congrats again on your accepted offer. That's awesome news. Just keep showing property when you're hot. Just, you got to get out there, do as much as you can right now, because like we talked about before, we don't know if things are going to get shut down a month, 2 months from now. Hopefully never, but you got to get it while it's out there, and just create that momentum as much as you can. Because last time I had my momentum going, they shut it down. I had 5 closed deals, had 7, like, whether listings, buyers, whatever, they shut everything down, and 7 got either canceled or rescheduled. So I don't want to see that happen. You can't be afraid of that. You just got to go.
Brendan, they canceled escrow during that time, or they held it?
Well, there were, I know there was a total of 7 of them. One client, though, was 2 listings and a purchase. Okay. And one of the listings I never got, I got 1 listing and purchase out of it, but it took 3-4 months later.
Okay.
So, and they were a tough client, but I almost got fired before I got that listing purchase. They were the ones that emailed me saying, hey, we're going to go like with Help You Sell or whatever it was, like 3 months later. So
Oh,
anyways, it almost cost a lot of business, but then everything took off. So just
right.
get it while it's out there. That's all I can say.
Okay.
And Amy, don't be afraid to just jump in. Just jump in. Water's warm.
I'm trying. I mean,
You're doing
like I
great.
said, I've already done more than I've ever done at C21. So,
Good.
and I mean, just getting on these Zoom calls and trying to talk and engage and stuff, it helps too. So,
Good.
you know,
Good. So you like the environment so far, just in terms of what you're seeing?
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. I mean, no, I just say, I'm like, I can tell I have the support there, and that's what I really need, you know, and, you know, I know Leslie's there for me. So,
Cool.
you know,
Absolutely.
I need to connect with you more. I know there was that week or whatever. It's crazy, but
No, we'll get it reset up. And one of the things on phase one that they talked about is having 1 or 2 role play partners. So just only need to stick to 2, Amy. You know what I mean? For now, don't worry about having, you know, 1 with every person. If you like having it with Leslie, you know, just pick just 2 role play partners and try to see if you can at least still do that. And then one of the things I haven't told you guys, I'm going to order, they're called trigger cards from Mike Ferry. And there are these certain cards that are on the scripts on the card. And based on your regular situations that come up in real estate, these are the cards that you want to memorize or be able to use. So I'm going to order those cards, get some for the 2 of you, and probably for Yvette too. And we'll get some of those cards when they come in. We can start working off those. In the meantime, we'll just use the regular script that we have, but we can start working with those too. So just want to help you guys get to where you can memorize those questions as much as possible. It's going to make everything a lot easier. So just start practicing those if you haven't been.
mm-hmm.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, ladies, for hanging out for as long as you have. And it was good. The next time we do this, we'll keep it to an hour. We'll start from the beginning, and we'll be done at an hour sharp. So today was a little bit different with the whole Mike Perry thing.
Okay. Thank you, Brendan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Brandon.
All right. You guys have a good weekend. We'll reconnect. You guys want to try it Monday or Tuesday next week?
Let's start Monday.
We'll do it Monday. Is that all right, Amy?
Shoot, let's do Saturday.
I'm down for tomorrow too.
Well, you two work on Saturday. Let me know how that goes. I'll see you
All right.
No,
What are we gonna do?
Amy, if you want to do role play tomorrow morning, I'm done.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea.
Cool.
Okay.
See,
Cool.
Look at you both taking initiative already. See
Mhm.
what happens when you joke about working on a Saturday, Amy?
That's fine. Hey, I was kind of like out of the loop last week. I need to catch up. So
There we go. Got to get back on it.
all right. Well, we'll text each other and then figure it out.
Sounds good. All right, let's do it.
Okay.
Talk to you
Bye.
later. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.